Hello ladies and gentlemen, and welcome to RC Racing TV's coverage of the EFRA 1/8 scale IC Euros Finals Day. My name's Adam Johnson, along with Frank McKinney and Paul Bateman and the team here out at the MC Ettlingen facility in Germany on what is a fabulous day. There's not a cloud in the sky as far as the eye can see, and there are cars out on the racetrack ready for a great day of finals action. So starting off straight away with the 132, the round of 32A final, or final B. Let's run you through the starting grid quickly for that right now. We've got Thomas Liptak on the pole for this one, followed by Hugo Exposto from Portugal, and then Philipp Romer, Maximilian Gunther, a duo of the home German drivers, Stefan Bertrand, Torsten Müller, Gerhard Kandelhardt, Benjamin Coulard, Alexei Yaramishian and Per-Ola Hard complete the lineup, and we are just about ready to go. So then the countdown is on. Starting positions. Away we go. We are underway. That's a fantastic start from Exposto to get the jump on the start as they filter through the EFRA hairpin for the first time and up towards the HP carousel. That's a lovely move off the start from Exposto to get the jump on Liptak as they come round for the first time. Down through turns 1 and 2. They'll start to filter out in this 20-minute race. Remember, they will have pit stops, multiple pit stops to contend with across the day. Our coverage presented to you on RC Racing TV by HP Europe, D'Agostini Model Space and EFRA as the smoke clouds from the burning oil in the nitromethane engines filtering off into the morning sky. There's two cars off in the first few corners. We continue following our lead pack. It's Exposto from Liptak, and Kandelhardt has made a fantastic start, jumping up from 7th from the 7th seed in grid, and they're all tucked together there. Look at this as they come through the EFRA hairpin. That was a big lunge, and in fact the man who's profited is Kandelhardt. I think that is, who's pounced on both of them there. And another spin. Is that Exposto? I think that's Exposto who's falling down. Yes, it is. Exposto having a nightmare of a lap, down to 5th place. And now our new leader is Gerhard Kandelhardt. That was a magnificent move. And Liptak went for the big move down at the EFRA hairpin. And then just as Liptak and Exposto were gathering their bearings again, Kandelhardt pounced, and he's moved up from 7th on the grid. In the first 5 laps, he's already up into the lead. What a fabulous start to this race. Great move from Kandelhardt there. And what will be tough for him now is he's already moving on a little bit of lap traffic here. That's Benjamin Coulard in front of him. And in fact, traffic is pretty much all across this track now. And this track is a fascinating facility, a nice technical track with a lot of speed in it. There's the EFRA hairpin, the slowest point on the track, a good overtaking zone as you can see there. Now up to the HP carousel, up from into the D'Agostini D now, and there's the finish line right there. Nice move there from Coulard to move out the way. Lap traffic making sure not an issue here. The referees will be hot on the lap traffic to make sure they're out of the way and not disturbing the flow of the leader. So Kandelhardt leads early doors. Liptak is trying to recover from having his pole position stolen off the start. He was caught napping off the start and he slips to 2nd. Alexei Yaramishian has had a fantastic first few laps, and he's up to 3rd along with Per-Ola Hard up to 4th. And showing on my screen now, I think Hugo Exposto has actually pulled into the lane, and it looks like his day is done. I think something happened in the early doors. Such a shame. He had a great start. He got away fantastically, and then it all went downhill from there, to be honest. Oh, we've got a big flip right in front of our commentary position down here at the EFRA hairpin. Good camera work there. Hard to tell which car that was. That was the number 4. That was Maximilian Gunther in the Golf liveried car, and the marshal's retrieving that car. That's safety, but that looks like his race done. It's a spectacular flip down at the EFRA hairpin. It's an area where that can happen. So the field now spreading out. We are expecting in a couple of minutes or so the first round of pit stops. In fact, cars already in the lane, but that may be because they have issues. That's Maximilian Gunther returning to the track there. And meanwhile, and also Torsten Müller in the number 6 is just pitted as well. So pit stop starting early, but a few may well be for technical issues rather than anything else. That was certainly the reason for Gunther's pit stop. Now we are following Kandelhardt here, who has jumped out into an early lead and has never been headed, having pounced in the early going. He is now in a world of his own. There's a good half a lap between himself and any other car on the track. This is fantastic. He can dictate the pace right here. And as far as he's concerned, well, now he's coming up behind the lap car of Torsten Muller, but remember, Muller has just pitted, so he gets out of his way. That's fair enough. We're expecting Candlehart in any minute for his first stop, and remember, a lot of talk in the garage about fuel strategy for these races. We have a car in the lane now. I think that might be the number 1 of Thomas Liptak that's in the lane, and Candlehart is now in. Candlehart, the leader, is in the lane. And let's have a look here. Strategy's going to be all important. Looks like fuel only, and he returns to the track. And it'll take a little while for these green flag pit stops, if you will, to shake out. But fuel strategy, all important in these races. You'll also maybe see some guys experiment with a little bit of tyre strategy. And if they do decide to change tyres, which takes a long time, upwards of nearly a minute to change tyres on these cars, do they only go for 2, potentially right side tyres? As you'll see, there's a lot of load on the right side tyres on this mostly anti-clockwise track. See there? Oh, good move to those lap cars there. That was very good. That was Torsten Muller again. And Thomas Liptak is showing as the leader right now. And I believe that'll be after the first cycle of pit stops. See if we can find Liptak's number 1 car, shall we? Car's just a blur now. He's the second of the 2 white cars coming up to the HP carousel now. I think he's just behind the one we're tracking right now, Paul. There he is. Coming through now. That's actually the number 4, Maximilian Gunther. He's just in front. There he is. There we go. We've got Liptak, who's now scored 3rd after the first round of stops is shaken down. So Liptak is the important position here. Important position to note is 3rd position, because that's how many cars are transferring up from this final and moving on. So it's, in a way, the win is not as important. It's all about the 3rd place. And at the moment, Liptak's main rival for 3rd place is Per-Ola Hard in the number 10 car. We've got a car off just before the EFRA hairpin, off to the left of the track, just slow there. There it is. Being retrieved by the marshals. That, I think, it's the number 8. It's the number 8 of Benjamin Coulard. He had a good start as well, but obviously mechanical issues halting his progress for now. And have a look at Liptak, who's under pressure from Maximilian Gunther, who's many laps down. So that's not a battle for position. Gunther is still trying to make his way back up, and that'll be after Gunther's problems. So at the moment, Candlehart, Yaramishian and Liptak, the top 3 are all on the same lap. Per-Ola Hard in 4th is 1 lap behind. So, looking at that crucial 3rd spot, that plays exactly into Liptak's favour. Now, I don't know if he knows what lap Maximilian Gunther's on, but he's certainly not keen to drop any speed at this point in time. He doesn't want to give his rivals any opportunity to close that gap, although as it stands, there is a massive gap between himself and Per-Ola Hard in 4th. I'm just trying to look for that. Whoa! Big off at the first corner for the number 6 car. Big flip. But let's stay where we are. Marshall's having cars go through his legs there. That was action-packed stuff. We're following Liptak now. He's in the 3rd spot. He's in the transfer spot. The bump-up spot, as we call it. So let's have a look if we can. See if we can find the number 10 car, Per-Ola Hard. There he is. Coming up to the HP carousel now. He's the blue and orange car just in front of the bright green car. There they are, coming down into the D'Agostini D. Coming through now. There's Per-Ola Hard. And that gap has closed considerably. There is now only 1 straight between the 2 of them, between Hard and Liptak. Although Philip Romer in the number 3 car has popped up as well. It could also be a threat to that 3rd and final transfer spot. So at the moment we're following Per-Ola Hard in the number 10 car. He is 5th on our screens. And Philip Romer in the bright green car just ahead of him. That was for a position. So that bright green car that's just coming through the D'Agostini D now. And it'll be on the main straight. There it is. You can just see it just out of shot. Follow Hard. That's the gap between Hard and Romer. And Romer, I don't think, is that far away from Liptak now. No, he's not. So let's move ahead a car or 2. There they are. They've just gone through shot. I think they'll be there at the EFRA hairpin now. There they go, coming out the EFRA hairpin. That is the battle for the transfer spot. That is the battle for the transfer spot, but we're getting into another round of pit stops here, so that complicates matters a little bit. So we'll see how things shake out here after this round of pit stops, but going into this cycle, around every 5 minutes or so, we have Thomas Liptak leading as it stands, Gerhard Kandelhardt second, Alexei Yaremishian now third, Philip Romer is up to fourth, and Pierre-Ola Hard is fifth. So those top 5 guys are all in contention here, but 5 into 3 does not go. So we wait now to see what the strategy is coming through this stops. Does anyone dare change tyres? Do you get enough of an advantage to warrant the extra time spent in the pit lane changing tyres? Doesn't look like it. Obviously, it's still early here. It is 9:40 local time here in Germany. So the sun has not been up on the track that long, so it might still be fairly cool. This is the second round of runners on this track this morning, so you wonder whether tyre wear will be that much of a factor, or the additional grip will be that much of a factor. We've got another car off over on the back straight. Now, is that the number 1? Is that Liptak? I think that's Liptak. Yes, it is Liptak. That is an off for Thomas Liptak. And that could be huge in the context of this race. And he's in the lane now. And it's just for fuel, so we wondered if that was a repair, but that is just for fuel. So no damage seemingly aboard that car, but what has that done to his race? He was safely in the top 3 and going through as it stood. Now as we wait for this cycle of stops to cycle round, how badly has that affected him? How badly has that affected his race? We still have some stops going on. You see just one car in the lane there. But I think for now, it's mostly shaken out. And as it stands, Gerhard Kandelhardt is still your leader in the number 7 car. Thomas Liptak still shown as second. So despite that off, he appears still to be safely in. And it's Alexei Yaremishian in the number 9 car. In the 132 final A. And there's the transfer, we've got a car off just on the exit of the first corner. You see it there, there's the marshal retrieving it. That's the number 5 of Stefan Bertrand, who's going back to the lane. So now let's see if we can find the number 9 car, Alexei Yaremishian. Yaremishian's coming up to the EFRA hairpin now. It's the white car, there he is, right on shots, going off to your left now. He'll be up at the HB carousel now. There he is. There is our 3rd place car as it stands on the screen, and Philip Romer is the next car behind him in the number 3. So if you stay on the number 9, Paul, I'll see what the gap is from 3rd to 4th place. So Yaremishian now coming through the EFRA hairpin now. Where is his main rival? In fact, his main rival wasn't that far behind, but now he is, because Romer in the bright green car has just spun on the entry to the EFRA hairpin, so that will have hurt him. So the battle right now for that all-important transfer spot is between Alexei Yaremishian, the number 9 car that we're following right now, and Philip Romer in the number 3 car, the bright green 3 car. And it's spun again. We've had an instant over on the back straight coming out of the EFRA hairpin at the double apex left. 2 cars off there. Romer is one of them, so that could seriously hurt his chances of transferring through. I think he's now lost a full lap to Yaremishian, and probably some positions as well. In fact, I think that's promoted Per-Ola Hard up past him, but I think those 2 are battling for position. Oh, you're kidding me. Surely not the 2 guys battling to be the guy to battle the 3rd place car have now taken themselves out. As we've got more pit stops ongoing here. Yaremishian's in the lane. That's a standard fuel stop. He's down and away. It's a very nice pit stop. That's all he needs to get him the final 7 minutes or so home. And right now he is looking fairly set, because Pierre-Ola Hard and Philip Romer are battling. They'll just be coming up to the HP carousel now, Paul. There'll be the blue and orange car and the bright green car. There they are. And in fact, is that Pierre-Ola? No, that's Maximilian Gunther that's just pulled off. There we go. So Philip Romer is in the bright green car, and Pierre-Ola Hard is the car that's on screen right there, the blue and orange car. That is your battle for 4th right now. But most pivotally, this is a battle that's happening quite some way behind the number 9 of Alexei Yaremishian, who is your transfer spot as it stands, who is in the transfer spot as it stands, to progress into the upper finals. Remember, you can follow along with live timing on myrcm.ch. Follow the links to MC Ettlingen, which is the facility that we're at this weekend. A fantastic facility, a great track for racing on. And just one word on the fuel strategy, or the pit stop strategy. We're not expecting tyre changes in the lower finals because they are around 20 minutes or so. But when we get up towards the sharp end, where we have 30-45 minute races, that's when you really start to expect tyre wear and tyre strategy to come more into play. But for these finals, it should be fuel and go. As you can see, Per Olahard starting to lose touch with Philip Roma. So the battle for third is now looking to be a straight fight between Jaromisian and Philip Roma, but there's about half a lap between the two of them. Meanwhile, Gerhard Kandelhardt continues to lead this thing by almost a lap over Thomas Liptak. In fact, working nearer 2 laps. There is our leader, Kandelhardt. I'm just looking, I can just see Liptak as we see Roma's in the lane, as is Per Olahard. Standard fuel stops going on. That should be their last stops of the race. They'll be well away and flat out to the end now. As you wait for the stops to cycle through. And this battle is still an intriguing one. Roma and Hart, they've not left each other alone for most of the race, you know. They've got to be too close for comfort over on the back straight. In the double apex left, they're just going through now. But all of this still happening far too far behind the third place car of Jaromisian to sort out. So we had an incident here. I think that was Liptak getting involved in an incident down at the EFRA hairpin. There's Liptak. And now he's had a battle for position. Has Liptak had an issue there? And that's playing him into the path of Roma here. I think it is. I think all of a sudden we've got drama for the transfer spot. And is that Roma through? This could be major here. This could be major. All of a sudden, an error from Liptak has put Roma through in to the transfer spot. This is potentially huge here. Or is there still a lap between them? I think there's still a lap between them. There's still a lap between them. False alarm, ladies and gentlemen. Liptak still has a lap in hand. But he has a lap on Philip Roma. So there's the gap for you. It's very stark. So Liptak's there. And Roma's just ahead of him on the track. But Roma has to effectively make up a lap to try and repass Liptak to try and get that final transfer spot. He is stretching out though, Roma. He is trying great guns. He's doing all he can. I fear he may run out of time, but what he's effectively trying to do is, even if he knows he can't get that gap up, physically do that in three minutes or so, he's forcing Liptak's hand psychologically. And now we look for Alexei Jaromisian in the number 9, who is now the third place runner. I assume he's pitted a little bit later than everyone else. So where does that put him related to Roma? There's Jaromisian. In fact, he's only a few cars back from the car we're travelling with right now. He's the 5th of those cars in line. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. There he is at the back of the line there. That's Jaromisian. There's your third place runner. So the battle is between him and Philip Roma in the green car at the front of that queue for the transfer spot. But as you can see, it's the wrong way round for Roma. In an ideal world, there would not be a lap between them, and that would be for position. But Roma somehow has to try and make up a lap on Jaromisian in order to transfer. It looks less and less likely as we're counting down to the end of the race here. We'll have to rely on a late mistake, maybe a late error on fuel strategy, who knows. But these guys are all pros out here. They will not have underfueled. 2 minutes to go. That's all we can take here. That's all we've got left in the 1:32 final A. These guys battling to transfer up into the 1:16 finals. Coming up soon on RC Racing TV. Our coverage presented by HP Europe, the Agostini Model Space, and EFRA. Thanks for those who are already tuned into us. Hope you're enjoying the coverage so far. What has been a fascinating 1:32 final A. The transfer spot has largely been a lock for most of the race, but It has been tense enough to create constant interest as Philipp Romer continues. Gerhard Kandelhardt is fairly safe. He is safely home, I'd say now, as the final winner. He's got a whole 2 laps in hand now on Thomas Liptak. It's been a fantastic race from the number 7 car. Picture perfect the whole way through. And Thomas Liptak looks okay as well. In fact, he's on the same lap as Alexei Yaremishian. So in fact, those two will be battling for position. But they'll be careful not to do too much there. And in fact, Philipp Romer has just made a little mistake through the double apex left. Now through the D'Agostini D. And you'll just see there, we'll make a note of interest, that the finish line is not on the pit straight there. As you can see, they've closed up again now. So Romer's chances of chasing down Alexei Yaremishian are fading fast. And Per-Ola Hard appears to have faded from the equation as well. So it looks now like Yaremishian will have enough to transfer through. So we have a spin down at the D'Agostini D. Down into the last 30 seconds. And that car spinning all over the place is the number 6 of Torsten Muller, who's down in 6th place. A lot of handling issues. Nearly another spin down at the EFRA hairpin. But for now, there's a little scrap going on here. This is Gerhard Kandelhardt. So the leaders are together, although Kandelhardt has 2 laps on the 2 guys he's racing with. But Thomas Liptak and Alexei Yaremishian are battling for position just in front of the leader there. So there is your top 3, not exactly in order on the road, but Kandelhardt will lead them home and has come home as the clock ticks down to 0. He will come home to take victory in this 132nd final A. He's driven a fantastic race the whole way through. He comes home to take the victory. Very nice job indeed. And let's run you through the rest of the finishing order then, shall we? And what was a fascinating 132nd final A. Gerhard Kandelhardt then takes the victory. 2 laps ahead of his nearest competition. That was a strong performance there, and it all came in those early laps where he pounced on a mistake between Hugo Exposto and Thomas Liptak. And it was on from there. He did not look back. Liptak in the end took 2nd alongside Alexei Yaremishian. Those 2 on the same lap. But crucially, those 2 will also both be moving up. Philipp Romer tried his best throughout the race, but just could not hang with those guys in the end. He finishes 4th. Per-Ola Hard in the end faded to 5th. 6th for Torsten Muller, who was having a lot of handling issues at the end there. Maximilian Gunther down 7th. Stefan Bertrand 8th. Benjamin Coulard 9th. And Hugo Exposto, after that great start, in the end, his race lasted only 4 laps. What a shame. So next up, we've got the 116 final B getting ready to commence.
Well, that was exciting.
It was.
Oh, more exciting than actually getting online today. So, yeah, just want to thank everyone that is watching. We have several people watching the stream now. A few people commenting on there. Feel free to comment on the YouTube stream. Obviously, if you're watching us on YouTube, you can comment right in there. I think you might have to have a YouTube or Google account or something nowadays. We're also on Facebook. Don't forget, you can catch the action on the EFRA Facebook page. Just in Facebook, just search for EFRA in the search bar, or you can search for RC Racing TV, and there will be links and info and picture links and all sorts of things in there. Some of you may have spotted the pit walk that we did yesterday that will be re-uploaded today. We'll also play it again between... Let's see. Well, we may as well run down the schedule while we have some quiet time.
That's a good idea.
We've just watched the 132nd sub-final A, as they call it here. And in a few minutes, the races will be coming out on the grid for the 116th sub-final B. And then the A, the 1/8, and 1/4. And then at approximately just before 1 a.m., 1 p.m., geez, we're not on that long. 1 p.m., we will play the post-qualifying pit walk that we did yesterday, with Adam talking to all the guys that were in the Super Pole. Actually, if you haven't watched the Super Pole, while we have like a break between the races, maybe not right now because it is several minutes long, it is absolutely fascinating to watch. What was it? 4 guys on the track, individual laps, just running fast laps as quick as it can, just like old school F1 back in the late 90s. And then, let's see, the main Final A practice starts at 1:40 p.m., again, Central European time. So there will be a break in there, but we will be of about 48 minutes. And then we'll be, during that time, I think it's about a 10 or 12 minute pit walk that we do. And then we'll be, I don't think we really are going to commentate, because it's more of just a practice session for the main Final A guys.
It's because they're already in the final, so they don't need to. They won't be getting the practice from running in the semi-finals.
Yeah, and then the semi-finals will be up at 2 and 2:30 p.m. And then we have a bit more of a break of about an hour, and then the main final will start at 4 p.m. So that's just letting you guys know what the schedule is for the day. The next set of races that will be up, the next race out is the 1/16 Final B. We are still in the lower finals, as you can see on the screen. Once we come into the 1/8 and 1/4 finals, we will be changing the graphics on the screen. So, what's Willie got to say to us?
Okay. Finally, we're on the air.
Yeah, we are.
We're here now.
Thanks to Willie's efforts yesterday, doing some magic with some electronics somehow. Yeah, we're amazingly we're on the air. Yeah. So let's see. Once these guys get on the track, I guess we can do the rundown of who is out there, all the runners and riders. Once again, we are on Facebook. You can join us on Facebook. Just search for EFRA to find all the information about the European Federation of Racing Automobiles. Just type in EFRA in the search bar, EFRA, and you can also search for RC Racing TV. And join the group. You can't like us, but you can join us. And we'd just like to say hello to everybody in the YouTube stream. We've got Sander S, Antoine Forfaster, Boof Hawk, hello, Luca Barsatini, ciao Luca, and Dwayne in Indianapolis, sharing how hardcore he is. All the American racing fans, very hardcore guys over there, as we all are, of course. 4 a.m. here in Indy. This is awesome coverage. Thank you very much, and thank you for watching. So obviously, not sure how much the tannoy that's about 10 feet above my head is affecting things, but we'll be swapping over to Adam very soon to run down the drivers that are in this race.
We've just had a little bit of clarification from Willie on the qualifying procedure coming up later for the main final later. Coming through from the semi-finals, we have 3 from each semi-final. Then, this is where it gets very interesting, as if it wasn't enough already. We have the 4th and 5th in each semi-final basically square off. Whoever has the fastest times in the 4th and 5th finishes in each semi-final will go through. So, for example, if the 4th place finisher in the A semi has a faster overall time than the 4th place finisher in the B semi, the 4th place finisher in the A semi goes through. Am I clear on that, Frank?
Yeah, I think that's about right. Sorry, it's a bit loud there. Yeah. So basically, yeah, it's based on the fastest times in the semis, and then so there's 3 plus 3 plus the 2 who are already in, and then 2 more guys of the fastest of the next of the guys. So yeah, it's a little bit difficult to explain. If we had a chart or something like that we could show, it'd be a lot easier to explain
It
this.
keeps things interesting.
Yeah, I always struggle to explain the Christmas tree finals, but yeah, it's if you think of it as a bracket system, like in Karate Kid or something like that, you'll
What a great
you
analogy.
get it down.
Right, so the cars for the 1/16 Final B, or the B final, so the round of 16, if you will, final, are on the track right now. So I think now is a good time to run you through the starting grid for this race. We have Marco Vanni, Italian, rolling off on the pole. Michele Romagnoli, 2 Italians in the first 2 positions. And then Renato Ali, the Swiss driver, rolling off grid 3. Grid 4 is Christopher Headland and Stefan Andersson, 4th and 5th. 6th for Thomas Etard. 7th for Lennart Skornia, who will be one of the 2 home hopes in this final. Stefan Busch in 8th place. Alice Hajdeker, another Swiss driver, 9th. 10th for Oliver Lembeck. So there is a grid for the 1/16th final B.
I'd also like to say morning to RC Riot on the YouTube stream. If you'd like to comment to us directly, just join us in the YouTube stream. Unfortunately, we're not able to follow any particular drivers. We are following only the top 3 guys, and Adam will be running through the list. Or, well, no, we're starting the race.
We are getting ready to go. Final countdown, we're under starters' orders. We are ready for the A final in the 1/16, the round of 16, and we are underway. It's a perfect start from Marco Vanni. They are pretty much line astern as they go through the opening lap. Vanni has protected his pole starting spot rather nicely there. Field filters through the D'Agostini D and completes their first lap at speed. So Vanni shakes out first. Remember, there's a long way to go in this one. This is not the sort of race where they will stay as they qualified for the whole race. I can assure you that right now. Romagnoli, in fact, already taking a shot at his countryman there. Romagnoli in the bright yellow car, the second of those 2 cars on shot. Gives you an illustration of just how quickly these cars are and just how lightning fast the reflexes are of these drivers to be able to control them and go for moves at such high speeds. But the danger Romagnoli has is that Renato Ali is tagging along for the ride in this one and will also be looking for position. But if these guys are smart, they can agree to not attack each other and sort of focus on running as fast laps as possible individually, start to build a gap. Because what you're looking at on screen right now, roughly, you've got 1 and 2, and then 3 is the red car of Ali. Those are your guys transferring through. The 4th car in line there, Thomas Etard, the number 6, who's moved up nicely in the early going, is man on the outside looking in right now. He has to somehow move away past Renato Ali, and now may well be the best time to do it, but he's also got a shot there. Or is that lap traffic? No, I think that was one of the lap cars. It was one of the back markers who's now in the lane, and I think with damage as well. So there's a brief panic moment there. Well, that was one of the tail end Charlies. I think that might be Stefan Andersson, the number 5 car, who's dropping off our timing screens now. So we continue in the order they were. So there is the battle for the transfer spot. This can be all pivotal. This is the battle we're watching. This is almost more important than the battle for the lead right now. If you don't let pride get in the way, then you'll be happy for a 2nd place in this race. You will not want to go all out for the win, because really, what point will it serve you? You are through and you're jumping up the ladder. This is absolutely fascinating. This track is an incredibly difficult one to pass on. It's a very technical track. It's a very flowing track. It's a great track. Watching these guys tackle it in Super Bowl yesterday was absolutely fascinating. But the challenge is, where do you go for that overtake? Quite often, a lot of passes come from mistakes from the guy in front. But how much, if you're in Thomas Etard's position, how much do you push the envelope? How much do you press the issue and go for the move yourself? We saw in the first race, 2nd on the road, going for the lead at the EFRA hairpin, could not make it stick, and in fact, they both lost the lead. And I fact did not look back. So we're coming round, this is the pit straight here, which turns 1, then 2, we've got a hairpin there, now into the EFRA hairpin, the slowest point on the track, right in front of our commentary position, now up the long back straight. They'll hit over 60 miles an hour into the HP carousel, then into the D'Agostini D, and that completes another lap. So, as I said in the last race, all important to remember that the finish line is not on pit straight, it's just before that, it's just after the D'Agostini D. So, that'll be important to remember. There it is right there, that white control line there, that is your finish line. And we still have, that's still the number 5, Stefan Andersson, in the lane, so issues plaguing that car early doors, which is a real shame. He never really had a chance to shine in this one. And coming around, they're still in position here. That's the number 8 of Stefan Busch, who's also moved up nicely. He's tagging along for the ride in this battle for 3rd. So he's just there in the back of shot. You'll see him just there. There he is. And in fact, there's a few more cars in position there as well, and sort of line astern, so this field's sticking pretty close together. It'll start to get a bit jumbled after the pit stops, the first cycle of pit stops, but Oliver Lembeck and Lennart Skornia are 6th and 7th right now. And everyone through to Ales Hazker down in 9th are pretty much still on the lead lap, effectively. So there's still 9 cars in it. Or at least, at the very, yes, still 9 cars on the lead lap, so only Stefan Andersson has dropped away. So really, this may well be a battle of attrition. Who will blink first here? Who will be the one who potentially hits trouble first? We're starting our round of pit stops as Romagnoli is in the pit lane for his first round of stops. Simple fuel stop, down and away. As we said, in these 20-minute lower finals, no real need for tyre strategy, no real need to sacrifice 30 seconds putting tyres on. You're not going to make that time back, so it's all going to be about fuel stops. Fuel is going to be all important. More cars coming into the lane now. This is around the time we'd expect them. Around every 5 minutes or so is when your pit cycle's in. That's the number 9 of Ales Hazdeker. So we're waiting for our leaders now to make their first stops of the race. And we have a few in the lane as it stands. That's the number 10, Oliver Lembeck, who is in that battle for 5th. And as I say, we're just giving it you just have to give it a lap or so to let it shake out. It's hard to keep track whilst the pit stops are going on. What we know is Marco Vanni and Michele Romagnoli are still leading this thing. And Marco Vanni then is at the moment trailing Romagnoli just a little bit, but as I say, as long as you don't let pride get in the way, he'll be happy with where he is right now. There is no need for any further up. And what I want to just find now, if we can, is the number 8 car of Stefan Busch, because he is the car now showing in 3rd place, that all-crucial transfer spot. We'll wait to see. There he is coming through the EFRA hairpin now, the yellow and white car. He'll head up onto the back straight now. There he is up into the HP carousel. There he is. Good spot, cameraman. Now that is the car showing in 3rd place right now. And the question is, where's 4th? Where is 4th, you ask? We're looking out for the number 6 car of Thomas Etard. Renato Ali clearly did not have a good pit stop. He's fallen to 5th behind these guys. So, the 8 car moves through, and in fact, the next car in line on the track, but just out of shot, is the number 6. There it is, Thomas Etard. That is your battle for 3rd right now. It is that close, ladies and gentlemen. They're not quite nose to tail at the moment, but they are close enough to make this very interesting. And in fact, there's Renato Ali just there. You'll see him there, just behind this battle for 3rd. There is absolutely nothing between them. The pit stops have not separated them really, except it's bumped Ali down from 3rd place to 5th place on the outside looking in. We're also interested to see how far Christopher Headland is back as we watch this battle on our screens. I don't think Headland's that far back either. In fact, Headland, if you just see him there, that's the next car in line, is Christopher Headland in 6th. So we got 3 cars under a blanket there for 4th spot. Now this is all the battle for 4th. This may all be elementary if they can't catch up to Stefan Busch, who is the best part of about a straight away from them. And Renato Ali makes the pass there. That's a good move. A bit of a scrap there. I'm sorry, it was Christopher Headland going for the move on Renato Ali. It didn't quite work. As you say, you've really got to throw the Hail Mary in terms of passes around here. And quite often it doesn't work, but desperation will make drivers put everything on the line here. We've seen that already. We saw that in qualifying sessions. And we saw that speaking to the guys in the pits in the garage. Even in qualifying, the intensity was cranked right up. So these 3 are your battle for 4th. There's your 4th place car, Thomas Etard, number 6. Number 6, that yellow and grey car. And then it's Renato Ali 5th, Christopher Headland 6th. But most crucially, Stefan Busch in the number 8 is still 3rd in your transfer spot. So one of those guys just pitting in. That's the number 6 of Thomas Etard. Maybe short pitting here, maybe getting an advantage on those in front. It shouldn't do if we're only doing fuel stops, but it's all about those crucial in and out laps. As we have the number 4 of Headland in the lane as well. Pit stop's a very busy pit lane down there. Maybe you've got to pick cars out of the lane, fuel them up, and then put them back in before they go out again. And we wait and see how this third place battle shakes out. Frank, how are you seeing this so far? Can you call it?
I can't really, no. I just wanted to comment on the, a lot of drivers have, well, not a lot, but some of the guys have a problem on the outlap when they come out of the pit lane, because with such a short lap, you get into very much into a rhythm of left, right, accelerating this and that. And when you come in for a pit and you stop and you're starting to think, and not exactly mind games or anything like that, but yeah, you can see oftentimes there will be someone who will have a major problem coming out of the pits just on the outlap.
Yeah, it's very difficult to, this is such a rhythm-based track, and the best guys in qualifying, the guys who did strongest in qualifying, were those who were able to just lock in and do quick lap after quick lap after quick lap and not even blink. So it is very much a rhythm-based circuit, as that's the number 8 of Bush we're still following, who's up to second as it stands. Now, I wonder if that's position-based or whether the pit cycle hasn't completed yet. I have a feeling that might be. Yes, Romagnoli's now scored second and Renato up to third, but as we're saying, we still have this pit cycle to go and then another one. So Bush has returned to the track. He's scored as fourth right now, but by the looks of it, I don't think Ali has stopped yet. If he has, he's got a whale of a jump. He's moved up to second. But I have a feeling he has yet to pit in this cycle. There he is in the lane now. Ali's in, so that will pretty much complete this cycle of stops. As we're tracking right now, the number 1 of Marco Vanni, who is scored as third, so he could be now down in that battle, unless he's repassed Renato Ali, which he has in the lane, as has Thomas Etard as well. So Etard now holding the third spot. Frank, this is changing almost lap by lap.
Yeah, well, I just noticed that Oliver Lembeck was carried into the pits, so he's going to start dropping down the order. He's been restarted, but he's probably lost 2, maybe 3 laps.
He has. He's now shown us 3 laps behind the leader. That could be an absolute race killer for him. What a shame. He was on the tail end of that battle for the transfer spot, but has faded away now. We've got another car back in the lane. I think that's Ali's Hajdukar. Yes, it is. He's been out of the lane a few times, and he's actually now 12 laps behind the leader, so he's now just out there to log laps, to be honest. So let's reset, head back to our third place battle, which has shifted again, because Thomas Etard in the number 6 is now showing as the third place car. Let's see if we can pick him up wherever he is on the track. Coming through to the EFRA hairpin now, the yellow and grey car. There it is. Camera's got it. And those 2 cars, Stefan Bush is right behind him. So there is your battle for third spot. There's your battle for the transfer spot. And Renato Ali is tagging along just behind them as well. Ali again seemingly losing some time, or a little bit of time in the pit stops, although he didn't lose a position this time. But it's just so close. These guys are not making any mistakes right now. They're being absolutely bulletproof. And this battle's going to come down to something. Who is going to blink first? Is this Etard and Bush, the 2 Frenchmen? We're going out. It's 2 Italians leading from 2 Frenchmen, with Michele Romagnoli. And the number 6 is in the lane. Thomas Etard is in the lane. Now, that looked to me, Frank, like just a regular fuel stop. Nothing untoward there, although it seemed a bit early to me.
Yeah, well, a lot of these guys have trouble making 5 minutes. So, yeah, probably just a regular pit stop. It will put them out of sync, so it's going to be actually a little bit more difficult to risk. Oh, and major crash!
Huge hit at the first corner.
That's car 6. Car 6 and 9, both out.
Etard, that's it.
6 is done.
Game over. The body came clean off the chassis there briefly. Oh, my goodness me. That shifts the race once again. A huge 3-car pile-up at the first corner off a pit straight, and that's the number 9 car of Hajdukar also involved. Frank, how did you see that?
I didn't. I just saw cars in the air as I looked up. Yeah, I mean, and no one's getting restarted either. So that's very, very unfortunate. Bad luck.
That is pretty much race over for those guys, especially with the time they've lost. So what that does mean is that Renato Ali, there he is on screen, is back in third as it stands. He's in the crucial transfer spot. And now the question remains is, where is his main rival Stefan Bush? Question answered, about half a lap behind. So could that have been the game changer? Could that have been the moment which sealed Renato Ali's passage into the next round out of this 116B final and moving onwards. Ali was in that position early doors, lost positions in the pit stops, but Frank, it's come back to him.
Yeah, I was just thinking that crash happened before the bump that's in the left-hand turn after the pit straight. So someone must have got a bit just loose before the actual even bump that we thought would be causing problems for some of these guys, and just sideways T-boned, and that's 2 cars out.
It was a chain reaction incident. And that bump that Frank is talking about, we'll show you there. It's right there. You can just see those little lines across the track where Ali just went through there. Right there. There you go. On the camera. We'll just see where Ali is as he comes around. There he is. But our cameraman showing it really well. Those bumps in the first corner that can just upset the balance of the car a little bit. You sort of learn how to adapt to them. Down the back straight. Look at that. The HP carousel, we haven't seen a little bit of passing up there, but normally carrying so much speed into that corner, very tricky to make the move. Now remember, a lot of these guys will still have one more stop to do, although a couple have pitted early. One of those guys being Thomas Atar, but he's now no longer in the equation. So they're starting to drop away here. The contender's starting to drop away. It was always going to take an instant like that to separate these guys. There was nothing separating them for the entire race so far in this round of 16B final. So Ali continues. And in fact, Marco Vanni has fallen back, but I believe that's because we're into the final round of pit stops, as proven by Ali now coming in. So he should cycle back out in third. So third and fourth right now with Ali. And Stefan, where is Stefan Busch? And in fact, Marco Vanni and Stefan Busch are now fairly close together on the track, just ahead of Ali, but I believe Busch is yet to stop, I think. There we go, yes, where Ali is on the screen, and Busch is not far ahead of him. He's fairly close on the track at least. Now Busch is the number 8 car, so Ali's coming through the EFRA hairpin now, and Busch is still scoring. The 8 car is only just coming through the EFRA hairpin now, but he's been shown as third. So as Ali lost that position in the pit cycle, I have a feeling he might have done. But there's still pit stops happening with just 3.5 minutes to go. Car now in the lane. Is that Busch's car? Yes, it is. That's the number 8. And that's putting him back out behind Renato Ali. So it's as you were, although I think Busch has closed that gap a little bit. We just had a little incident down here at the EFRA hairpin in front of our commentary position. They'll just come through now. You'll just see the marshals retrieving the cars. But Ali is there. He's just about safe, I think. He's got, I'd say, about a straight, maybe 5 to 10 seconds between the two of them. Not even that. No, 10 seconds is about a lap round here. So, yes, about the length of the back straight between the two of them. Ali's now got a little bit of traffic to deal with. But I think, I don't want to jinx him, Frank, but I think Ali's got this one made.
Yeah, it seems like it. It's 2.5 minutes to go. 2 and 3/4 minutes to go. Yeah, it's one of those things. He knows. He may know. His mechanic may be telling him where the other driver is, and it's just a matter of just calming himself, keeping himself calm, I should say, and not making any mistakes, because a single mistake will close that gap. Actually, visibly, I think he has the number 8 Stefan has closed the gap just a little bit because of traffic.
Yeah, I think you're right.
They are closer now.
Yeah, they are. I think you're absolutely right, Ali. I think it's being held by a little bit of traffic. He's now coming up to lap the green car of Lennart Skornia. And is that affecting his chase? Busch is definitely closing in. Are we in for a grandstand finale here? Ali versus Busch for the final transfer spot.
Less than 2 minutes to go in this one.
Less than 2 minutes to go as well. The sweat will be dripping for Ali now. This is going to be so tense. How does he get past the lap car here and not give the position away? Because Busch is closing. That gap is closing. It is now less than half the length of the back straight now, and he's definitely been held up. And he's off. He's gone. It's all gone downhill for Ali. Oh no. The lap traffic was all pivotal in the end in exactly the worst possible way. It was. I think he may also have damage as well to that car.
Yeah, it looks like just undrivable now.
What a shame. What a shame. Ali drove such a good race. But Stefan Busch has profited.
You can see in the pit lane, his mechanics are looking at the car, and that is not looking good for him. Oh, he's back out.
Well, he's going to try and go back out. I think he's lost too much time now.
Could have been body damage, but yeah, he's gone.
What a shame. What a massive shame. So that puts Stefan Busch, you see him on the screen there, Busch. It's fallen into his lap in the end, and he had to work very hard for this one. He had to be in contention for it.
And it looks like he's almost a full lap ahead of Christopher Hedlund.
Yeah, he
so
is.
He looks pretty safe.
Well, Busch is there. Hedlund is in the D'Agostini D now, so there's a good half to 3/4 of a lap between them. So final 30 seconds ticking down. It was a dramatic finale in the end then for this B final in the round of 16.
That's what I mean, just keeping it smooth. If you know someone's catching up to you, just keeping it smooth. It's so tough.
It is incredibly tough. It also seems to me like there may have been a little bit of communication breakdown with Scornia's car. Maybe he moved one way to get out of the way. Ali moved another. Maybe they came together. Who knows? But Ali will be left to ponder what might have been. As Busch is coming home to take this one out. The clock has ticked down to 0. And meanwhile up front, it's been plain sailing for Michele Romagnoli and Marco Vanni, the Italian duo. They transfer through 1 and 2. And there is the final bump-up driver, Stefan Busch, as we conclude a thrilling 116B final here in the FR18 Scale IC Euros. Let's run you through the final results then. Michele Romagnoli finishing a full lap ahead of his nearest competition. A great performance there. He was able to get out front, and he was never headed. And it seems to be once you get out into those top 2 spots, it's easy to run away because you're safe. You've got that cushion. It's all about the psychological game here. That's the most fascinating part of motorsport sometimes. Marco Vanni then second, so a good race for the Italians. 1 and 2, then Stefan Busch in the end third. That all crucial final transfer spot. 4th then for Christopher Hedlund, who was in contention in the early going, but faded crucially in that middle part. If only he'd been a little bit closer up there, he might have been in contention. 5th place for Lennart Scornia, the car who in the end proved decisive in that transfer battle. Not of his own doing, not of any fault of his. And there was the guy who had the 3rd spot up until under 2 minutes to go in this race. Renato Ali, 6th in the end. What heartbreak. Oliver Lembeck, 7th. Stefan Andersson recovered from his early problems to finish 8th. Thomas Eitard, one of the other men involved in that battle, he was involved in that big crash at turn 1. He comes home 9th. And Alice Hasdika rounds out the field.
Right, so yeah, that was pretty exciting.
That was interesting.
Just to remind everybody, we are RC Racing TV. We're brought to you by EFRA. We are the official EFRA media sponsor. As Willie heads over this way, we can say, hey, we just mentioned EFRA. And we are also brought to you by HB Europe and D'Agostini Model Space. I'm Frank McKinney. Sitting to my right is Adam Johnson. Up on the camera is Paul Bateman. And
standing behind us is Willie from EFRA.
Yeah, yeah. And we're just about to move into the 1/8 sub-final B.
Sub-final A, I believe.
B is on the schedule.
Either way, it's the second of our 1/16 finals here.
Oh, yeah. 1/16 A. Yes. Sorry.
Well, the first one was so action-packed. This one has got a lot to live up to.
Yeah, and well, I was going to comment that the top 6 or 7 guys are on the same lap for quite a long time of the race, which is, just shows going this far down into the lower finals. Just tells you how good these guys are.
Yeah, it's a real show of quality here. And as we move up, there's going to be a lot of guys looking for the multiple bump-up situation where you have to transfer through multiple finals. It's the hard way to do it. It's the hard slog to get there. But it's what these guys are prepared to do. And a lot of these guys were just... It felt like in that early going, Frank, that a lot of guys were sort of making sure they were in contention. And slowly it was a case of attrition going through the race. The contenders just fell away.
Yeah, usually there isn't that big of a crash, but when there is, it is spectacular. But yeah, I mean, who was it? Magnoli or what's I can't remember the guy's name, but the leader, obviously
Romagnoli.
Romagnoli. He kept things calm up front, and just pulled away and let everyone else battle around him, just like a good Moto3 race or something like that.
Yeah.
So we want to remind everybody that we are on Facebook. Just check out. I'm using the wrong mouse to control the wrong computer, but if you go onto Facebook, you can find us, find the stream on. Obviously, you're watching it already, but please join the EFRA Facebook group. Just go into the search bar, type in EFRA. That is the European Federation of Racing Automobiles. And you can also find us, RC Racing TV, on Facebook. And join both the groups and like and comment all the videos that you see. There will also be loads of pictures that will be on the EFRA Facebook pages later on today. You can comment on the YouTube stream. We've got loads of comments. People just asking who's racing and, well, who's racing you can see on the screen, but the countries that are racing, what time the various finals are. And just while these guys are getting their cars started up, we'll just very quickly run through the finals. We've got the 1/8 finals starting at 11 a.m. Central European time. The 1/4 finals starting an hour after that at dead on noon. At 12:50, sometime after 12:50 p.m. today, we'll show you the post-qualifying pit walk, where Adam walked through the pits and talked to all the guys that were in the Super Pole. And then we'll have the main final A starting at 1:40, the semifinal starting at 2 p.m., and then the main final that will decide the 2015 EFRA 1/8 Track IC European Champion will start at 4 p.m. Central European Time. All these times are Central European Time. Subtract an hour from these times if you're in the UK, and adjust appropriately if you're in the US, Australia, Japan, etc.
Before then, we've got a long, tough road ahead of us. Well, the competitors have got a long, tough road ahead of them. They want to try and make that final later on today, which is going to be something to behold. And that pit walk was very interesting yesterday. Speaking to those drivers who had been involved in Super Bowl, it was a new experience for everyone involved. And getting their thoughts afterwards, especially on the track conditions out there, was very interesting. For now, let's have a look at the starting grid for the next race up. It's the A final in the round of 16, the 1/16 final here at the MC Ettlingen facility. And it's Lars Haugen rolling off on the pole for this one. Arnaud Mathieu is second, and then Neil King in third. First of the Brits we've seen today. Roland Stadler in fourth. Mikael Fransen in fifth. And Frank Schwiola will roll off sixth, ahead of Enmalio Comoglio. Gerhard Kandelhart in eighth place. And Thomas Liptak, ninth, followed by Alexei Yaromishian in 10th. So those are your three guys who just transferred through from the round of 32 final. So there you can see the transfer system in action. And I mean, Frank, it must be difficult to move up, but it's not unprecedented to see guys move up from these lower finals and finally make the sharp end.
Yeah, obviously, everybody wants to be in the big show, the A final, but realistically, these guys know that they won't be able to be racing all day, most of them. But the more you can race, the more fun you have, because you're on the track driving little toy cars. So you finish in the top three, and you live to race another day, or another race anyway.
You sort of earn more lives, if you will. You earn another chance to go for it. The most disappointed drivers out here will probably be those who went out in the lower finals yesterday, because their event was cut short a day in the end. So they were already packed up and gone home, some of them, or they would have stayed on to support friends and teammates. But these guys will be wanting to keep their day going for as long as possible. Now, obviously we'll be watching those three at the bottom of that grid lineup there. Kandelhart, Liptak and Yaromishian. those will be your guys to watch as to whether they can do the impossible and double transfer, go up through back-to-back finals. That is rare and tough enough in itself, when you especially bear in mind that they've also got 7 other guys who qualified into this final straight away who will also be going for those 3 transfer spots. And what I find interesting, Frank, is what you mentioned briefly, how sometimes first and second, they have the easiest ride. It's the guy in third with all that pressure on them.
Oh, yeah, definitely. But also keep in mind that those guys in the bottom 3 spots have a car that they know the track conditions, but their car has already raced 20 minutes, 20 hard minutes. Actually more than that, because of the warm-up period that we're watching here just finish up. But yeah, so the more the guys bump up, the more the car is worn out, and the more potential for crash damages and stuff like that. So it looks like we're getting ready to start, and so I'll pass it over.
Thank you, Frank. We are gearing up for action. The 30-second countdown is on. We're ready to go for the second of our 1/16 finals. Can Candleheart, Liptak, and or Yaromishim do the impossible, do the double transfer? They've got 7 other very fast guys to deal with if they want to do that. They're lining up on their grid spots, Le Mans style. I love this style of starting. We're under starters' orders. In fact, the countdown has paused for a second. There we go, the countdown is now on. I just paused for a second. Here we go. And away we go. We are underway. And already that battle for third is intense. Oh my goodness me. That was a big lunge through the EFRA hairpin on the first lap. And that battle for third straight away picking up. The intensity out here is incredible. You can feel it. A car, though, hasn't made the start. That's the number 10 of Yaromishim. So Alexei Yaromishim, I think, has already lost a lap. Having to start in the pit lane. That'll hurt his chances. I wonder if that's exactly what Frank was talking about. The attrition of having to run a race already, hurting that car. But as it stands, they're running pretty much line astern up front. It's Lars Haugen, Arnold Mathieu, Neil King and Roland Stalder who are leading the way here. So they are, as they qualified for now, the flying Yointman, if you will, is Frank Schwiola, who's moved up to 5th. He got a good start, beating Mikael Fransen down into that position. But otherwise it is as you were for the most part. But again, these guys looking to just be in contention, be in it to win it. And as we've seen already this morning, mistakes could be the key to deciding who goes through and moves up into the 1/8 finals out of this one. So far, Candleheart and Liptak 7th and 8th, so the likelihood of them doing the double transfer seems to be waning here, but we'll track their progress as they go through. For now, we are looking at that all-important third place battle, which is between Neil King, the British driver in the green and white car. You see on the screen, he just hits the rumble strip a little bit. Just headbutts the rumble strip a little bit. That's not what you want. Just loses a little bit of time, but he still protects that third position. And then 4th for Roland Stalder. So that battle is right there on your screen. There, I cannot emphasize enough how close it is, because you can see it for yourself, how close that battle is. Through the EFRA hairpin they go. And up down the back straight into the HP carousel. Slide it right through there into the D'Agostini D. Most of these corners cambered in, so that adds an additional challenge. This track may look technically flat, but I can assure you not much of the actual track surface is flat. There's a lot of camber working, especially up at the carousel there. You can see it banked in there. Come through onto pit straight. We'll have pit stop starting in a couple of minutes or so. But for now, we're happy to stay with this battle because this is where it's all important. Lars Haugen and Arnold Mathieu are leading fairly comfortably there, running line astern. And for now, it looks like Neil King is starting to pull away just a little bit from Roland Stalder. You need to put as much distance as you can between yourself and the guy behind you. But Stalder is he's refusing to be dropped. But Frank, like we saw in the last race, with that battle for third closing up, you want to have as much of a gap as possible, enough of a cushion, so that pressure kind of eases off you, And if you do have a slight mistake or something goes wrong, you've got time in hand.
Oh, we got a crash. Car 3.
Oh, and just as I say that, I can't believe
He's lost
it.
4 spots.
I don't believe it. I didn't know my commentary jinx powers were that good. Just as we were talking about
And
it.
he's off again at the end.
That looks to me like I think that might be race over, Frank. That car does not look, either he's completely out of rhythm or there is something badly off at the handle on that car. Slipping around all over
One
the place.
mistake. I think that was coming off the bumps as well. The bump that we've been highlighting. And obviously, yeah, that's thrown off his rhythm. And that's why he made that second mistake at the end of the straight, I think. But he's lost loads of time now.
He really has. And what I had noticed before that, Frank, was he'd headbutted the rumble strip down at the EFRA hairpin quite hard a couple of times. It just felt to me like he was getting a bit too aggressive early doors. And the irony is now, what was now battle for position between Stalder and King is now, it looks like they're still together on track. They are almost as they were on track, except that King is now a lap behind Stalder. So that was major. So Roland Stalder, who's on screen now, is the third place driver as it stands. We now look for the number 8 of Gerhard Kandelhart.
Leader's just coming to pit.
And we have the leader in the lane. That's Lars Haugen and Arnaud Mathieu have just come in for their pit stops. So they should cycle out first and second. And we are in the middle of a pit stop cycle here, so it'll take a few laps for this all to ring out and see where we're at. But it should conclude with Roland Stalder in the third spot.
Roland's just come out of the pit as well.
So, as it stands, we've got Stalder out there, but Frank Schwiola is now shown in the transfer spot, but I wonder if that's because he has yet to pit. Let's see where Schwiola is on the track. He is the number 6 car. And is that him coming into the lane now? I think that might be. I have a feeling that might have been. And so we'll see. Yes, it was. So Schwiola had jumped up to third briefly by dint of not pitting yet. So we should cycle back round now to have Roland Stalder back into third place, which indeed we do. And fourth now. Now this is interesting. If this is on sequence, if this is legit, this is fascinating because Gerhard Kandelhart, one of the transfers from the previous race, the winner of the 132 final, and one of the transfers up, is now up to fourth spot. I'm curious to see where he is on the track in relation to Stalder, and in fact, I don't think he's that far behind. He's just behind, he's a little bit behind King there. Have we got a spin? That was a spin for the number 10 of Alexei Yaremishian, who's had problems most of the race. So, there is Roland Stalder. Just drop back a couple of cars, Paul, there, King, and I think there, that car going through, is the fourth place car. Now that's the one behind him, actually. It's 2 white cars there. That was Yaremishian going through. That is your number 8. Is your 8th seed car. That's Gerhard Kandelhart. So just to illustrate, ladies and gentlemen, that is the gap, 3rd to 4th. So what was once a battle between Neil King and Roland Stalder is now the battle between Roland Stalder and Gerhard Kandelhart. Frank, we were talking about this. We were talking about the double transfer. For Kandelhart, it might just be on.
It would be a fairy tale moment for sure. Yeah, he's already run about 8 car. So yeah, it would be very good if he can catch up. What sort of gap does he have?
Die ersten 5 Fahrer immer noch in einer Runde mit 31 Sekunden.
Yeah, it's so hard. I was running stuff, so I had been keeping up with where everyone is on track. Yeah, you can't look down for 5 seconds.
No.
It's actually not much of a gap, is it?
It's about half the length of the back straight right now. And Stalder now making his way through a little bit of lap traffic. That's what did for the hopes of Ali in the last race. So that is the situation as it stands. And that gap is closing. The 3rd place battle is just coming up to the HP carousel now. There it is coming through the shot now. The D'Agostini D. That's a good shot actually. That shows you the gap that's there. And Neil King should have been in that battle. But he had that huge off earlier He appears to be back up to speed, but just not happening. It's just not happening for him. He has already lost far too much time to be a player in this one. He has made his way back up to 8th, and he is only a lap behind these guys. There's 5 guys on the lead lap right now, which made me want a burger. Arnaud Mathieu is the leader. Lars Haugen is second. Roland Stolder third. Then Gerhard Kanuhart fourth, looking for that double transfer. And 5th for Mikael Fransen. And King has just had another off. King has just had another off. It has all gone horribly wrong for the British driver. What a shame. He looked like a contender, and he will be so gutted if he ends up packing up and going home early after this race, having had a shot at the 1/8 finals and missed. As we have cars coming in and out of the lane. Arnaud Mathieu has just come in and out. So your 1-2, as we noticed earlier in the race, your 1-2 is fairly consistent as it stands, and those are the guys who don't have much pressure on them. As King makes another mistake there, but actually that works in Kanuhart's favour. No, my apologies, that's the number 1 of Lars Haugen we're following. Quite a few white cars in this race, it's hard to spot. These cars are so quick to the eye, ladies and gentlemen. The camera is doing a good job. The camera is doing a good job tracking them, but it almost can't do justice to how fast these cars are. You have to recalibrate your eyes trying to follow them. That's how quick they are. They are incredible machines and are capable of lapping this MC Ettlingen facility in average to 13 to 14 seconds. Some of the top guys will do sub 13-second laps. As we have another cycle of pit stops here. Cars coming in and out. Cars coming in and out of the lane, cycling in and out. So we have the usual musical chairs as that happens, but Frank Schwiola keeps jumping up here and scaring these guys. Now I wonder if he's on a slightly later fuel strategy than these guys, trying to go a bit longer and hoping to pounce on them at the end of the race. I don't know whether that's the case. Maybe he's running slightly leaner than everyone else, using less fuel. Who knows? It could be one way to guarantee his spot in the 1/8 finals, but I think he's just too far back to make it really work out, even if he can go extra on fuel. It's very hard to tell as we're locked on with Lars Haugen. And not far behind Lars Haugen, actually, is Roland Stalder. And not far behind Roland Stalder is Gerhard Kanuhart. So this is starting to back up rather nicely. One car behind there, one car behind the leader. There he is. There's the 3rd place car, Roland Stalder. And they're all on the same lap. So things are starting to tighten up a little bit here, folks. Arnaud Mathieu, the number 2 car, has got a good lead. But Lars Haugen's second. He's being chased down by Roland Stalder in 3rd. And he himself is chasing him down because he's got Gerhard Kanuhart breathing down his neck. You'll just see Kanuhart just flash by in the back of shot. There he was, just there. There he is, right there. There's your gap 3rd to 4th, and that gap has barely fluctuated throughout this entire race. Now, we already had one tense showdown in the last race. This is another straight fight. I think it's down between Stalder and Kanuhart as to who advances into the 1/8 finals out of this 1/16 A final. Presented to you live on RC Racing TV in association with HP Europe, De Agostini Model Space, and EFRA. We've put on a fantastic event out here, and it's a pleasure to broadcast it to you and watch it unfold. As Stalder now has the same issue that Renato Ali had in the last race, lap traffic, and he gets by very nicely. That's very cool and calm. Neil King helped him out a little bit there, but he just waited. He just waited for the right moment, and it was a case of good timing as well. As we've had a car go off, that's Yaramishian off again over near the EFRA hairpin. So more issues for him. His race never really got going, to be honest, but still then this battle continues. And Stalder has cleared King, and that could be vital in a way because not only has he put more time on himself and his rival, but he's also put a car between himself and his rival, which his rival's now going to have to clear if he wants to progress. So the last round of fuel stops is underway. Now remember, they'll probably be short pitting a little bit, and they'll be going to the end from here once they pitted now. So we continue to watch Stalder as Kanuhart has pitted, I believe. Candlehart has most likely pitted. The number 7 of Emmanuel Comoglio returns to the track, but Stalder continues. I wonder if Schwiola will jump up again and do what he has done on a couple of the pit cycles. But she should move up briefly and then fade again. He's tried to run a few extra laps than everyone else. I don't think that's quite worked out. It was a worthy strategy. Stalder continues. That yellow and blue car just keeps trucking on. It's been very patient this race. It's been very ice cool on what is a warm day out here in Ettlingen near Karlsruhe. Kind of equidistant between Stuttgart and Frankfurt out here in Germany. We've been blessed with gorgeous weather for this entire event. It's warm out on the track, it's warm in the air, but it's cool up in the driver's stand where Roland Stalder is. He has been relentlessly consistent in this race. Absolutely what you need under such high pressure. And right now, for the final pit cycle, he's got a handy gap on Gerhard Candlehart. And I wonder if that's entirely to do, I'm assuming Candlehart has made a stop. It could be that Candlehart's made a mistake. If it was that major, we didn't see it, but I'm going to speculate that Candlehart had or has been pitted and Stalder needs to, because if that's not the case, then Stalder has pretty much got this one made. Stalder coming through the EFRA hairpin. We'll stay on Stalder, and I'll just show you, just to illustrate the point, where Candlehart is in relation. He's coming through the EFRA hairpin now, so that's a good half a lap, at the very least, between the two competitors. And we have ticking down to 5 minutes to go in this 1/16 A final for the EFRA 1/8 scale IC Euros. There we go. Here comes Stalder into the lane. Stalder is in the lane for his final pit stop. It's a splash and then a dash. And he's away. And there's Candlehart. Candlehart's just ahead of him. If this is for position, this just got a whole lot more tense than it already was. Has Stalder just lost the lead in the pit cycle? He has. Not the lead, sorry, the third transfer spot. He has. This is now the battle for position, and it's all over. Surely it's all over for Stalder now. A big mistake and a big crash down in the EFRA hairpin. And what a shame. And that has surely knocked him all asway. It's knocked him all out of whack. Looks like there's some damage on that car, Frank.
Yeah, he's let someone go past, so he knows there's some problem with that car now. That's what happens. We get T-boned on that exhaust side. I believe he spun out and got hit on the left side by the car directly behind him now.
That's the number 5 of Mikael Franzen.
And there is body damage on that number 5, and unfortunately he's had to let him go. So that's the end of his challenge.
For the second both now of the 1/16 finals, we've seen decided in a way by a late mistake. That late in the going, less than 5 minutes to go in either race. And we've seen a mistake, often involving a little bit of lap traffic, although that was more a spin, and then another car could not avoid him. But Roland Stalder, he had this thing made. He had it made, but a slower pit stop than normal. And Frank, I wonder if this comes back to your point about the rhythm. Candlehart appeared to pit a lot earlier, or is that him now in the lane? It is Candlehart in the lane. So how does that now change things? And Candlehart with a half spin down at the EFRA hairpin. Candlehart now coming up to the HP carousel, and he'll be coming through onto the pit straight just now. He's the white car on the pit straight now. I'm coming through your shot right now. There he is. The second of those two white cars is Candlehart. That one. That's Candlehart. And he's made a late stop here. How much that effect will be? Has that now killed this race, Frank? I don't think so. There's still cars coming in and out of the lane, so I don't think this final round of pit stops is over.
No, possibly not. Well, I mean,
That's
some of
it's
these
schnell aus.
cars can only make 4 minutes or 4.5 minutes. And they may be pitting even shorter than that for just for safety's sake, because they don't want to die out on the track with no fuel.
Wo einsetzt, das ist die aktuelle.
Franzen, who was vaguely up there, and he's got some bodywork damage now on that car. He was sort of in contention, but not quite there. Frank Schwiola is once again jumped up. He's the number 6 car, but I think he's just at an instant coming into the pit lane, down in the pit lane entry. We've got cars all over the place. That orange car has just gone. Is the number 2, actually, of Arnaud Mathieu. So the leader now getting into issues. He's all going off here near the end of this race. That's the number 6 car we're looking at. That's Frank Schwiola, who right now is in the transfer spot, but he's smoking a lot and he's had to pull it off to the side. So another contender bites the dust. No one wants
I think
that
Candleheart's just passed him as well on the straight.
Yes, I think he has. So I think that promotes Candleheart back up to
Yep, he's in third now.
third spot. He'll be coming up to the EFRA hairpin now. Now cameraman's found him, very nice. And battle of attrition late in the going. This was calm for about 15 minutes. It was a tense two-way fight. And Roland Stolder is now back up to fourth, but I can confirm he's a long... Is he a long way behind, though? No, I don't think... Stolder is up at the EFRA hairpin now, so he's about a straight between the two of them. If we had longer than a minute to go on the clock, I'd say he had a shot. I don't think he has. If it ends this way, Stolder is going to be kicking himself all the way home. But Candleheart's still in third. Arnaud Mathieu continues to lead this thing. Oh! And then he has a massive flip on the double apex left. He's in the X-ray sign up there. He's embedded in the X-ray sign, coming up to the double apex left. He's right there. There he is, just on the track now. Well, he's given up the lead. And I think he's now just ahead of Candleheart.
That shouldn't matter as long as he doesn't fall behind Candleheart.
Or indeed...
and Mathieu, yeah.
Well, he has fallen to third. Or at least he's just behind... Yes, he is just behind Candleheart. But he has still got a good quarter of a lap or so between himself and Roland Stolder, and he should have car speed on them. Well, he's got 30 seconds to go. No more mistakes. Easier said than done, though, Frank.
Definitely. You can't tell these guys don't make a mistake out on track. There's no guarantees. No guarantees at all.
It's been so tight and so tense. We're coming down into the final 10 seconds then. This is it. This is where we will decide who moves up into the 1/8 finals out of this 1/16 final A. The clock is finished and it is all over. They'll be coming home to complete their final laps. And Gerhard Candleheart has had to survive everything in this race. And at last minute we have a car off.
Matthew's just finished in third. So yeah, that wraps it up.
Arnaud Mathieu has just completed this race. So let's run you through the final positions then, shall we? And what was an absolutely enthralling 1/16 A final. Your final running order in the end then. Lars Haugen kept it clean, kept it solid for most of the race, and is rewarded with a final victory in this 1/16 A final. Gerhard Candleheart has done it. He's done the double transfer. He's gone up from the 1/32 final through the 1/16, and he'll be in the 1/8 final as well. So well done, Gerhard Candleheart. He had to work very hard to get there, mind you. But he's done it. Arnaud Mathieu will be third, and fourth for Roland Stolder. There was only 2 seconds in it in the end there. Stolder was so close. What might have been had he not had that spin down at the EFRA hairpin that was compounded by having a car hit him. Not that car's fault, had nowhere to go. Absolutely nowhere to go, but it was the smallest mistake from Stolder that cost him a chance of going through into the 1/8 finals. Emanuele Comoglio had a quite quiet race. We didn't mention him much, but he ends up coming home 5th after everything is shaken out. Mikael Fransen, 6th in the number 5. Thomas Lichtak, 7th in the 9th seed car. He was one of the other guys who transferred up. Neil King, 8th in the end. And 9th for Alexei Yaramishian. And last, 6th for the number 6 car, Frank Schwiola. Now, I wonder if that was that fuel strategy that we speculated on. I wonder if that went awry. So that's your 1/16 finals done. You thought they were good. We're moving into the 1/8 finals next. The intensity is only going to crank up even further. So whilst we've got a little break in the action here between the rounds, our coverage presented here on RCTV by HP Europe, De Agostini Model Space, and EFRA. We are the official media partners of EFRA. It's our pleasure to bring us great coverage of their events. I'm putting on a fine one out here at the MC Ettlingen facility. This track opened in 1976 and has been playing host to top-level RC racing for many, many years. Has been a showcase for some of the greatest talents in European and world RC racing. Now, of course, you can get involved if you're watching us on the YouTube stream. Hello, thank you very much for tuning in. You won't want to miss anything that's coming up. We've got some fantastic action coming up. Get involved on the YouTube chat. Frank will be watching the comments and reading through them. If you've got any comments or questions, we'll try and answer them as best as possible. The live timing, if you want to follow the live timing we're getting, you can do that on myrcm.ch. That's literally myrcm.ch. And you follow the links to MC Ettlingen. That's where we're at, and that's where our event is. Also, if you're not already, get get involved on Facebook with EFRA and RC Racing TV on the respective Facebook groups. Just search in the top bar on Facebook, just search EFRA, all caps. There you go, that's the EFRA group, which is where we share a lot of our content and a lot of our photos from the event. And the RC Racing TV Facebook group as well, which is a vibrant, kind of lively community of RC enthusiasts just like yourself and RC Racing fans, as well as all of us. We're also involved on there as well. So we've been through the 132nd and the 116 finals. We're now into effectively the 1/8 finals. This will be the 1/8 sub-final B and A. And there's a little bit of a break coming up. Well, we've got a little bit of a break in between as the cars for the 1/8 final line up. And we're really starting to get towards the sharp end of town now in terms of driver talent. Not that we were beforehand. We've seen some top talent already. But we are starting to see some of the big guns from the qualifying heats we saw over the last few days. And they'll be ready. You hear the noise of the engines firing up. They will be ready to start their warm-up anytime soon. So whilst they do that, we'll run you through the starting grid in just a moment. So then here's how the B final in the 1/8 B final will line up. We've got Kyle Branson, British driver, on the pole. Remember when we spoke to him a couple of days ago in the pit walk? He was not feeling confident at all about his chances. He was not happy with the balance of that car. Just wasn't getting a handle on it. And this appears to be a sort of track for perfectionists. If you're spot on in your setup, you'll fly home. If you're not quite there, you will feel the pain of that all day. So we wonder, he will have had a couple of days to work on that car. All those qualifying heats, he'll have had plenty of track time to work on it. And we see then if he can get his car to a spot where he's happy enough. And if he's running off the pole, all he has to do, I say all he has to do like it's the simplest thing in the world. All he has to do, get the pole and log 20 minutes of consistent racing. He shouldn't be under too much pressure from behind. And he should, well, he'll be under all the pressure from behind because this is a highly competitive heat. But if he can keep out in front, then he should have this one made. But as we've seen already this morning, very much easier said than done. Mattia Rinaldi rolls out behind him in second, the Italian driver. Then third is the German, Patrick Schaefer, driving his Shepherd car. Then fourth is Tony Gruber. Fifth for Tim Wood, so a pair of Brits in this race. Sixth for Mirko Salimi, the European B champion, B licensed champion in 2011. So he's got pedigree with these cars, certainly. He has come through the ranks. He'll be one to watch in this one. Anthony Abisset from France will roll off 7th. 8th for Michel Romagnoli. 9th for Marco Vanni. And 10th for Stefan Busch. So those are the three that transferred from the 116B final. So there's your transfers. Those are the guys looking to do the double and keep swinging their way up the ladder, keep climbing the ladder as much as they can, and keep their day going here in Ettlingen for as long as possible. It's going to be easier said than done, but as Gerhard Kandelhart proved in the last race, it's entirely doable. Got a couple of minutes of warm-up still to go. Frank, any stories you want to talk about through as we go through into the 8th finals? The calibre of the driver is really increasing now. How hard does Carl Branson have to work to keep that lead for the race?
Well, I'm not sure what the sort of qualifying gap time, gaps he has to the guys that are in front, behind him. But obviously he's starting in the front, so he should be able to hopefully finish in the top half as long as there's no problems and crashes, etc. Especially as he's lapping cars and stuff. So we will just have to see. Unfortunately, is the answer. I do know that Mark Green also qualified in the other 1/8 final, the A final, which will be follow this race. So those are the two top British hopes. So if you're a British fan, and I know there are several of you on the stream already, including Henry Bennett and a few other guys. So hello to all you racers in the UK. Certainly have tuned in to watch Kyle and Mark do their thing. Kyle's starting in the #1 position in this race. And after this race, obviously, we'll talk about Mark Green a bit. I am enjoying the kid that's right in front of us. Now he's waving a checkered flag, but he was waving a black flag, so which is not a good thing to be waving to cars that you want to be following, because that's telling them you have to go into the pits.
I wonder if he's turning to his dad and going, "Daddy, I've changed my mind. I don't want to race cars. I want to be a marshal." That sounds like fun.
They do get the best pictures.
They do. They really do.
But you have to have a leather hat to do it properly, I suppose.
Yeah, absolutely.
Right, so we are lining up. We've got 20 seconds to go.
We're ready for the start. We're ready to go here in the 1/8 B final. Kyle Branson will be leading this field away off the pole. And as we've seen already, the second or third starter can easily get the jump. Or will it follow the pattern of the previous finals we've already seen? If it's anything like the previous ones, there's no way we can predict this one. Slight pause on the countdown, just making sure everyone is in position on grid straight. On the starter's orders. Here we go. We're down and away. Down and away, and a very good start for Branson. Early doors, and behind them it is largely line astern. Patrick Schaefer will slot into third. Those three white cars leading the field. 1, 2, 3, and then fourth is the 4 car of Tony Gruber, the bright orange car. So Gruber will straight away be gunning for Schaefer there. He cannot afford to let those guys get out of his sight. Neither can the rest of the field, although it appears that Tim Woods, #5, the bright orange car just behind, is the cork in the bottle a little bit there. Because Mirko Salimi's trying to work him over. Salimi in the more pink colour car, there they go through. You can just see those guys, that's 4th, 5th and 6th, and 7, 8, 9, 10 on your screen. And those guys at the back end, they've got a lot of work to do if they want to do the double transfer, but they will have been encouraged by Candleheart being able to do that. And here is your battle for 3rd and 4th then. This is the one to watch. As I say, Branson is starting to make a bit of a lead, and Mattia Rinaldi is trying to go with him and leave these guys behind to scrap for the 3rd and final transfer spot. Schaefer is trying to keep up with the top two because he does not want to fall back further into the clutches of Tony Gruber. Tony Gruber is definitely there, and he's just gapped a tiny bit to Tim Wood in 5th. As I say, Wood feels a little bit like the cork in the bottle, but he's not falling back too much. It's not a huge amount, certainly. And only a couple of minutes in, and everyone's still running, everyone very competitive. This is what we expect, the caliber and the level of competition to ramp up across the day, as it expects they go up through each final and each round. And Branson has a healthy lead already. And now Schaefer is... Schaefer looks more likely to claim 2nd off of Mattia Rinaldi than he is to drop back to 4th. There is the battle for 2nd. The problem that Schaefer has right now, the issue he has, is he feels he's probably faster than Rinaldi, but he cannot afford to be stuck behind Rinaldi, because Rinaldi may well start backing him into Tony Gruber. So Schaefer, I think, is looking for the pass. Oh! Looking for the pass. That was way too aggressive, surely, this early in the race. That was frustration there, although, having said that, Tim Wood has to spawn at the EFRA hairpin. Frank, how do you call that?
That was a very interesting place to attempt to pass on that, especially going over the bump. And now Schaefer's dropping into Gruber's hands.
That could have had the exact opposite effect that he wanted to. It just looked to me like Schaefer was getting frustrated, stuck behind Rinaldi. He could feel the pressure of Gruber, but ironically, he was gapping Gruber. He had space on him, admittedly not much. It can change in a heartbeat here.
And it looks like he's already visibly made up some space on Gruber now, and he's already on the back end of Schaefer.
So luckily, it's... do we have an issue here for Kyle Branson? I can't see him in the lane. No, I can see him in the lane. He's been taken back to the garage. Oh, you're kidding me. Is it all over already for Carl Branson? I think it is. What a shame. So now then,
That puts, is it Gruber and Salemi? The two orange cars going on to the main straight.
yes.
Someone else is pitted, so I think who was at the pitted in front of them?
Well, Branson is definitely out of it. He's now showing 3 laps behind. Someone else is pitting and static in the lane. Who is that?
That's Branson.
Oh, that's Carl Branson trying to rejoin. Oh, what a shame. What a shame. He looked like he got that car working. Another car in, but that looks like a scheduled stop. That's a scheduled stop for the number 9 of Marco Vanni. Yeah. And so the new leader then is Matteo Rinaldi. And the pit stop cycle now beginning. So we just need to give it a few laps to get our bearings together here. As we are watching some of the top 3 cars here. I believe that's Rinaldi we're watching here. It is our leader, Matteo Rinaldi. Michel Romagnoli briefly showing in second. But again, we're cycling through the pit stop, so any number of people would show up in the pits. And in fact, Romagnoli has just pitted. And we have another car in the lane, but a spin in the lane. That's Rinaldi. Just had a little spin in the lane. How badly has that affected him? Well, he's just behind Schaefer now on the track. Tim Wood is up there, but I believe Wood has not pitted yet. If you see that little bright orange car just near these guys. There he is. There's Wood coming in. So that should cycle round Patrick Schaefer to be in the lead of this race. It does. So let's reset then. Schaefer is in the lead of this race, and that should be on pace because he was certainly bearing down on Rinaldi before he tried his Hail Mary at the first corner. But Rinaldi now second, and third position battle has changed yet again because we assumed Tony Gruber would move up, but it looks like Gruber has lost a position in the pits to Mirko Salimi. Salimi now, there you go, there's Salimi coming through the EFRA hairpin. He'll be up to the HP carousel now. There's 2 kind of pink and orange cars going up there. There they go, they're in the D'Agostini D now. There you go, the first of those 2 cars is Mirko Salimi, and I believe that's a track position change rather than a pit position change. But Salimi has certainly been moving up. He was in the very top heats in qualifying, but just always seems to be blighted by a bit of technical issues. But on raw speed, he's up there with anyone out there this weekend, and is proving it. And in fact, he is far from dropping into the clutch of Gruber. He's actually moving up on the back of Matteo Rinaldi. So we could have a battle for second very quickly. Rinaldi has just been harassed by drivers out there all race. That was close. He just bolted out of that one at the last minute. He changed his mind at the final minute and thought, you know what, I don't think that's such a good idea. I'm going to wait a little bit longer. He's got time to be patient, but patience does not exist in race drivers' vocabulary. That was a very nice move, though. That was very good. It certainly didn't look to me like Rinaldi would give up the position. Why would he? That was a battle for position, and it would put him back into third. That was a very nicely executed pass by Salimi. So now what he does, if we drop back just 1 car onto Matteo Rinaldi, there he is. There's Rinaldi, and you see the orange car behind him. That's Tony Gruber. The battle for third is really on, and it is intense as anything. Frank, this must be so frustrating for Gruber. He seems to have spent the whole race in 4th, despite a rotating array of stars in 3rd.
Yeah, the ever the bridesmaid, never the bride is coming to mind. So he must have thought he might have had an easy shoe-in for 3rd with Branson going out, and it looks like Branson has stayed out after attempting to restart in the pit lane. So that's the end of Kyle's run this week. But yeah, Gruber trying to catch up, and is he falling behind now visibly, or?
It's very hard to tell. I think certain laps he does and then he doesn't. Is that a half spin for Rinaldi on the final corner? It was a little half spin.
Yeah, that's a bit of a make up some time there for Gruber. He's a lot closer now.
Yes.
So maybe he can start putting that some mental pressure.
It's going to be so close because the thing is, when those drivers are a long way away from their cars, they'll be watching them, but they'll also see out the corner of their eye their opponent's car just behind them as well. They'll be able to see it. It's like third person driving here. They don't need mirrors or anything. They can see a bird's eye view of their opponent bearing down on them. And Tony Gruber has got to be getting more and more frustrated. There you go. There's the move. There's the move for position. Textbook move at the EFRA hairpin. The slowest part of the track. Probably the best overtaking zone. Frank, that was clean as a whistle.
Yeah, I literally looked away to look at the Facebook group, and by the time I reacted, it was already done. That was it. So, but let's see what Rinaldi. There was a little mistake. Oh, now Gruber goes in the pits.
And we got a lot of cars now starting their second cycle of pit stops now. Salimi's just been in and out of the lane, so that'll provide a bit more interest now. We've seen positions change in the lane. That appears to be where Schaefer got some positions earlier. Remember, he was lapping faster than Rinaldi, but could not pass him. So he used the old F1 trick. Wait till the pit stops, get out when you're in clean air. That's worked as recently as, I believe, Lewis Hamilton in Spain earlier this year. So we are still following Mattia Rinaldi, who is currently the leader. And I think that's because he hasn't cycled around to pit yet. And still he keeps trucking on. It's been a fascinating race for Rinaldi. And Salimi now third. Tony Gruber is fifth. Tim Wood fourth now. So Wood's sort of still in the reckoning. We've got a car off. And the pit exit, the pit entry, sorry. And who is that? Is that Rinaldi? That's Rinaldi. That's not the mistake he would have wanted to have. Now, where does that affect him? He'd have had his regular pit stop. No more problems there. And he's back out. How does that affect him? How does that affect his positions? It'll take a lap or so more because I think Mirko Salimi is yet to pit. And he still doesn't, so he's still going. But Salimi just trying to eke out a few more laps of fuel, keeping his rhythm. He's clearly going very quickly. And Rinaldi on our screens is showing all the way down in 7th. But again, we are in the pit cycle, so we give that a little while to shake out. But I have a feeling he may have dropped some positions. He may have dropped out of the top 3 altogether, which could be a huge body blow to his chance of going through here. And I have a sneaking suspicion, you know, that this pit window has concluded. I don't see anyone else looking to the lane. Salimi's coming round just behind the car we're following right now, which is still Rinaldi. So one car back is Salimi, who is our leader. Mirko Salimi is your race leader as it stands. Patrick Schaefer is second. And it's the bridesmaid in third. Tony Gruber is showing in third position. So Gruber is in third position. We're watching the leader, Salimi. And that error for Mattia Rinaldi appears to be absolutely pivotal because he's now showing 6th place. And then again, Tony Gruber now is off at the D'Agostini D. And is that race over now? Surely not another transfer contender falling by the wayside. But I don't see that car returning to the track. I think it's terminal for Tony Gruber. What a shame. He finally got there. Finally got into the transfer spot. Only to have it whipped away from him again. What this does mean, though, is that Michel Romagnoli, the number 8 car, that's the bright yellow car that's coming up to the EFRA hairpin now and round it, up to the double apex left. There he is on your screen. He is now the 3rd place driver. Oh, massive hit over at the HP carousel. Sorry, just off camera. Nearly took out one of the marshals. I don't know if that was Mattia Rinaldi. We'll just see the car going off now. That was Mattia Rinaldi. So further disaster for Rinaldi. Sorry you didn't see that on the camera. It was at the other end of the track, but he flipped the HP carousel and almost smacked one of the marshals in the face, which he had to be alert there. And so he got Rinaldi's car back in the race, but Rinaldi slipping down the order further as we continue to watch our 3rd place car, Michel Romagnoli. He's quite some distance behind Patrick Schaefer right now as Mirko Salimi makes what should be his final stop of the race. Final round of pit stops concluding now. We're going through now. Michel Romagnoli for the 2nd final in a row. We could be seeing the double Guzzo here. The double transfer as he comes in the lane, as does the car behind him. I think that's Rinaldi. He's beaten a battered car. And no, that's the number 7 car, my apologies, of Anthony Abasset. And that is actually a battle for position. Yes, that now. That's where things get interesting now, folks. The car directly behind him in the pit lane is Anthony Abasset. And let's just see how the pit stops cycle out here, but that could be a battle for position here. That's what is showing out on my screen. So the car we're tracking, you'll just see a white car just come in and out of shot. There it is. That's Anthony Abasset. And that is your transfer position battle now. Mirko Salimi and Patrick Schaefer are now clear on their own lap. They are on their own lead lap. And now we have a battle for third that is on. But Romagnoli has just done the very clever thing of moving past Marco Vanni, putting a lap car between himself and any opposition. Very, very smart move. And indeed, I think Anthony Abasay is a few cars back now. Yes, he is a few cars back. He's at least got... he's actually got, I think, Mirko Salimi between the two of them. So he's got the leader between the two of them. So it shouldn't be in the way much in terms of speed. I've just seen Patrick Schaefer's car come in and out of the lane. And in fact, a little half spin there, just on the entry to the EFRA hairpin for Abasay. That'll hurt his run. That'll hurt his issues. And we're just having a little word with Kyle Branson, who's just walked down here, shaking his head. He can't believe it. We'll give him a word to speak. Well, we've got a car pulled off to the side on the main straight. Who's that? Was that Abasay? That was either Abasay or not Romagnoli, Mattia Rinaldi. So it's hard to tell there. We'll see who's still on the track. We've got cars spinning all over the place. A spin for Romagnoli now. Oh, and another spin. What's happening with Romagnoli's car? Surely he's not going to be the latest to bin it, to throw it away. Let's just watch his car briefly. It's all about keeping your head while everyone else is losing theirs. And who's that up behind him? The car just went past him. Is that the number 10 of Stefan Busch? I don't think it is. No, that was the 9 who's Marco Vanni, who's a lap behind. But Romagnoli's car swaying all over the place. And in fact, it's shown as Anthony Abasay has moved through. Now that doesn't surprise me one bit. Romagnoli's car was all over the place, and Anthony Abasay is now shown as in third spot. Romagnoli now shown down in fifth, and his race is just going from absolute bad to worse. So Anthony Abasay just coming up to the EFRA hairpin now. There he is, the white car there. There is your current third place car. I say current because we've still got 4.5 minutes to go, and that's an absolute eternity in this race, Frank.
Yeah, I've been watching Romagnoli. He's been doing pirouettes all around for the last lap and a half. He just keeps going off, and he's lost his fourth place position to Busch. So he's just dropping down the order pretty much. So now it's going to be Busch trying to catch Abasay.
Yeah, and well, I give him an 8.5 for style, but not much in terms of pace. He's off again. And he's pulling into the lane, so I think that'll be race over for Romagnoli.
Yeah, pretty much. And speaking of, just had a quick chat with Kyle Branson, who at the start of this race, he told me that his steering silver was basically gone. From the very start of the race, the steering was just wandering, and when he finally did pull it off, it just would not turn the wheels on, even on the bench. So that was it for Kyle's race. Unfortunately, he's already a spectator.
That is so unfortunate for Kyle Branson, one of the British hopes out here this weekend, but technical issues can blind even the best of them as we have a final round of pit stops. And Stefan Busch now joining the spin club. He's shown up in fourth though, so does anyone want this third spot? Anthony Abasay is asking. It appears not many people do, as he's got it comfortably for the moment. As he continues on, the number 7 car. We should have maybe the odd fuel stop now left, but most people should have completed their stops for this race. And as it stands, Abasay is in front of Stefan Busch by what looks like a good half a lap. There is at least half a lap between third and fourth right now. First and second has changed hands again between Salimi and Schaefer. Schaefer is now about 4 seconds up on Mirko Salimi now, but that is not really what matters. Those two safely through them by the looks of it. Schaefer and Salimi have looked like the two quickest guys in this 1/8 B final by some distance as the car comes into the pit lane. Just out of shot, I think that might be... That is the number 9 of Marco Vanni. But the top two, pretty much, we can confidently say are a lock. As Salimi's just been in and out of the lane. Now, how does that change his position? Do we have more fuel stops to go at the end here? But Salimi, I think, has just come out in third. But the fact remains he still has a very comfortable advantage over Stefan Busch. In fact, Salimi had just pitted, but he had a lap on Abasay, so he remains second for now. Schaefer on his own lap. Mirko Salimi a lap behind, and Abasay now on the same lap, roughly, as Salimi. But all the while, this happening quite a way ahead of Stefan Busch in fourth, Frank.
Yeah, we have a commenter on the YouTube stream. He must be watching us here in the pits. He's saying that Romagnoli's been having front belt problems, so that's why he's dropped down the order.
That'll be the issue there, and that'll explain the complete lack of handle on that car. We knew he wasn't just putting on a show for the fans, he was here to win, so that had more deeper issues going through there, and attrition's starting to play more and more of a thought. I wonder, Frank's coming back to your point earlier about the attrition of going through those earlier finals. Did that affect Romagnoli's cars, do you think?
Possibly. I mean, certainly, you know, if he got a stone in either of the front belts that lead to the front wheels, yeah, then definitely, you know, that could have, or, you know, if it was just starting to be a bit wary, just start to wear a bit in his last run, and then it finally broke. Because these cars, if the front belt breaks, it's only rear-wheel drive, and they're not set up to be rear-wheel drive. They're meant to be four-wheel drive cars, so it just becomes impossible to drive for these guys. So that's why we saw him. He basically was just the dragster, just spinning around on the rear wheels.
Yeah, it looks completely undrivable. Now, what you just saw on your screen there, by the way, was Anthony Abasai being passed by Mirko Salimi. That wasn't a battle for position. Salimi was already ahead. That was just a lapping Abasai, so that's why you saw Abasai pull aside. Abasai still has, I mean, the best part of half a lap, at the very least, between himself and his nearest rival, Stefan Busch. So this one coming up to a fairly confident conclusion then. We've had a lot of drama. We've had a lot of guys almost not wanting that final transfer spot. But as we count down into the final 10 seconds then, it looks like Patrick Schaefer will take victory in this 1/8B final and will progress along with Mirko Salimi and Anthony Abasai. And I must say that Patrick Schaefer and Mirko Salimi, two very, very strong drivers and have been the class of this field. Not to take anything away from Anthony Abasai at all, but I wonder if those two will be able to move on up and do the double themselves.
Yeah, we'll have to see if who was it in the last? I can't remember the guy's name. So much has happened in this race. I already forgot the name. Yeah, Candleheart. So we'll have to see if someone can replicate what he was able to do in the 1/8 final A.
So here's your final rundown then of that 1/8B final. And the three men progressing forward will be Patrick Schaefer, Mirko Salimi and Anthony Abasai. Patrick and Mirko both incredibly quick in that race, supremely fast. Had they had enough pace to beat Carl Branson? I wonder. We'll never know now, unfortunately. But also problems for Matteo Rinaldi sidelined him, but Schaefer and Salimi looked like they had an edge on those guys anyway. So they progress, and Anthony Abasai is the man who was in the third spot when the music stopped in the end. Stefan Busch could not do enough to move up, and he is in fourth. Tim Wood fifth in the end. Marco Vanni sixth. Matteo Rinaldi down in seventh. Michel Romagnoli, look at this bottom three here. Michel Romagnoli, Tony Gruber and Carl Branson, all major contenders for that transfer spot, but they'll all be packing up and going home early. And that is the drama and unfortunate circumstance of these knockout formats. And we've got another one coming right up. We've got the A final for the 1/8 round coming up very shortly here on RC Racing TV. Our coverage presented to you by HB Europe, Dagstini Model Space and EFRA. And as Frank's been saying, get in touch on the YouTube chat, get in touch and enjoy watching our stream. For those who are already watching, thanks very much for locking in. We'll have plenty of great racing for you across the day. If you've not been convinced already, I don't quite know how to please you these days, as you can just see us in sound and vision now, as our cameraman has found us on the camera. So it's myself, Adam Johnson, on the left of shot, and then Frank McKinney on the right of shot, and Paul Bateman hiding behind the camera currently. So
you're right up there, Paul. trying to get the thumb.
He's giving us the thumb. He'll be trying to take a selfie with that thing in a minute. So us three and the whole of the RC Racing TV team out here bringing you all the action. And remember, you can get in touch with both EFRA and ourselves on Facebook. Join the groups over there. Get in touch. Join the discussion. Join the chat. We love the enthusiasm. We love the knowledge of this scene and the drivers and fans involved in it. It's fantastic to watch. And it's fantastic to read. Remember the schedule coming up. We'll go through the 8th finals. There's a little break between each round. We'll go through the 8th finals. And then effectively the quarterfinals, as it will, and then we'll have a break. And it's during that break that you'll get to see my pit walk from yesterday, my chat with the drivers involved in the Super Pole, as well as the top qualifier. So those are the guys you'll see in the semi-finals and the final you'll see Simon Kurzbuch, who is our top qualifier and a lock for the final. You'll also see Robert Piech, who took victory in that Super Bowl session, a frenzied, incredibly tense Super Bowl session. If you haven't seen it yet, it is up on our YouTube channel, opening on a separate tab along with this stream if you want to. But it is a fantastic spectacle, a great race, a great session, if you will, and something new for the series, and I hope we see it for many years to come in RC Racing TV, because it was a magnificent spectacle. And we also spoke to the other guys involved, Gilles Groschkamp, Dario Balestri, and Lars Hoppe, also involved in that session. A lot of talk about track conditions. There was a little break between the last round of qualifying and then that Super Bowl session. So a lot of guys talking about how that affected the track. Was it dusty? Had people been walking on the track during the break? Who quite knows? Either way, it threw everything up in the air and it made things incredibly unpredictable, which is exactly what we liked. And some of the gaps in qualifying, some of the gaps in that Super Bowl session, the gap between third and fourth in that Super Bowl session, 1,000th of a second. I think that's faster than the time it takes to switch a light on. Honestly, that is quicker. And in the end, the whole of the Super Bowl field, all 4 drivers separated by less than 0.2 of a second, well less than 0.2 of a second. And it was an incredible session. So our pit walk will be featured during that little break between the quarter and the semi-finals. And you'll be able to get our thoughts, or get the thoughts of the drivers involved, and see them in action later on in the semi-finals. And then the big one, the one you'll have all been waiting for, the main final. And that'll be coming up later on at 16:45, 4:45 Central European time. So subtract an hour if you're in the UK. And it'll be at 16:45 sharp. We'll be out for the grand final of the EFRA 1/8 scale IC Euros 2015. Will it be Dario Balestri defending his crown? Will Robert Piech add another trophy to his already gargantuan trophy cabinet? Will it be a return to form for Gilles Groschkamp, the 2013 champion? Or will it be a brand new name on the trophy? You will find out in several hours' time. And until then, we are on our way to finding out some of the people who will be involved in those semi-finals as people try and climb the ladder, move through these qualifying rounds, and make it to the very end, make it to the sharp end, make it to that grand final nearer the end of the day. As the cars for the A final, the 1/8 A final, now starting to line up on the track and getting ready to roll out for their warm-up session. So now I feel will be a very good time to take you through the starting grid for this A final in the 1/8 round. Marcus Lindner, will be leading them out on the pole, ahead of Mark Green, the other major British hope out there. It all came apart for Carl Branson and Tim Wood in the last race, so it is now up to Mark Green to fly the flag for Team GB, if he can. And he's got a lot of hard work ahead of him, because Stephen Kuipers will be rolling off third, right behind him. Fourth will be Claudio Codazzi. Fifth for Gunther van Stey. Sixth will be Timo Schroeder, who is an incredibly quick guy, one of the very fastest out there. Seventh for Remy Hasler. As I say, we're really getting towards the sharp end of proceedings now. Eighth for Lars Haugen. Ninth for Gerhard Kandelhardt. And 10th for Arnaud Mathieu. Now, those are your 3 transfers from the 1/16 finals. And Gerhard Kandelhardt, remember, has already transferred twice. He's already made it all the way up from the 1/32 finals. So his adventure continues. Can he go for the triple? Can he do it 3 times back to back? I'm not sure that has... I can't remember if that has happened before in RC racing. It's a very, very rare thing to see the triple bump up. That's what he'll be gunning for. He'll believe that if he can do it once, he can always do it again and again. How much further can the adventure go for Gerhard Kandelhardt, the Austrian? We will see. He's got an incredibly competitive field. If he thought he had his work cut out in the last heat, he's going to have to find speed that he did not think possible in this one. They're still running around on their warm-up at the moment. They'll get a few minutes of warm-up and then they'll come around and be under starters' orders. So Frank, I mean, what goes through your mind when you're trying to warm up like this, when you're going through? Is it just a sort of mental preparation, or is it a case of, it doesn't even matter what the race is, I'm just getting in rhythm with the track?
Well, it's more about just making sure the engine settings are right and nothing is critically bad with your car. Actually, just trying to see if we can spot Kyle, who I thought was behind us somewhere, but we can ask one of the top guys directly. But yeah, it's I mean, the temperature changes even from the last time that all the bump up guys ran. The temperature on the track will have gotten a little bit different. Obviously, everyone's running the same car, the same tires. So there's nothing they can change there. There's not really going to be any setup changes being made. So it is critical to get the engine performance exactly perfectly spot on. If you remember during the Super Pole that we had yesterday, the first couple of laps during the warm-up, the engine sounded very rough until they got to their proper working temperature. And then after that, they started sounding like you would expect them to sound. It's very smooth and revving very, very high and shifting at the right time. So basically, they're just getting everything warmed up properly, and then the mechanics, as they're doing right now, they're doing a final top up of fuel and getting everyone out on the track.
We are ready to go. We're into the final 20-second countdown then. This to decide who moves forward into the 1/4 finals, i.e. the quarterfinals of the EFRA 1/8 scale IC Euros 2015. These guys have an outside shot of being European champion. They're going to have to do it the hard way. And as Gerhard Kandelhardt, rolling off 9th, can he do the unthinkable? Can he transfer 3 times back to back? It is time to find out. And was that a jump stop? That was a jump stop from Markus Lindner. And he paused, and then the field got away. We've also had a flip down at the EFRA hairpin. That's the number 4 car, Claudio Cordazzi. So it's all happening on this first lap. So a jump for Markus Lindner. And then
he hasn't been called in for a penalty yet, though.
Well, I wonder whether he stopped and then started at the same time as everyone else. I assume they say that he didn't get that much of an advantage. Certainly by the lead he's got, that looks kind of a normal lead to me that you'd have off the start. So I wonder if they've been many lenient. We'll have to see if the referee calls him in for a penalty. There's still a few laps to do that. But as it stands, Markus Lindner, despite that creep on the line, leads the way from Mark Green in the bright orange car, second. Third for Stephen Kuipers.
Mark is looking keen.
Mark is looking very racing.
There he goes.
There he goes into the lead. And Mark Green is looking to take this race by the scruff of the neck. And if anything, Markus Lindner is becoming a little bit of a cork in the bottle, because now Stephen Kuipers is trying to work his way through. We've had a 2-car incident in the final corner. Just off camera, it's all happening here. The intensity is just absolutely off the scale here. And that was a half spin for Markus Lindner, who's now fallen back, I think, out of the transfer spots. We've also got issues for the number 8 of Lars Haugen. He's been in and out of the lane early. That's far too early to be on schedule.
Number 8 was one of the cars that crashed. So he's a full lap down now.
That would explain it. So as it stands, let's reset a little bit. Our leader, Mark Green, in the bright orange car, is going through the HP carousel now and into the D'Agostini D. There he is, that bright orange car. He is your leader. We've got another car off at the EFRA hairpin, right in front of our commentary position. That was the number 7 of Remy Hassler. There you go, you just see it rejoining, right in front of our commentary position. Mark Green leads them, the last remaining British hope. But he's out in front, and he looks to have taken firm control of this race. He wants to take his destiny in his own hands. And Stephen Kuipers is aiming to go with him. And those two are trying to bolt from the rest of the pack. Third on the road is Gunther van Stee, who's moved up from the 5th starting spot, and he's just behind these guys. You see the little blue and orange car between them. That's the lap car of Remy Hassler. Just behind him is the white car. That's your 3rd place runner, Gunther van Stee. And in fact, he has now cleared that lap car very nicely. And in fact, Markus Lindner, your pole sitter, has fallen to 4th and is the best part of half a straightaway behind. So, Frank, I wonder if there was a little bit of psychological drama playing at the start of that race. A little bit of issues with that just creep on the line. Maybe that got in his head a little bit.
It's hard to say. I mean, if it were me, I would have made it clear to the referees that I wasn't trying to get an advantage. And he did start with everyone else, although about a meter ahead of his starting box. And obviously they haven't called him in for a penalty. And they probably figure him dropping down to 4th is penalty enough.
Yeah, it feels that way. I think they've used some common sense penalising there, and I like that attitude really. Really only penalise if you really have to. There's no need for them otherwise. And a drive-through at this point would have felt like pointless, really. He didn't gain that much of an advantage. And to be honest, the flagman dropped the flag at that time, and I think he misinterpreted that as the start. He didn't wait for the klaxon, so that's why he crept and then stopped. So it was interesting to note.
Well, I'm just noticing that our hero of the day, Gerhard Kandelhart, he's not far behind that number one that crept forward on the line. So we'll see if Gerhard can catch up to Marcus.
He is. You're absolutely right. He is not that far behind. And we are following the third place car of Gunther van Stee right now. That's exactly where we need to be. That is the action spot. A little bit further back, though, is Marcus Lindner. Marcus Lindner coming through the Diagostini D now. There he is coming into shot. Now that car there. And he'll be up at the EFRA hairpin right about now. And out again, heading up the back straight. He's at the HB carousel. And into the Diagostini Ds. That white car there on your screen right there is the first of those two is Marcus Lindner. Second in that line is the number 8 of Lars Haugen, who's lost time early, so he's not in this race. But the next car behind them is Gerhard Kandelhart. And the triple Guzzo is on. It's incredibly unlikely, Frank. I mean, it rarely ever happens, if ever, but you can't say there's not a chance of it.
We have seen it happen before. Haven't seen it happen too much in this class of racing, but I was just going to say that I noticed Mark Green had a small spin in the pits before he got his refueling. So that will have cost him a few seconds.
That will indeed. And there is Mark Green, the orange car just in front. The car we're following now. There he is.
And a couple of cars ahead of him is the number 1 of Marcus Lindner, who doesn't look like he's pitted yet.
Yeah, I'm going to.
And he's coming in now.
Yes, he is. Yeah, I was going to say I don't think he's pitted yet. Either that, or it was a phenomenal gain in track position. But so Mark Green looks like he'll hold on to his lead for now, despite that mistake. And we've got some ferocious scrapping here. Back near through the EFRA hairpin, but a lot of it is traffic at the moment. You're not quite sure who you're racing right now until the pit stop cycle has completed, and I think most of them have cycled through now. And as it shakes out, Green continues to lead. He retains his lead. Gunther van Stee, the white car just behind him, is now in second, so good job there. And third, you might just see him in the back of shot, is the pink car of Steven Kuipers. There he is. There's your third place car of Steven Kuipers. Fourth now is the number 10 of Arnaud Mathieu, which is a great turnaround for him. And once again, it'll be the double Guzzo for him. The double push-up is on, but there is a significant gap between third and fourth right now. So the top three close together, but they all have a good gap on fourth. So, Frank, I mean, I know race drivers, they are powered by adrenaline. They want to win. They want to go for it, and they don't always think this clearly in the heat of battle. But now, they all just sort of looked at each other and went, if we hold this together,
yeah, well, it's not like a MotoGP race where you can tap your butt and just say, hey, follow me. There's no talking. These guys generally aren't going to be talking on together on the.
No.
First of all, because they're all from different countries, and
in fact,
they have different sponsors as well. So they're not too interested in just saying, "Hey, follow me," or wanting to stick behind. Generally, so they're all just racing for themselves.
I was going to. It's something that would make sense to us, but for a race driver, it's all about P1. And just as we said that theory was completely blown out of the water by Steven Kuipers making the move on Gunther van Stee. So he's not interested in holding any sort of position, especially if it's third. That's the one closest to that trap door. So he moves up second, gives himself a little bit of space. Gunther van Stee now falling to third, and he's losing touch with the top two just a tiny bit. But he's still got a very good gap on fourth spot. Yeah,
there's still more than half the race remaining, so he might be able to. Hopefully, for him, keep the number 10 of Mathieu way behind him as he is now. But it looks like he might be falling back into Mathieu's hands.
Yeah, there is a little bit of that, because if we're staying on Gunther van Stee. Pun not intended, honest. Steven Kuipers is there in second. Gunther van Stee is there in third. So we're staying on these two. But just to give you an illustration, ladies and gentlemen. Arnaud Mathieu. Oh, we got a car upside down there at the D'Agostini D. That's the number 4, I think, of Claudio Codazzi. And that was the car that was upside down there. So we've got cars coming into the pit lane. Second round of pit stops underway.
He's holding up the number 1 car of our
Lindner.
pole position man, Lindner. Yeah. and now Lindner has just gotten past him.
So the pit window now open again. I mean, there is no formal pit window, but the second cycle of pit stops is underway. You see these guys getting fueled up as quickly as possible and back underway, but they have to make sure they have enough fuel in the car for that. And as they come out of the lane there, that's Steven Kuipers, and he is right there with, I think, is that Arnaud Mathieu? I think that is Arnaud Mathieu, who is now coming into the pit lane. So there was a brief moment where they were very close together on the track, but Mathieu now in the lane for his own service, and he returns back into the action. So as the pit stop cycle through, it still looks like Green has control of this race from the front in the bright orange car. We are tracking Arnaud Mathieu now, who could be the game changer. He's the man on the outside looking in. He is the man looking for that final transfer spot. He's not been able to get it yet, but he has still got well over half of this race to go, Frank. He'll still feel like he's got every chance. In fact, he's going to feel like he's got a chance even with 10 seconds to go.
Yeah, there is always a chance that the driver in front of you may crash, spin, get hung up in traffic or anything else, or just have a bad outlap and lose several seconds going off the grass and coming up back onto the track with dirty tires. So there's every chance. That's why even if you're in last place, you want to keep running just in case there's plenty of attrition out in front.
We've seen already the unpredictable nature of these racing as our leader Mark Green has just lapped Gerhard Kandelhardt up at the HP carousel. We are still tracking Mathieu, who's actually fallen to 5th. I wonder if that's because Marcus Lindner has yet to pit. If that's for position, then that changes things slightly in the battle for 3rd. Let's just pick up, if we can, Gunther Van Stey. Van Stey is coming around into the EFRA hairpin now, and he'll be up to the HP carousel any minute now. Paul, he'll be right up there. It'll be that white car at the end of the line there. In fact, I think that's Marcus Lindner who is in the lane. So Lindner is now in the lane. That would explain why he's moved up to 4th ahead of Arnaud Mathieu. So there's Mathieu going through. Oh! An incident there in the lane where Lindner, surely that must count as an unsafe release. It was dropped right on Lars Haugen's body. So a little bit of a kerfuffle in the pit lane there. But both guys back on the way. No lasting effects. Although I think Lindner has just come back in the lane. He's served a penalty. So there's a penalty there for Marcus Lindner. And a drive through the penalty. That must be for an unsafe release, Frank.
Yeah, I would say so. I mean, Josef and Javier up there on the, they're right next to Paul on the camera. So they have literally a bird's eye view. The same view that we see from our main moving camera there is the view that we have 2 referees up on the stand, and they talk directly to the drivers, and the drivers, there is absolutely no appeal process or anything like that. If they say you have to come in for a stop and go, you come in for a stop and go, or your race is ended.
No questions asked. No arguments. What they say is final, and to be honest, they always make the right decisions up there. They're very good at their calls up there. Right up there on the camera stand. They have the best view in the house, as we do, as Paul, our cameraman, does up there. And let's use that view, shall we, to look back in with our 3rd place runner, Gunther Van Stey, who's just coming up to the HP carousel now. In fact, actually, I think we're already following him. He's 1 step ahead of me. Very nice job. No, he's right there, coming through down the main straight. There we go. It's the second of those white cars in line, I think. There's a lot of white cars in this heat. Yes, he's the second of those 2 white cars in line. There he is. There's your 3rd place runner, Gunther Van Stey. Oh! And he's now upside down. He is yet again.
The ultimate commentator's curse.
My commentator's curse game is strong today. It's almost too strong. I feel bad.
He's lost 3rd to Mathieu now. He started in 10th.
He's now in the lane as well.
Yeah, that might be it for Van Stey there. Oh no, there is just checking over the body, making sure nothing's rubbing on anything else, and he's off again. But he's definitely lost a position or 2.
Yeah, well, as you said, you've always got to be in it to win it, and things can change in an absolute heartbeat here, as has just been demonstrated time and time again. These finals, time and time again, have been anything if unpredictable. And we now look, so Steven Kuipers is your man in 3rd. Bearing in mind we've got pit stops to cycle through as well. But Arnaud Mathieu, from the outside looking in, is now well up into 2nd place. That is a great job there, as we're tracking now Steven Kuipers, who's the 3rd place car. Now, Kuipers' main opponent is Marcus Lindner, who is now playing himself back into contention. Although there is a good half a lap between the 2 cars. But again, that is absolutely nothing around here. With the mistakes we've seen, with the little errors we've seen at times, that could reduce to nothing in a heartbeat. And in fact, I like Mark Green's strategy. He powered into the lead early doors and sodded off effectively. He has wanted nothing to do with any of these skirmishes going on behind him. He has wanted to have the easiest race possible. And so far, I don't want to curse anyone else out here. So far, that plan has gone very effectively. So Kuiper's now showing second. And I believe that was probably the last pit stop from Arne Mathieu, who has prompted that. So Kuiper's now in second in the bright pink car. And the third place car will just be coming up to the EFRA hairpin now. If you just hold there for a minute, Paul, it'll come into shot any minute now. Any second now, rather. Right there, there's Arne Mathieu. So there's your third place car. And it's hard to say, but Frank, I think Marcus Lindner is just gaining a tiny bit on him. He's running out of time in it, but we've still got 5.5 minutes to go here. We've seen things can change so quickly.
There's still a pit stop window to happen,
That's
and a bad pit stop or a flame out in the pits or a bad outlap, anything can happen.
Well, we've already seen Lindner have issues in the pit lane with that penalty for an unsafe release, so that will have hurt his challenge. How frustrating must he be right now? He must be feeling like if he hadn't had that penalty, he would be right up there in contention, but you can't afford to let frustration get in the way when you're out there and you're driving. You've just got to focus on the here and now. You can leave the what-ifs to the end of the race, and if you do your job well, those what-ifs will evaporate before your eyes. So Mark Green is leaving nothing to chance. He continues to lead here, and he's actually coming up to put a lap on the third place runner, Arne Mathieu. So Mathieu should be careful enough here to let him through. He's got plenty of time on Marcus Lindner, or has he? Well, he did. He did have a gap on Marcus Lindner, which is now expanded because Lindner is in the lane. I've had a spin on the inside of the D'Agostini D. Got a car in trouble at the inside of the D'Agostini D.
That was Kadazi, who's been having a loose gurney flap for most of the race so far. So he's being run back into the pits.
So Claudio Kadazi, his race over pretty much for good now, which is a real shame. But so we still have, I think we've pretty much completed the very final round of pit stops now. So we should be just about there or thereabouts. And what we have on the track now will be accurate. So Mark Green then, still running just behind Arne Mathieu. But Mark Green is your leader. He's on a lap by himself pretty much. Stephen Kuipers is on the tail end on that lap, or about half a lap behind. Arne Mathieu just ahead of the leader. He's your third place driver. As Mark Green comes into the lane now for a pit stop. That should be all good. Although it's taking a little bit longer than he'd want. But Green is back out and underway. Safely as you like. Arne Mathieu also in. He comes in for what will likely be his final stop. And we'll have a very much clearer idea of who is where. Stephen Kuiper is also in the lane. We're still following Arne Mathieu as he goes up towards the HP carousel. Sliding things back in the rear end and a little bit through there. And then through, so he will have completed his final stop for the day. And he is still safely in third place. Mark Green still continues to lead this thing. The gap between him and Stephen Kuipers has closed up considerably. But they will be close together. They will know that they've got a handy advantage over Arne Mathieu. And now what I want to know is the gap between Mathieu and Gunther van Stey, who's our fourth place car. The answer is about half a lap to 3/4 of a lap. There's a good... So Arne Mathieu is there. And we keep tracking him until the end of this thing. He is in the important spot. He is in the push-up spot. The bump-up spot. And he has a handy advantage over Gunther van Stey. Nothing is guaranteed in RC racing, as you've seen already, ladies and gentlemen. Nothing at all is guaranteed. But Arne Mathieu has a healthy cushion. And Frank, we've been talking about relaxing the whole race, or the pressure, the extreme mental pressure that these drivers are going through right now. For Arne Mathieu, he's got about half a lap advantage. Without someone breathing down your neck, that means you can manage your race home. He doesn't need to push the issue here.
No, and his mechanic will likely be telling him, you got several seconds ahead of the guy behind. Don't worry about it. Just keep driving. Just keep driving. And the mechanic is, they're watching their drivers' cars more closely and more intently than we ever could. And they'll know if you're starting to miss apexes or brake a little bit too early or too late. So and he'll be able to tell, just shout up, you know, look, calm down, it's fine, it's fine. So you know, it's sort of a verbal pit board, if you will, for these guys. You know, someone down there, the only voice that they're listening to is their mechanic and possibly the referee.
Those are the only two voices that the driver really needs to hear throughout the race, and if he's lucky, he won't need to hear the second one. And Arne Mathieu then continues to plug away. He's got a minute and a half to go before he manages to do the double bump up himself. We've been talking about this so far. We've seen two guys already do double bump ups. Gerhard Kandelhardt was trying for the triple bump up, but he's mired down in 6th and 2 laps away from the lead too. So the first 2 cars on track are 2 laps ahead. So that is looking more and more unlikely by the lap, even in the unpredictable world of RC racing. But Arne Mathieu has driven a very solid race, a very comfortable race, and has slowly worked his way up from the very back of the grid, let's not forget. From the very back end of the grid, he's worked his way right up into the transfer spot and be fairly secure in that position as well. And if you drop 1 car back from him, from Arne Mathieu, we find our lead 2. So that nicely illustrates the gap. There's Mark Green, our leader, who has pretty much controlled this race from the front the whole way through. We're into the final minute here, and he has led almost lights to flag. He obviously didn't start pole, but he disposed of the pole sitter Marcus Lindner early on with a great pass. And from there on out, he has controlled this race, controlled his own destiny, and has made sure that no pit stop shenanigans, no incidents with lap cars, nothing gets in his way of moving up into the quarterfinals out of this 1/8A final. And Steven Kuipers has largely tried to go with him and has tried to hang on to his coattails, and I think that strategy has worked as he's stuck with him, and it looks like those two will be the safe progressors through. This should be their final lap now, coming through as the clock ticks down to 0. This will be a triumphant run for Mark Green, a British champ and one of the top British guns out here this weekend in Ettlingen in Germany, and he goes through as a dominant winner of the 1/8A final. Steven Kuipers will come home 2nd, and a 3rd to be in the end for Arne Mathieu. So he will do the double bump up and move up into the 1/4 finals. So here is your final rundown and results from that intriguing 1/8A final. Mark Green, dominant winner in the end there. Well, he was only a second or 1.3 seconds ahead of Steven Kuipers at the end of the race there, but he had the race comfortably in his grasp for most of it and assures his passage through confidently. Steven Kuipers goes through in 2nd, the 3rd seed, and then 3rd there, doing the double bump up, is Arne Mathieu. Drove a very solid race, had a lot of opposition from Gunther van Stey and Marcus Lindner, as well as Gerhard Kandelhardt, but he was able to stave off their advances and move his way through. Van Stey ends up coming home 4th, 5th for Marcus Lindner. Disappointment from the pole sitter, he'd have wanted better out of that one. Gerhard Kandelhardt 6th, comes up agonisingly short in his quest to go for the triple bump up. But this is where his journey ends. He's already done 2 bump ups, so he's done very well, progressing out of the 132nd final bracket and moving up and doing well. This is where his day ends though. Lars Haugen comes home 7th, Timo Schroeder 8th, and then we had the guys who had some mechanical issues during the race, Claudio Codazzi and Remy Hassler. So that concludes action from the 1/8A final, and we'll be onwards in a little while into the 1/4 B final. We're up towards the quarterfinals. We are getting towards the sharp end at a very fast rate of knots, ladies and gentlemen. Do not go anywhere.
So, die Fahrer bzw. die Helfer sortieren sich hier unter den Fahrern ein.
All right, so another massively exciting race. Not as much carnage as in the race previous, but anyway, still quite exciting. So again, we'd like to remind everybody that we are RC Racing TV. I am Frank McKinney, who the commentator you've been listening to is Adam Johnson, here joining us on his 2nd trip for RC TV. On the camera is Paul Bateman, and we are brought to you by EFRA. We are the official EFRA media partner for the European Federation of Radio Automobiles, and we are also brought to you by HB Europe, who are represented here this weekend by Adrian Bertin, 2-time world champion, former European champion in various classes and world champion in electric touring car Gilles Groskamp, and also former European champion Timu Lino. And we are also brought to you by D'Agostini Model Space. If you're looking for some awesome kit build cars on a subscription type basis, D'Agostini Model Space is the place to go. So you can join us on the YouTube chat. If you're watching us, you can join us. If you're watching us live, I should say, you can join us on the YouTube chat, and we'll be happy to answer any questions either verbally in the stream or just type a response to you. We have had various people asking who are the French drivers in this race, who are the Italian drivers, etc. And also, if you have any sort of insight that you can share that would be helpful to other viewers, feel free to share your insight. And we are also on, of course, like everyone else, on Facebook. You can search for us on Facebook. You can search for EFRA, first of all, on Facebook. Just go to the Facebook search bar, just type in EFRA. It's very, very easy. And you can join the Facebook group for EFRA and follow everything that's been happening during the summer. There are still more races to come, and plenty happening in the EFRA world. And of course, RC Racing TV, you can join the group. You can't like us, but you can join us. We will be adding some people later on during the break. So if you have tried to join the group, you click join. We will check, just make sure that you're a real person, of course, and we'll be happy to add you to the group. And for the live timing, if you're looking for live timing, say you have, say, a tablet or a phone or another computer screen or something like that, that you want to see the live timing on, that's very easy to do. Just go to myrcm.ch. That's myrcm.ch, and there are links on there to MC Ettlingen and the 1/8 European Championships. There's a couple of links. Once you get to the MC Ettlingen or to that main events page, there's a live streaming where you can see the actual live timing that we see. And there's also a results page where you can see where everyone qualified and what are the results of the final races that have run so far. So it's very, very easy to keep up. A lot of our viewers and watchers like to watch the live events with a live timing screen on one screen, and the HD. You can watch us in HD. The HD stream on one screen and the live timing on another screen, and maybe a chat window open or other Facebook groups that you're a member of in other screens. So just a quick rundown of the schedule as these guys are just starting their warm-up right now. They have 4 minutes of warm-up remaining. We are on the 1/4 final B. I'll just mark this down. I need to keep track of what is happening when. So 12 noon, quarterfinal B is out on the track now. They are just warming up. In 30 minutes, well, I should say at half past, it's actually about 33 minutes, will be the quarterfinal A. And then we'll have a bit of a break where we're going to play in, I believe it's about a 10 to 12 minute clip of the post-qualifying pit walk that we did yesterday. And it was very informative. We talked to a bunch of the drivers who were in the Super Bowl program, and we'll be talking about that in a bit and explain that again to you. And then we'll have at 1:40, we have the main final A practice. That's 10 minutes so that people, all the guys that are in the main final can get their runs in. And then we have the semifinal B, then the semifinal A. Those start at 2 and 2:30. These times are all Central European time. And then we have about an hour break, and the main final starts at 4 p.m. Central European time or 3 p.m. UK time. So that's that for catching up with everything. And again, find us on Facebook. Check out our sponsors, EFRA on Facebook or EFRA.ws, HB Europe, and also D'Agostini Model Space. And find us on Facebook and join the groups.
So then let's run you through the starting grid for the 1/4B final. First of our 2 quarterfinals in effect. And this is where the deck really gets stacked. We are careering right towards the sharp end in terms of pace, in terms of talent, in terms of the finest drivers and model RC car builders in Europe. So Alessio Mazzio will lead off. It's a trio of Italians leading this. If they can say line astern like that, they'll be very happy with that. They'll take that as the final position. And that'll be a good result for Team Italy. Then Daniele Ielasi will roll off second here. Francesco Tironi is third. Sorry for that brief delay. Sorry, running through the starting grid. Alessio Mazzio, Daniele Ielasi, and Francesco Tironi are your top three rolling off, your top three Italians. And behind him will be Michael Kammer and Tobias Hepp. A lot of strong names up here. Silvio Hackler, sixth off this one now. He was in the top heat in qualifying in his ARC. And then it's 7th for Luca Martinelli, 8th for Patrick Schaefer, 9th for Mirko Salimi, and 10th for Anthony Abasay. So here we go. Let's get ready to rumble. Let's get ready to bring the noise in the 1/4 B final here in the EFRA 1/8 IC Euros. Away we go. It's a nice clean start this time. No repeat of the controversy from before, but already the battle for the transfer spot is heated as they go through, and I can see Mirko Salimi at the back end of the grid already trying to progress. He's intent on doing the double bump up as well. As we have a car going wide on the entrance of the EFRA hairpin. That's our pole sitter. That's Alessio Mazzio, who has fallen wide and has dropped all the way down to 5th in one fell swoop. He's now going to be on the fight back. But your top three, as it stands, are Daniele Ielasi, Francesco Tironi, and Michael Kammer. So it's 2, 3, 4 in the original lineup, leading this race as it stands. And Tobias Hepp then 4th, and Alessio Mazzio, first major shock then of a race that is likely to be full of them, as unpredictable as these races have been already out here. And he is desperately trying to work his way back up. He's trying to fight. Where do you pass though around here? Where do you pass? We've had a flip. Quite a spectacular flip for the number 10 car of Anthony Abasay. But oh, nearly a pass there as well. This is a battle to watch here. Alessio Mazzio clearly has one of the fastest cars out there, but it's now bottled up. Oh, a little bit of contact there, a little bit more contact. And the scrap is fast and furious. Oh, and a big flip. That was inevitable. Surely we were going to expect that one. The aggression was just cranking up too much. And in the end, it all came tumbling down to earth for Alessio Mazzio, quite literally. Let's have a little look at that on the VRC Pro replay in a minute. We're very interested to see on the replay. He got into contact multiple times there. Let's check on the replay then. Oh, look at that, a massive tumble down the back straight. Huge, huge tumble. Just watching slow motion then. Oh, he clipped the rumble strip. He hit the rumble strip on the inside. And that set the car completely unbalanced and up into the air. That's on the VRC Pro replay. Showing us a great shot there, showing us a great slow motion angle of the incident that has compromised Alessio Mazzio's race. Although he is still showing as 4th in the early standings, so hasn't affected him too badly by the look of it. I think he may have got away with that one, just about. If he has, it's one of the miracles of the century. But what we know is Francesco Tironi, number 3 car. We have a car coming into the lane. Oh, it just went wide, sorry. And we had Francesco Tironi leading this thing. Daniele Ielasi now 2nd. They are coming through the EFRA hairpin, and we're focusing right now on the battle for 3rd, which is all important. It's Michael Kammer just ahead of Alessio Mazzio. I'm wondering, I don't think that can't have been Mazzio that went off on that instant that we saw there on the VRC Pro replay. It was, I have a feeling it might have been Tobias Hepp, and there was a lot of battling in there. I think it's because Alessio Mazzio was right in there. I thought that was who was involved. I think it was Tobias Hepp who had the incident. And Anthony Abasset is falling back laps early on, so he may be one with issues as well. Celtic started this race, I have to say. But Tironi and Yalassi are trying to make it as easy as possible. They're trying to do, effectively, the Mark Green method of progressing through as effortlessly as possible. We're continuing to watch this fourth place battle, or the fourth place battle now. And look who's progressed up. Look who's snuck into the picture there. Just behind Alessio Mazzio, it's Mirko Salimi, who is looking for the double bump up. He now comes into the pit lane, having qualified from the 1/8 final. He rejoins then, and he is well in contention here for the double Guzzo, the double bump up. We wait and see as more guys are in the lane. I think that's Mazzio. Mazzio in and out and serviced. And there's a bit of a battle group just in front of him. Look at this angry swarm of Nitro RC cars going at it. And Mazzio, I think, thinks he's battling for some sort of position there. And what he does know is that was the leader before the pit stop started, Francesco Tironi in the number 3. So this battle is really going off, and Mirko Salimi's also in there as well. We won't quite know for what positions it is yet until the pit stop cycles out. Contact for Salimi, and that'll knock him down a position or 2. And a bit more contact for Mazzio. Anything you can do, Salimi, I can do better. This is getting intense up here. This is action-packed stuff. And we're really getting to the sharp end here. Guys who have come all this way and sense that at the very least a semi-final place is there. If not a spot in the main final, if not European Championship glory. And they know it's getting ever closer. As the car is in the lane and I think being withdrawn. Couldn't quite tell which car that was. Another car coming in, that should be for a regular routine stop, and it is. There's 2 green cars that just came in and out. It's number 5, Tobias Hepp, who returns to the track. And as we continue to cycle through, Luca Martinelli in the number 7. The orange car is showing a second for now, but I believe that's probably due to the cycle still not going through as we watch this angry battle back through the EFRA hairpin up towards the HB carousel. It's a great little swarm of cars here. Of Michael Kammer, and then the number 6 of Silvio Hackler and Alessio Mazzio. So these 3 are your 3rd, 4th and 5th place runners, with Mirko Salimi running 6th. So we've got a 4-car pain train in effect, nose to tail for 3rd spot and that final transfer. Daniele Lassi and Francesco Tironi trying to give this field the goodbye look. They're not that far up the road, but they are trying to move away. And if anything, Michael Kammer's trying to gain back in on them and put cars between himself and this angry-looking trio behind them. This is frenzied stuff. Silvio Hackler, Alessio Mazzio, and Mirko Salimi. We know Salimi is super quick. We know Alessio Mazzio is fast. He was a pole sitter for this race. We know Silvio Hackler is quick. He was in the very top heats in qualifying. So we know all of these guys are incredibly fast. How does Michael Kammer keep this lot behind him? Your guess is as good as mine on the previous evidence we've seen out here today. Alessio Mazzio is incredibly aggressive over those rumble strips, taking as much as he can on the inside curb, as much as he dare. But as we've already seen in spectacular style for, I think it must have been Anthony Abasset, who had that flip off the rumble strip right there on the double apex left up to the back straight. You just take a little too much of those rumble strips. They're not as flat as they look from our perspective here, our camera position. They are very rough, very bumpy, and will throw the balance of the car completely off as Mirko Salimi looking for the move here on Alessio Mazzio. They're still all locked firmly together. There is no separating them. I wonder if it's going to take one of those pit stops to shuffle the pack here, shuffle the order a little bit. And because right now they are so close together, there is nothing separating them. But it's almost like they're so close together and so evenly matched on pace, they can't really find the pace to pass each other, really. And they've got a car just ahead of them. That's the 5 of Tobias Hepp, who's a lap down, so they shouldn't get in the way of them just yet. Kammer, look at this. He's been hounded all the way by Silvio Hackler. This is incredible action. This is great stuff. Don't blink for a second, ladies and gentlemen. Do not turn your eyes away from your YouTube tab for just a second. You will surely miss a game changer here. There's one car off into the pit lane. That's the number 1 car of Alessio Mazzio. Just in the lane. So that's scheduled. We're into our second round of pit stops. We're, as you can see on there, about 11.5 minutes to go in this one. So we're into our second round of pit stops. A bit more, but this battle just will not go away. Michael Kammer hanging on to it. He's actually shown in the lead for now with pit stops for the lead 2 of Yalassi and Tironi. But Michael Kammer, that bright green car, is the one to watch. It's the one that can make all the difference. He is the man with the keys to the semi-finals as it stands. But he has 3, maybe 4, some of the fastest guys out here in Ettlingen up behind him, wanting to take that spot off him. And they've got just over half the race to do it. And some more pit stops still to come. Michael Kammer continues on in the lead, having not pitted yet in this cycle. He will surely pit very soon. And then that'll return him into the clutches of those behind him. Silvio Hackler, Alessio Mazzio, and Mirko Salimi. An incredibly potent trio who are still locked together on the track. Even after their own pit stops, they are still nose to tail. This is incredible stuff.
3 and 6 in one there.
So Francesco Tironi and Silvio Hackler are actually quite close together. So Tironi is currently the man in 3rd. And I'm fairly certain, unless I missed Kammer's pit stop and he's jumped up incredibly, Kammer is now the leader and Tironi showing in 3rd. So,
Tell Paul to find them.
and we need to find this battle with Tironi because this is where the action is interesting. It's coming up to the EFRA hairpin right about now. The white and the yellow car, there they are. There is Joadam for 3rd as it stands on the track. Tironi and Hackler locked nose to tail.
No, next car, the next yellow car is number 6. That's 6 there.
The next car behind, oh, that's the number 2 we're seeing. Yeah, that's the number 2 car. That's Daniele Lassi, who's now showing in 3rd. And 4th then for Hackler still. But Hackler's the next car in line. That yellow car, there it is. Mirko Salimi's also with him. Alessio Mazzio may have dropped down a little bit. And Michael Kammer's had an issue on the pit straight. Kammer's had an issue on the pit straight. And I don't think he's coming back out. So there goes one contender. Scratch one off the list. And now we return to this enthralling battle. You can't take your eyes off it for a second. Kammer's back in the race. So Silvio Hackler, who we are tracking now, is your new 3rd place driver. He is right there. But also, so is Mirko Salimi. He's also right there. Francesco Tironi and Daniele Lassi have also cycled round back into the lead. So 1 pit stop cycle to go. It's all in the balance here. Hackler and Salimi are, well, if anything, Hackler is moving clear a little bit with a little bit of clean air. His car is flying and Mirko Salimi's trying to go with him. They have between them dropped Alessio Mazzio a little bit more. Mazzio up to about a quarter of a lap behind Hackler right now. And I think Michael Kammer has been back in the lane, so further issues plaguing that number 4 car. What a shame. He was safely locked in, but things can change in an instant round here, as you've seen time and again out here on this beautiful sunny finals day here in Ettlingen for the EFRA 1/8 IC European Championships presented on RC Racing TV by our partners HB Europe, D'Agostini Model Space and EFRA. We are the official media partner of EFRA. Continue tracking the 3rd place car. I think Mirko Salimi has either pitted or had an issue because Salimi's now showing up to half a lap behind. But Hackler, we are into a final round of pit stops. So that is most likely what has happened there. Salimi is dropping back a little bit due to a pit stop. But Silvio Hackler now in the lead as the leaders have made their pit stops. For the most part, Tironi and Yalassi have pretty much controlled this race from the front. Cars 2 and 3. Now into the lane comes Silvio Hackler. And that should be a fuel stop. And it is. Back underway. He comes out behind Mirko Salimi. Yeah, he comes out behind Mirko Salimi. So, let's just check now who's in 4th spot. It's Mirko Salimi. Salimi's in the... Oh no, Hackler is still scored there. And Salimi's up to 2nd, so I'm going to assume Salimi has not yet stopped. And so they are together on the track. But are they together in terms of positions? It doesn't look it right now.
2 and 6, right there, the 2 yellow cards.
But in terms of the positions, the car just in front of Hackler is the 3rd position car on the track. That's Daniele Yalassi. So Silvio Hackler once again on the outside looking in. And Alessio Mazzio is trying to tag along with these guys as well, just to further confuse matters. And 2nd, 3rd and 4th then are right together. So Mirko Salimi, Daniele Yalassi, there they are. That's 2nd, 3rd, 4th on your screen right there. Right there. They are all together. And in fact, is that 5th also in there as well? 5th is also in there as well. Right on the tail end. 2nd, 3rd, 4th, 5th in one shot. This is incredibly close. So Daniele Yalassi, either there's pit stop, he stopped earlier on his final stop, or maybe fell back a little bit, but most certainly Daniele Yalassi, the previous 2-time European champion in this class in 2002 and 2005, is facing a battle here to make it through into the semi-finals and maybe take home the crown for a 3rd time. It'll be a long time, 10 years since he won the championship. He'll be hungry to take it home again. He's got a lot of work to do. He's got Mirko Salimi in front of him, who's incredibly quick. Behind him, he's got Silvio Hackler and Alessio Mazzio ganging up behind him. Look at this, 3 yellow flashes zipping round. And there's Hackler trying something. It doesn't get closer than this, folks. It really doesn't. We saw early in the race the aggressive moves being pulled. And I have a feeling that once again it's going to come down to one brief flashpoint that will decide this one. Daniele Yalassi has to have ironclad concentration right now. Absolutely cannot even let those other 2 enter his line of vision. For them, they don't exist. But you can't really tell your brain to ignore what's there, especially when you well know it. And Hackler is right there, as is Alessio Mazzio. And the problem a little bit that Hackler has is he can't afford to... Does he stick or twist? Well, sticking's not an option, because he doesn't go through if he does. But if he decides to go through it, does he let Mazzio through and he ends up profiting? Does he jump up and scare both of them? And Mirko Salimi, well, was moving away, but has now pitted. So Salimi is pitted. And now he's back out. Mirko Salimi back out. Let's hope that was on schedule. Otherwise, Salimi's hopes have just gone up in smoke. And there we go, more pit stops. So yes, that was a scheduled stop. So we do have one final round of pit stops to go here to decide who transfers into the semi-finals out of this 1/4 quarter-final B final. And Mirko Salimi with a brief off there. Shouldn't affect him too much. We're still tracking Hackler and Mazzio, who were 4th and 5th before the pit stop cycle started. And a pass there, Mazzio going for the move, and they're both into the lane. Now, how good are the respective crews? It's a race between the 2 crews. And Mazzio gets out much quicker than Hackler. Great pit stop from Mazzio. He leapfrogged him on the track and then in the lane as well. Great job by Mazzio. And that's given him the best possible chance of moving up into that transfer spot once it's all shaken out. Because on our screens it's showing us Daniele Yalassi in 3rd. 4th for Silvio Hackler. And Alessio Mazzio is showing up in 2nd. So Mazzio may have just locked himself in there with such a good pit stop. It actually leapfrogged him up into 2nd place. And we've just got to look at that pit stop on the VRC Pro replay. Look at this. A little bit of contact in the lane. I don't think that should be too much of an issue. Look at that from Mazzio. That was literally all he could take. Just the minimum amount of fuel needed to get him home. And he's back out. And that has got him back out in 2nd place. Ahead of Daniele Yalassi in 3rd and Silvio Hackler in 4th. So the 2 cars just behind the car we're following right now is your 3rd place transfer battle. Those 2 there. Look at them, they are going at it. And a little half spin for Hackler. Has he blown it? Was that it? Has he dealt his chances a fatal blow? But it's what he had to do. He had to find somewhere to make the pass. And let's have a brief look at that again on the VRC Pro replay, because I'm fascinated to see how much of that inside curb he got. I think he got a little bit too much of it for his liking. So here we go. Here's the VRC Pro replay. He looked for the lunge. It was just too much. In fact, he tried to pull out to avoid major contact with Yalassi, and it ended up sending him into a half spin. So he's catching back up a little bit with Yalassi, but he's got a minute and a half to go, if that, to make it back. I have a horrible feeling Hackler's thrown this one away. But it's been another razor-sharp, tense race. And Yalassi's just got to bring this thing home. He looked solid in second for a lot of it. Francesco Tironi has controlled this one from the front, much like Mark Green did in the last race. Alessio Mazzio, great work on track and off to move himself back up in second, having had a poor start to the race from pole. He dropped back as far as 6th place, maybe 7th actually, and then has been able to work his way back up. So Mazzeo is in as it stands. Daniele Yalassi is also in as it stands. I say as it stands. We still have 45 seconds to go. That is an eternity, folks. And Silvio Hackler is gaining back in. He's still about the length of the pit straight behind, and he's stuck behind some traffic there in the form of the number 8 car of Patrick Schaefer. No, that's for position. That is for position. My apologies. No wonder Schaefer was not giving up that position. That is for track position. So Schaefer, Patrick Schaefer is actually, as Hackler makes another mistake there, the car just in front there, that car there, that's Patrick Schaefer, who is your new 4th place runner. He's got 20 seconds to find something and go for 3rd spot. I don't think he's going to get it. I don't think he is going to quite get it. It'll rely on a mistake from Daniele Yalassi, ticking down into the final seconds. This is the 3rd place battle. This is how close it's going to be. Oh, it's going to be close. It's going to be so close. Patrick Schaefer's going for it. Not enough in the end. He tried it off the final corner. That was do or die. He went for a final dive bomb, but it wasn't enough. It was not enough. And it will be the Italian trio of Francesco Tironi, Alessio Mazzio, and Daniele Yalassi, who transfer through from that enthralling first quarter-final. And before we check the final results, let's have a look at that final dive bomb on the VRC Pro replay, because it was all or nothing. He felt like he had to go for it. Look at this. He went for it. Oh, it just was not enough. It was not enough. He knew he couldn't make the corner, but it was all or nothing. Agonisingly short for Patrick Schaefer. What an effort, though. What a mighty effort. And unfortunately, this is where his day ends. And it's the Italian trio that move on into the next round, into the semi-finals and onwards. So it's the Italian trio then of Francesco Tironi, Alessio Mazzio and Daniele Yalassi, who progress on at the expense of Patrick Schaefer, Mirko Salimi, and a lot of strong drivers there. So what an enthralling race. And we've got another quarterfinal coming right up here on RC Racing TV, the A final of the round of 1/4. Lock in on the live stream on YouTube if you're already there. Welcome. I hope you're enjoying the show. We certainly are. The RC Racing TV team out here in Ettlingen, of myself, Adam Johnson on commentary, Frank McKinney sat to my left, and Paul Bateman up there on the camera. Great job all round on RC Racing TV. Our coverage produced by HB Europe. Brought to this in association with HB Europe, D'Agostini Model Space, and EFRA, the organisers of this great event out here in Ettlingen in Germany. And Willie from EFRA is off to my right now smiling. We're not saying that just because you stood there. We're saying that because we mean it. This is a great event out here. And remember, you can join in with the conversation on the YouTube chat, just to the right of screen, if you're watching on there. Join in on the chat. Give me and Frank plenty to read and plenty to digest during the day. Any insider information you may have, any questions you may have on the event out here, on the tech, on the cars, the drivers, we will endeavour to answer them for you. And also get involved with the conversation on Facebook by joining the EFRA Facebook group, as well as the RC Racing TV Facebook group. Both are fairly easy to search for, fairly easy to find. So as the next field of cars are ready, lining up in the lane, we're getting towards, well, we are progressing further and further towards the very sharp end of town. This is where some of the strongest drivers lie. And the competition to get those last few semi-final places, there's only 3 spots left now in the semi-finals. 3 potential shots to move through into the final and onwards to European Championship glory. Who is going to take them? Well, here are the 10 drivers lining up to go for those 3 qualifying slots. It's Merlin Depter rolling off on the pole. Michael Salvan in second. Martin Hudi is third in his X-Ray car. Timu Lainu, we know, is incredibly strong. Timu Lainu representing HB out here this weekend, and he is a former European champion in the touring car discipline, so he is no stranger to success at the very top end of the sport. He'll be gunning to add a IC Track Euros trophy to his touring car European Championship trophy. But he's going to have to do it the hard way, moving out of the quarterfinal and then through the semi-finals to get there. He showed a lot of pace in qualifying, but kept being blighted by little issues and was not able to string together consistent runs in qualifying, and that's what sees him down in the quarterfinal stage. But he certainly has the raw car speed to progress if he can get it all together. Tobias Köhler can roll off 5th. 6th place for Rick Brelinik. 7th for Nacho Lopez-Luc. And then we have our 3 transfer drivers from the 1/8 finals. Mark Green, the Brit, the only British representation left at this stage. Stephen Kuipers, the Belgian driver, and the Frenchman Arnaud Mathieu, who did that great job doing the double jump up. If he can do the triple jump up and make it into the semi-finals, it'll probably be the underdog story of the event. There they've been going, and you can hear the cars just starting to warm up. And ready in the pit lane, ready to start their warm-up, and everything running smoothly. All the fluids running through the engine. The engine's running to optimum. Get them up to temperature, get the tyres up to temperature. The track is going to get warmer and more rubbered in, so all the track time, even for those guys at the bottom end who have had track time already out there today, with that earlier heat, with that earlier final, the track will have changed conditions between those races, of course. More rubber laid down, more oil laid down. But the oil burns off, the burnt oil you see from the smoke coming out of the cars. When that goes down on the track and forms with rubber, it actually adds a bit more grip. Although it's been a little bit of a mixed reception from the garage this weekend. Some people saying when the sun's on it, the track offers a lot of grip. Others saying not. I guess it's down to individual style. Certain drivers prefer very warm conditions. Jilles Groschkamp, we've spoke to him a few times. He really does prefer the warm conditions. Other drivers not so keen on it. Frank, I guess it's all about adapting to the conditions to take home the European Championship.
Yeah, well, it also comes down to the setup of the cars. I mean, possibly Jillis' setup on the day that you were talking to him was more suited for the high grip, high heat conditions. So it all comes down to how there's a million ways that you can set up the cars. These cars are so tunable and adjustable. It would absolutely boggle your mind if you're just diving into this feet first for the very first time and trying to compete a race weekend. Not even at this level, which is the highest in the world. But yeah, there are a ton of different ways you can set up the car. If you change it for low grip and high grip and dusty or perfectly billiard smooth conditions, there's lots of different ways you can set up the cars. So people will have their preferences for high grip, low grip, etc. And just remains to be seen who gets it right and who gets it wrong.
Individual driving styles must also come into it at times as well, but certainly there's no sending away the sunshine. In fact, it is clouding over a bit. There's 2 clouds off in the distance where we're seeing, and they look like little cotton wool balls, to be honest. So the sun is beating down here. It's a beautiful day. It is perfect conditions for racing for some. Some of the drivers seem to like these conditions, others not so. But fact of the matter is, that's one of the many things they're going to have to deal with if they want to take home the European Championship crown. And for many out there, for many drivers coming up in the semi-finals, it'll be one to add to the trophy cabinet. We have former world champions, we have former multi-time European champions. I mean, Robert Piche, one of the most decorated in the whole pit area. The reigning champ Dario Balestri. Can he go back-to-back? Can Jilles Groschkamp take back his crown that he won in 2013? And Timu Lainu, we've had a bit of a shunt in practice there, out of the EFRA hairpin. Guys, you're not supposed to actually start doing that until you've started the actual race. There's no need for that just yet. But can Timu Lainu one of the many HB drivers out there. Can he add a European IC Track Euro crown to his European Touring Car Championship crown already? So many stories, and there's also a lot of guys who could become champion for the first time and write their name in the RC Racing history books, including Simon Kerr's book. Remember, our top qualifier. He is the man. He was the first guy to lock himself into our final later this afternoon, and he'll feel like he has the advantage. Could he become champion for the first time? I was like Maximilian Vogel, John Ehrman. We've just seen Silvio Hackler fall away, so that shows you the caliber of the field out here. Got plenty of great names out here, plenty of very strong drivers. I'm looking out for other guys. I'm looking out for guys like, later on coming up in the semi-finals, guys like Robin de Haan. Maybe spring a little bit of a surprise. You always have to look slightly to the left of the ones that everyone is expecting to do well. And it's guys like them that I feel like could spring a surprise in this IC Euros Championship. And it's almost the ones that no one's paying attention to. That can be an advantage. If there's no pressure on you, if you're not really one of the favourites, you can sort of sneak up on the field and come out of nowhere. We saw that recently over in Fehring in Austria for the large-scale off-road European Championships in the four-wheel drive class. Jorg Michael Tiet was able to take the victory there after profiting some mechanical failures for some of the favourites there. He kept his nose clean all race, and that's how he did it. He took home the championship, and seeing the raw emotion on his face was quite something to behold. So who will have the chance to join him? Who will have the chance to emulate him here in the Track IC Euros division on the 1/8 scale Nitro races here in Ettlingen? And we are missing a car. We're missing one of the cars. It's Martin Hoody that we are missing. And that could be potentially major. Not sure what is the issue. Well, that car doesn't appear to be on the grid. There is an empty grid slot where Martin Hoody's number 3 car should be. And they're going to go underway. We're underway then. So then, the third place starter, a little bit of a spin, an instant at turn 2 there. Straight away to start then. But all of a sudden, third place has been blown wide open. The third place starter not making the grid. So right now, oh, a little bit more of an instant there. This is so close. The battling is furious, but Teemu Laino is now up into third spot, that all-important third spot. The transfer, but he's got plenty of opposition. Rick V and Mark Green has also jumped up to 6th place now. 5th place now off his starting spot. So a great start from Mark Green, looking for the double transfer. Arne Mathieu looking for another transfer as well. In fact, he'll be looking for the triple transfer, I believe. We have cars off all over the place, though. And is that Mark Green? That's Mark Green. And that's number 4. That's Teemu Laino. That's Teemu Laino with all sorts of issues. Oh, no, you've got to be kidding me. Had to be one of the favourites for this quarter-final. Marshall's hesitating and then getting back. Had to wait until the track was safe. Going to have to try and get that car fixed and get it out there, but I feel already his chance is gone. What a shame. He had to be one of the favourites for this race. And if the race for third wasn't as intense as anything, it's just been blown wide open. And so now who's third? Mark Green has moved up to third spot. It's a sensational run early doors. Where is Mark Green? There he is coming through the final turn now. That orange car coming through the final turn. That's Mark Green. And Arne Mathieu is going straight with him. So there's 2 guys trying to do the double bump up here. And in Arne Mathieu's case, if I remember correctly, this might be the triple bump up. That'll be some phenomenal story if he can pull this off. And he's right in Mark Green's wheel tracks. Mark Green is in the transfer spot. Merlin Depter and Michael Salvan, the top 2, have raced into an early lead. It's a very long way. Very long way to go. And we're just trying to find out what on earth, if we can see, what on earth happened to Teemu Laino. It's hard to tell. Martin Hoody is out on track, or he was for a few laps. So the 3 car is out there. There he is. The white body shell car. He's just coming through the EFRA hairpin just off shot. You're watching the battle for third. And Martin Hoody is up at the HB carousel. There he is. The D'Agostini D. And there is Hoody. What a shame for him. His race pretty much over before it began. What a terrible shame. And you find it hard to believe that he could make up some more positions. Timu Lainu's also back out on track as well. But he's still having issues. So for those two, we can pretty much discount them for now unless something completely out of the blue occurs. What we do know for sure is Merlin Depter leads this one. Michael Salvin second. Mark Green. The car we are watching right now is your third place car. In fact, we are watching Arne Mathieu and Mark Green. So there's your battle for third. Mark Green and Arne Mathieu together on screen. Green looking for the double bump up. Mathieu looking for the triple bump up into the semi-finals. That'll be the underdog story of the afternoon, I think. Green is solid so far. Little spin down in front of Sir Martin Hoody. Shouldn't get him in the way of the leaders. And if anything, I have a sneaky feeling that Mark Green is actually moving up a little bit onto the big rear gurney flap of Michael Salvin's number 2 car. Yes, he is. Wonder if lap traffic playing a factor. But certainly if Green can move himself up to second, take a similar strategy to what got him through his quarterfinal, then it'll be a good situation to be in. There's Salvin, and then there's Mark Green. This is the battle for second, but also the transfer spot. So with Green doing this, chasing up to second place, in fact now in the lane for the first of his scheduled stops. A little bit of a spin in the lane, that will have hurt his cause. He did not need that. And that's damage. He's out. Oh, it flamed out. It flamed out in the lane. That has absolutely killed Mark Green's momentum. Just as we were talking about him doing the double bump up, he had all sorts of issues. He had a pit stop from hell there. But the flame out, a little spin, everything that went wrong in one pit stop did. And he's now out in 8th. Oh, unbelievable. So now, who's that leaving third spot for the moment? So number 5 of Tobias Köhler. Now the pit stop cycle is ongoing, remember. So we're on the lookout for Köhler's car. Köhler's car is the bright green car coming through the HP carousel. And in fact, our cameraman has found him. Very good job. So there's your current third spot. This could change at any minute. Remember during the pit stop cycle. As Arne Mathieu was 4th before Mark Green's pit stop and subsequent disasters. So if Tobias Köhler manages to press on here, and if Tobias Köhler if this is his usual strategy, if he's not still got a pit, then he's in the box seat here. He's in a very good position. Arne Mathieu still in 4th then, despite Mark Green dropping away. And he must be getting very frustrated. In fact, he's actually been caught by some of the other guys around him. Stephen Kuipers is actually catching up to him. And Rick V is also there as well, tagging in. So we've got a little bit of a 3-car battle there. Arne Mathieu just coming up to the HP carousel in about 3 seconds. He'll just be behind these guys, behind the car we're following on screen. There's your battle pack right there. Arne Mathieu battling away with Stephen Kuipers, who is also looking for the double bump up. So all the qualifiers, well, Mark Green's race was going to plan, and then it didn't. But all of the qualifiers doing very well in this race, I have to say, so far, for the most part. Kuipers and Mathieu on the edge, but Tobias Köhler is looking more and more like he's in that position for good. This is not some canny pit stop cycle. He has earned that position on merit and on speed. And he's up in 3rd, ahead of these guys. And Arne Mathieu, Kuipers, and Rick V are all trying to chase him down. But it feels to me a little bit like Mathieu is actually holding up Kuipers a little bit. Feels to me Kuipers is a little bit faster, but just can't quite get the move done at the moment. Looking on the inside, looking again on the inside. He gets the move done. It took a little mistake from Mathieu over the bumps to get the job done. It was a very smart move from Kuipers. He just had to wait, and he had to have quick reflexes to pounce very quickly there. And Arne Mathieu now immediately falling back into the clutches of Rick V, and he also passes as well. So Mathieu is starting to fade from contention here, moving down to 6th place now. Let's have a look at that pass for position on the VRC Pro replay. It's a beautiful move. Here we go. Kuipers was looking there, and then Arne Mathieu went over the rumble strips, lost momentum, had to get out of the gas, and that let Kuipers through. Kuipius had to respond quickly to that situation unfolding in front of him, and he has done just that. Now, with Kuipius free from Arne Mathieu slowing him down, I wonder if that means he can now chase down Michael Sullivan, who's showing in third. Tobias Curler has actually moved up into second. So Michael Sullivan is now showing in third spot, and he's the man in the yellow car just ahead there. So he's rapidly falling back into the clutches of Kuipius and Rick V, although they both head into the pit lane. So another twist. This race has got a long way to unfold yet. But is that a longer stop for Kuipius? That's a much longer stop for Stephen Kuipius. So drama there. Kuipius has lost a ton of time there. I'm not quite sure what happened in the lane, but certainly Rick Relnick beat him out of the lane in the number 6 car. So Mark Green now up into contention again, but that's during the pit stop cycle. And the man who went into this cycle in third is currently leading, Tobias Curler. Michael Sullivan had dropped to third, and now Sullivan is up to the lead, presumably by dint of not pitting yet. As I say, this cycle throws everything out of whack for a few laps, and then we get it back together. So the men to watch, the drivers to watch right now. Oh, bundle up here at the EFRA hairpin just behind the car we're following on track. There's 2 or 3 cars right together there. And they're all getting a bit too close for comfort at the moment. And Kuipius is right there, up behind the number 6 car of Rick V. So Kuipius now making that position back up on the track. But these guys right now scored 4th and 5th. Tobias Curler is scored 3rd. And he's about, I'd say, half a lap ahead of them at the moment. So this is the big one. This is the number 1 contender spot, if you will. This is the battle between Rick V and Stephen Kuipius as to who is in 4th spot and who has the shot to advance. Kuipius looking around the outside of that hairpin. You're kidding me. That's a much more traditional move through, but he set that move up 2 or 3 corners in advance. Another great pass from Stephen Kuipius. He's putting on a clinic out here today. This is great stuff on the bright pink car. And Kuipius makes up a spot, so now he's back up to 4th. But Rick V is not letting him go without a fight. These guys fairly equidistant on pace. Let's have a look at that move in a minute on the VRC Pro replay, because as you'll see, he set the move up multiple corners in advance. There was one, tried to go on the outside there, didn't get the move done, but he still had the line there, ducks to the inside, got the job done. Nicely done at the EFRA hairpin. That is one of the prime overtaking spots. So another good move, and he's just starting to gap a little bit to Rick V, but this is all rather material, because without Michael Sullivan, this battle is just one for pride, to be honest. And Michael Sullivan is about the length of the back straight away from them. You can just see his yellow car flash through at the bottom of the shot. So Kuipius now has a mission. He has a lot of work to do to make those gains back, make the position back. In fact, there is Michael Sullivan, your 3rd place runner. It's so intense out here. There's no room for error, there's no margin for error. It doesn't matter how big the gap looks on the screen, it can vanish down to 0 at the blink of an eye. There's Kuipius, there's Rick V, still running 4th and 5th, still waiting for a chance to pounce on any mistake that Michael Sullivan makes. Merlin Depter is comfortably in the lead of this race, by the way. He has led this one from the front. Tobias Curler in the bright green car has moved his way up to 2nd, past Michael Sullivan. It's the car we're watching right now. And Sullivan is being closed in on rapidly by Stephen Kuipius. Very, very quickly. You'll just see Kuipius there, just at the back of shot. Wide shot. There's Kuipius. And that's Michael Sullivan in 3rd. That's the important transfer spot. The man we're looking on, but he might start hearing the Jaws music playing in his head, because Kuipius is hunting him down at a rate of knots. This is incredibly close. And in fact, if anything, Michael Sullivan is trying to close back up to Tobias Curler, put a car between himself and elimination. As cars coming in and out of the pit lane for their final or penultimate pit stops of the race. And we continue to watch Michael Sullivan. He is the man with all the power. And it appears he's starting to move a little bit clearer of Relnick and Stephen Kuipius. In fact, Kuipius has fallen back seemingly there. I wonder if he had probably the pit stop cycle. As you say, just wait for this to cycle through. All I know for sure is that Kuipius and Rick V are still locked together on the track. You've not been able to separate them since the drop of the green flag. Car in the lane, brief fuel up, back out. That was Tobias Köhler that I think just came in the lane. We're still riding with Michael Sullivan, who at the start of this pit stop cycle is the man in third spot. And he continues to truck along. Right now, he's in second by the end of the pit stop cycle. Can he hold on? Can he hold on? That is the major question on everyone's lips here. Can he be the final transfer into that coveted semi-final spot? He'll be the last man who's in the last spot to go through. There are only 3 spots left for those semi-finals. And he has got to fancy his chances. He's also got to keep it clean. That has been easier said than done out here in Ettlingen. It's been very easy to throw it all in the bin. Sullivan right now then is ahead of Tobias Köhler, who in himself is just ahead of Kuipius and Rick V. So this battle is still close. And if Sullivan still has to pit again, which we are fairly certain he does, I'm fairly certain he does, that drops him right back into clutches of Kuipius and Rick. So the 3-way scrap will be on again. We watch to see. About 5 minutes left in this one. 5 minutes and change to go in this one. And it's still Merlin Depter leading. It's the all-German trio leading the standings right now. There's a Belgian and a Dutchman, as well as potentially a Brit, looking to upset the apple cart. Arne Matthias faded down in 7th. He's no longer a contender. And Teemu Lainu and Martin Hoody never been able to get back in the race. What a shame for Teemu Lainu. He would have been a lot of people's outside picks to get through here, but as you see on the screen, car's still circulating. And that is Michael Sullivan that we're still on board, or still tracking here. The number 2 car still in second. So if we drop 1 car back, Paul, we'll find Tobias Köhler. Just wait there a second. There's Tobias Köhler, the 3rd place car, and you can just see behind him Stephen Kuipius. This is how close the 3rd place battle is. In fact, was that the number 2 car that just came into the lane? It was. He's back out. Michael Sullivan back out. So we're estimating that others will still have to pit as well. This race far from over, but we are watching the 3rd place battle on the track. Or in fact, the 2nd place battle on the track now, but it should filter through to be the 3rd place battle. Tobias Köhler and Stephen Kuipius. Kuipius has been putting on a clinic in how to make passes on this tricky MC Ettlingen track. Can he pull it off again? Can he do it again on Tobias Köhler? Hold your breath, folks. This is going to be nerve-jangling tension. Or it could end up being happening in the pits as well. That could happen as well. We've seen that already with Alessio Mattioni in the last race, making the great moves in the pit stops. Those pit stops are all important. It's all about execution. It's all about precision. And it is all about cutting out the silly errors. So many times simple mistakes can be the undoing. That marshal in the middle of the EFRA hairpin there was carrying the number 4 car back. That's Teemu Lainu's car, which has been beset with problems pretty much from the drop of the starter's flag. Meanwhile, Kuipius, an incident in the pit lane! An incident in the pit lane with Stephen Kuipius and Rick V. Oh my goodness, you're kidding me! Has Stephen Kuipius been knocked out of contention for the transfer spot due to a coming together in the pit lane? I just saw it out of the corner of my eye. And we have another car here. I think that's Teemu Lainu's car that's come in. So as we're down to 3 minutes to go, Merlin Depter continues to lead. Tobias Köhler is second in the number 5 car. 3rd now, and I have to assume this might have something to do with pit strategy, is Mark Green. Well, it was Mark Green for a second.
Stop and go for 6.
It's a stop and go for car number 6, Rick V. That must be for contact in the pit lane. So it's a stop and go there. That has pretty much eliminated him from contention. So now as the pit stops cycle through, let's see where we can find Stephen Kuipius. He'll come through the final corner anytime now. There he is along the front straight. He'll be out at the EFRA hairpin right about now. There he is. And he has just pitted. So let's see why that cycles him out. As they come round. He's in 3rd. But they are scrapping. Frenzied battling. Look at that! That was always going to go horribly wrong. Tobias Köhler and Stephen Kuipius coming together. Kuipius the worst off. And surely it's all over for the pink number 9 machine. So at the very least, if he didn't lose that position he was battling for, he has surely dropped out of the transfer spots. He has. Michael Salvin now back in the transfer spot. The number 2 car. Let's have a look at how that went down on the VRC Pro replay. They're battling together, look at this. Tobias Curler went for the hit back, switching back and forth, and then they converged on that apex just before the EFRA hairpin. Koipius flipped and went way off into the outer barriers. Tobias Curler was able to rejoin and has protected his second spot. But back into third then is Michael Salvin. But Michael Salvin is himself under some pressure from Mark Green. Could Mark Green somehow come back into this? 2 minutes left in this enthralling 1/4A final. And all of a sudden Mark Green...
Teammates. They are teammates. Yes.
Mike Green and Michael Salvin then teammates. Let's not forget they are teammates. But only one of them can go through. As it stands, Green is desperately trying to hunt down his teammate, but he's also trying to fend off the advances of a resurging Rick V, who had that drive-through penalty for the contact with Koipius in the pit lane. All sorts of drama going off at the end of this race. It is still between at least 3 drivers who could transfer here in the final spot. Merlin Depter's a lock, pretty much. Tobias Curler's just ahead of these 3, so he should be okay. Rick V now looking for the move on Mark Green. This for 4th spot. Both of this happening behind Michael Salvin. Salvin will be delighted to see those 2 scrapping behind him. It takes the heat off him just a tiny bit. Green desperately trying to chase down Salvin and also defend. He's in a rock and a hard place right now. That term does no justice to rocks and hard places, because that is exactly where Mark Green is right now. Desperately trying to close in on Salvin. It will just take one mistake from Salvin or Tobias Curler in second to hand Green or Rick V a place, and that's exactly why Rick V is racing Mark Green so hard. This is so tense. This is unbelievable. It may well be for nothing. These 2 may be scrapping over 4th place and first loser. But it just takes one error from Salvin. Suddenly it changed things. And Rick V's gone off. Rick V has had an issue, and he's off at the D'Agostini D. He's run out of fuel. He's out of fuel, and that concludes a fast and furious race. And I think he had to have blue bottle eyes in the end of that. But I think at the end of all that, it shook down that Michael Salvin held on to the final transfer spot. And indeed he did. It's the German trio that qualify from that intense, fast and furious A quarterfinal. Merlin Depter wins the race. He was out on his own, having his own race. A merry drive on a Saturday afternoon. Tobias Curler in the end, he was in and out and shaking it all about for most of that heat. And in the end he comes home second, comfortably through, just ahead of Michael Salvin, who hangs on to third by the slimmest of margins over Mark Green, who had those issues earlier in the race. Looked like he'd blown it. He looked like he'd blown it. Bless you. He looked like he'd blown it. But he finally came back, and it was nearly enough to get through. Not enough in the end. Rick V had a tumultuous race, and in the end finishes 5th. 6th for Ron and Mathieu. 7th for Nacho Lopez-Luc. 8th for Stephen Koipius in the end, what might have been for one of the fastest cars in this race. 9th for Timu Lino, and 10th for Martin Hoody.
Yeah, and the camera so we can do the pit walk.
So those guys in the end having the issues and concluding a absolutely fast and furious quarterfinal, A final. It was an absolutely crazy race in the end. So I think we need a bit of a break after that, and that's exactly what we're going to have, which is rather fortunate. But in this break, we've got a little bit of a break coming up between the quarterfinals and then onwards into the semi-finals. Well, at first, the top qualifiers will have a little bit of practice before the semi-finals, because of course they won't be on track until the final. So Simon Kurzbuck and Robert Piech will be out for a little bit of practice. That'll be at 10 to 2 Central European time. Or rather, that will be at 13:40, 1:40 p.m. Central European time. I must find out who that gent is walking around the garage area ringing a bell at certain times. I'm not sure if it's a food bell, but it sounds like the sort of bell to signify the end of lunch break in school. but I must work out what that's all about at some point. We've not been able to so far. But coming up will be practice for the main final. Right now we've got a break of about 50 minutes or so, during which we will hopefully get up for you yesterday's pit walk after Super Pole.
Yeah, we are set to do that right now, actually. So don't go away. We'll be able to watch everybody that was in the Super Pole. Well, I won't run through their names because I'll forget somebody. But let's see here. Wait, clear that. And okay, so let me find the record button. Jeez.
This is one aspect where the sun isn't so good, ladies and gentlemen. It almost blinds our screens.
All right, so in 3, 2, 1, go. Oh wait, Paul, stop that.
Take two.
I forgot to do the. Where is it? Excuse us, ladies and gents. Okay, let's try that again. Let's go.
Facility in Germany. It's another beautiful day out here. It's been about one cloud in the sky all day, and it was about that big. It has been sunny weather the whole day, which has meant that the spectators are getting a nice tan, but crucially that track out there has been very sticky, very hot, and generally a very tough one for the competitors, because as the sun has come up and down, that's changed the conditions as well. And what we also saw today, the big news from today, was the debut of the Super Pole qualifying format. We had qualifying rounds 3, 4 and 5, and we had Simon Kurzbuch go through as top qualifier from those. What we then had was the 4 behind him, Robert Piech, Lars Hoppe, Dario Ballestri and Gilles Groskamp go into Super Pole, which is where they both had a shootout format. You've seen our coverage on RC Racing TV. It was thrilling, it was tense, it was just, you could cut the atmosphere with a knife out there on the track, and it was absolutely thrilling stuff. So what we're now going to do is have a look around the pit lane, have a walk around the garage, and get the live reactions of the drivers involved, the top 5 at the end of qualifying, going into the finals here on RC Racing TV. And first up would be Lars Hoppe. Now, Lars, it was an incredibly close qualifying session on the timing screens. You were first out there. Tell us how it felt to be the first guy out there in Super Pole.
Yes, it was very tight in the qualification, I think. I was very happy to get the Super Pole. but the problem was, I think the track was very dirty at the beginning. And so it was very difficult. The traction was very low. That was not so easy.
So you feel like going first may have been a disadvantage as well as an advantage?
Yes, maybe it was a little bit a disadvantage.
Maybe a little bit. And just try and explain to the viewers just how tense it must have been, because we saw you up there in the driver's stand on your own. Normally you've got a bunch of other guys there, but you were all on your own on the track. How did that feel? Was that a new experience?
It's a nice experience, I think. you hear your own car, and yeah, you have time. You have nobody in the. Yeah, you have the track for you alone. So very nice.
It must have been a bit of a new experience for all of you. Now, you'll be going through into the semi-finals. Obviously, you didn't progress from Super Pole. Do you feel like, despite that, you can still go on and win this event? Do you feel like you've still got some speed to make up?
I think win is very difficult. I think I need 1/10 of a second per lap.
1,000, that's how much it was in that session.
I think the warm temperature is not so easy for me.
I see.
If it's cold, it's okay, but in the warm condition, it's not so easy.
See, we've heard a few drivers this weekend say how they favour the warm conditions, and others, obviously like Lars, not so. So it's interesting how that plays out. Well, thanks very much for talking to us. Best of luck coming up in the semi-finals.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. And next up will be Robert Piech, the man who won that Super Bowl session with an absolutely storming lap. Talk us through that lap, and it coming with you being the last of the 4 competitors going out there.
Yeah, for me it was a little benefit to start at last because I saw the other drivers starting before me, and I saw they didn't manage super fast laps, so my self-confidence goes a little bit upside, and I changed the setup of the car a little bit because I saw the cars starting before me was sliding a little. So I changed the two in, which played out good. And the car was getting better and better, and I think I managed already the second lap to be faster than Dario.
Yeah, it was. I think it was around lap 3 or 4 that was the fastest one. So just talk us briefly about the track conditions out there, because it's easy to assume on a hot day that the track is kind of sticky and bedded in, but we're hearing that there wasn't actually as much traction out there.
As more hot it gets, as worse the track gets. To be honest, the cars were more sliding than in the colder conditions. I don't know why, but it seems to be every day when it was getting hot, the track got worse.
Well, that's interesting. So, obviously, being the winner of Super Pole, you are through and you're locked in. How are you feeling about your chance to become a European champion again?
For me, it's really nice because I like to start second. Because last year I started in pole, and I didn't manage to win the race. And many times when I start second, you have a little more overview. You don't have the pressure from the others behind you because you start behind the leader. And for me, it's the best starting position I can imagine.
So you heard it here first, ladies and gentlemen. Watch out. Robert is going to be very dangerous. He's starting from his preferred second grid slot. Thank you very much for talking to us. Best of luck for the rest of the event.
Thank you.
Now there's Robert Peach. Now that was very interesting what he said to us about the track conditions out there. It is easy. It's very easy to assume, viewers, that warm sky, warm sunshine equals warm track. That's exactly what I thought. But for some, Lars and Robert both saying that there wasn't actually that much traction out there on the track. Let's see what Gilles Groskamp has to say about that. Gilles, just talk us through the experience of going through the inaugural Super Pole. How was it for you just being, you alone with the track man and machine?
Yeah, it was kind of funny, but I just honestly speaking, I didn't really was thinking about the crowd watching or people online watching. I was just doing just normal drive, and for me the Super Pole wasn't that great. The engine was too lean, so I didn't have the power I wanted, and also the traction was a lot lower than it was just before, because we had a small break, and after we went out for the Super Pole, so the traction wasn't that good. So it was okay.
We're hearing that a lot. That's a common theme coming through about the Super Pole, that there wasn't actually that much grip. Now, I mean, the assumption was that with the sun baking down on the track, there would be grip, but are you saying that because there was a break between the rounds, the track had a chance to cool down, and that had an effect?
No, it's not about it's not about temperature. It's more about the dust, because it's a bit windy, and you can and some people were walking on the track, just before we had Super Pole. That some people make pictures, and I think that was the effect for the lower grip.
Okay, well that's very interesting to hear about that, and I wonder if that'll be an impact across the weekend. Now, obviously you'll be going into the semi-finals now. Are you still feeling confident in your chances of being European champion again?
Yeah, sure. I mean, I've been fast all week, just especially the last 2 days. I was fast. The fuel is okay. We can make the run time pretty easy. So yeah, we know what to do for the final for sure. Just first semi-final, I will start number 1 in the semi, so that's of course an advantage, because for sure with the tight start grid and especially the hairpin, it's nice to start from pole, just to try to be gone in the first laps. And of course, what I say about the fuel, we probably go with 5 minutes. So it's I think a lot of people go safe, and they have to fuel one stop extra. So for sure that will give me the advantage. So I think semi-finals should not be a big problem, but you never know. There's a lot of fast guys. But I think more about the final, and of course Simon is fast, Robert is fast, Dario is fast. I think those 3 are really fast, so just wait and see. Strategy-wise, I just hope it's warm tomorrow, because for me I think it's better when it's warm, for the engine, for the mileage, and also for the car traction, and also just for my own driving style. I think if it's warmer, it's a bit more slippery, so I think it's better for me.
Excellent. Well, there you go. Lars Hopper said he wasn't favouring the hot conditions. Groskamp did. Thank you very much for talking to us. Good luck tomorrow. So, let's continue on, shall we? Now, there was an interesting point that Groskamp made about fuel strategy. And he actually said tomorrow, because obviously where the final's going to be longer, he spoke of where fuel strategy was going to be all important. Now, we're going to talk to Dario Aletti. Dario Balestri. To speak to you. It was incredibly tight and tense in that Super Bowl session. How did it feel going out there? How was it for you out there? Just you on your own in the driving stand and you alone on the track.
The problem in the last lap of Super Polo was that maybe I think before we start, some guys go around the track, and the track was totally shit, to be honest. I also speak with the other before me, like Lars Hope, and he say in these days, never like this the track. Also my car was totally without traction. Maybe I think for sure for Robert was a bit better, and then we will see tomorrow in the semi-final.
Yep, excellent. So that's very interesting. A lot of comments about the grip on the track during Super Bowl. That seems to be a big factor out there. Now, you've been quick all week. Obviously, coming in as reigning champion, you've got to be one of the favourites here. How are you feeling coming through there, going through to the semi-final? How are you feeling about your chance of going back to back?
We will try to make the best with strategy of tires, and for sure important will be to arrive in the end with the engine and without problem of the car. Anyway, my package is very good. Without the problem of the 5 minutes, we are very competitive, and I hope for tomorrow.
Excellent. Well, you've certainly shown a lot of pace so far, so best of luck. We're looking forward to seeing if you can go back to back. So, again, more comments, tons of comments about the traction out there, grip on the track. So, just before we wrap up, let's see if we can have a word with Simon Kurzbuch. David?
No, Simon.
Simon? Yeah. Simon Kurzbuch. We've been asking everyone how it was to be in the Super Bowl. How was it for you watching it as top qualifier?
Yes, it was really interesting to see just one fast lap of these 4 drivers. I was a little bit surprised that the lap times weren't faster. Perhaps it was the grip or the temperature. I don't know, but it was really nice to see.
It must have been satisfying for you going through as top qualifier. How good did that feel when you got through qualifying 5? You'd made it to the top.
When I woke up in the morning, I said I have to risk all today. Without that, I can't make the TQ. And in the first round, I had some problem with the fuel tube. Broke one engine, unfortunately. And then I changed to another engine and pushed as hard as I can. And yeah.
So how much of an advantage do you feel you now have going through as a top qualifier straight into the final? How confident do you feel about your chances now?
Yeah, I think it's only 4 meters on the starting grid, so it's not that much, but I'm really happy to reach the pole position in 3 rounds that count. Yeah. Okay, of course. Yeah. I'm really happy about this to show my performance of the stuff, as well as Shepard and Novarossi and all my stuff. Yeah.
Excellent. Well, as the top qualifier, you're going to be one of the favourites now, so best of luck. Well done in qualifying. Thank you very much for speaking to us. So, that concludes our pit walk today on day 2 of action here in Ettlingen in Germany. And I've been Adam Johnson with the RC Racing TV crew. A lot of talk about track grip, a lot of talk about fuel strategy. Hell of a lot of stories that are going to play out tomorrow when we get into the finals. Tune in right here on RC Racing TV for that.
We will be back, as you can see on the screen, at 1400 Central European Time. That is 1300 or 1 p.m. UK time. You can see some cars going around the track. Not sure exactly what they're doing, but we will have the main final A practice, which actually, I think this is going. This is it right now, because that looks like Peach's car, the white car, and the orange and yellow car of Simon Kurtzbrook. Of course, Simon got the TQ position, so he goes straight into the A final, and Robert Peach won the Super Bowl position, as you've just heard from yesterday's Super Bowl. So this is the main final practice. So they're running it, well, about 40 minutes early. So yeah, throwing us off a little bit. But you can enjoy watching them go around the track. They're basically just getting their engines tuned. This is the last time that they'll be on the track until the main final, which starts at 1600 Central European Time or 1500 UK time. Until then, as you can see on the screen, we will have the semifinals on the track at 2 p.m. Central European Time or 1 p.m. UK time. Please come back just a few minutes before then, and we will catch you up with all the action that's happened. Is someone in line for food? All right, guys, I'll figure while I'm waiting for our food to arrive, hopefully someone's in line for it, I can add some folks to the Facebook group. So if you want to get all the information straight to your Facebook feed of what's happening in the RC Racing TV world, just join the group. Just search for RC Racing TV on Facebook. You can also join the EFRA page. Just search for EFRA. So just starting from the top, I'm sure there's quite a lot of you that have been wanting to join the group. Just going to click through and make sure you're a real person and not some fake person from elsewhere trying to sell us some sunglasses or any other junk like that. So Lim, you are in. Vincent Menzies, friends with Andy Moore and Ollie Jeffries. I recognize their profile photos. So you are in. Although Andy will friend anybody. Fabian Nitschke. You just started school. You live in, looks like Germany somewhere. We'll approve you. Roberto Geniale. I'm going to guess you're Italian. You actually look somewhat familiar, I think. Friends with Dallas. Any friend of Dallas is a friend of ours. Dallas, of course, the main man at EFRA. This weekend, the main man of EFRA is Willie. Dallas must be taking a break. And let's see, Dennis Benaldi. Yeah, so you just recently had a birthday. Happy birthday. Well, that was a month ago. Jeez, you need to post a bit more on your page, man. Sardar Iqbal Ahmed. You're from Dubai. I can't read any of it, but you look like a real person. And we will approve you to join the Facebook page. If you'd like to join the Facebook page of RC Racing TV, just head over to Facebook, of course. Type in RC Racing TV into your search bar there, and you will come up with the group. And just click join, and you'll go on the pending to join list, and we will check you out and make sure you're a real person, like I said. And we'll be back. We'll be back to check you out soon enough. So once again, we will be back at 1400 Central European Time. That is 1300 or 1 p.m. UK time. Please adjust your times if you are anywhere else in the world. Thank you very much, and we'll see you soon with the semifinal B. And we are ready to bring you live coverage here on RC Racing TV, thanks to EFRA, EFRA.ws, and EFRA on Facebook. And we are RC Racing TV. Did I already say that? Anyway, we are also brought to you by HB Europe and D'Agostini Model Space. So this is Frank McKinney. We've got Adam Johnson just sorting out some of the issues with our shade. And Paul Bateman up on the camera. So in just a few minutes, as a matter of fact, in about exactly 3.5 minutes, all these cars will be coming into the grid area, and we'll get started with the semifinal B. So 20-minute race. We'll see plenty of fueling, no tire changes. Tire changes, we might see some tire changes in the main final. So it's a 20-minute race, and then 10 minutes after this race is finished, we will start the semifinal A. So here's Adam, and he's going to run you through who is in the semifinal B coming up in 2.5 minutes.
Thanks very much, Frank, and it is a stacked deck for the first semi-final, for the B semi-final of the EFRA 1/8 IC Euros 2015. There are champions aplenty in this one. There are prospective champions aplenty. There is serious talent, serious RC engineering out there, ready to do battle for a spot in the final, of which there are potential 5 from this heat. There are 3 guaranteed, and then 2 are on the line based on pace. So the 4th and 5th place finishers in this one will face a nervy weight. There is talent in spades in this one. There's Dario Balestri, the reigning champion, rolls off the pole. He'll be looking to go back-to-back and add a second European Championship to the one who won last year. Oliver Mack will be in close attendance with him, having his shepherd. Alberto Pico rolls off on the 3rd spot, and it's Mugen. 4th for Robin de Hont and the BMT. Here's a man I'm advising you guys to keep an eye on. I have a feeling he could spring a surprise here and make his way into the final. A man that has in no way is ever going to sneak up on anyone is Lamberto Collari, rolling off 5th. He is a multi-times world champion and European champion. In fact, he's a 4-time European champion. 97, 1998, 2007 and 2011. So 4 years on from his last triumph, can he add a 5th European title to his already bulging trophy cabinet? Andrea Ferrani has WRC car just behind him. And then Adrian Bertin. Speaking of multi-time European champions and world champions, there's another one. European champion in 2004 and a 2-time world champion in this discipline. There are champions aplenty. This is the Champions League, the very pinnacle of Nitro on-road 1/8 scale RC racing in the world, ladies and gentlemen. Let it be in no doubt that the guys you are out there watching drive these cars are supremely talented at their craft. And then at the back we have the 3 qualifiers looking to do the double jump. Francesco Tironi, Alessio Mazzeo and Daniele Jelassi, who will go through and are looking to do the double jump qualifying positions.
So, und da schauen wir natürlich. Dario Balestri startet hier von der 1. Olli Mack von der 2.
So here we go then. The countdown is on.
Alberto Pico von der 3.
Are we ready? Potential 5 slots on the line here. Remember, the top 3 are the ones guaranteed into the grand final. 4th and 5th will have a nervous wait to get there. We're underway. And it's a great start from Dario Balestri. Fantastic start from the reigning champion. That's exactly what he wanted. Straight off the bat. And Oliver Mack is under a little bit of pressure from Alberto Pico just behind. And the field following line astern. It's a little bit of a slow start from Daniele Alessi off the back of the field. But otherwise, it's a great start from Balestri. In fact, the car that's fallen back is the number 3 car of Alberto Pico. So that's an early blow. Right now, some side-by-side scrapping. These guys trying to make up any positions they can. That is in the packed midfield area. Oh, and a big hit down in the EFRA hairpin. That's the number 7 car going for a massive ride. That's Adrian Bertin, the former champion of the world in European discipline. Is it all over already for the orange and white number 7 car? Masters retrieving his car. They're going to run it back to the pit lane and hopefully try and get the thing refired and get back going. But that was a series of brutal hits down in the EFRA hairpin. It looked like he got into contact with someone, and then it was just on from there. And let's have a look on the VRC Pro replay. And he just gets, it's a half spin. He got in a little bit of contact and then slam, T-bone repeated times by cars coming through there. Frank, how did you see
someone
that?
slid out in front of him, and he hit him, and then Adrian got hit by about 6 different cars.
My goodness me. That car has taken an absolute battering early doors. And I'm not surprised to see it not back out on the track. So there is one of the biggest guns out there, has already fallen by the wayside. If that doesn't open the field up even more so, I don't know what will really. As we watch our leaders, Dario Balestri and Oliver Mack. Now these two were fairly close together in their qualifying sessions as well. They've been stuck to each other like glue across the weekend. The battle just behind these two is the one to really focus on. There they are, Lamberto Collari, a man who has pretty much won everything there is to win in RC racing. And we look around another trophy. He's being hounded right now by Robin de Hont, my kind of outsider for this race, my outside pick. He was a little bit down in the qualifying sessions, but even though he was in the 7th qualifying heat, the 8th qualifying heat, he was able to move right up to the very top in the qualifying sessions and make a real impression. So I think de Hont's got a point to prove here, and he's got a real good, got a great shot here. Now he's chasing Collari as hard as he can, because the qualifying procedure from these semi-finals, the top 3 go through, that's an absolute lock. And then 4th and 5th from this final will have an anxious wait, because if the 4th and 5th place finishes in the other semi-final are faster than they are overall, they will go through. It's the fastest of the 4th and 5th place finishers. So we could have the 2 4th and 5th place finishers from this final go through, vice versa for the A final, or a mix of both. But basically, that's the sudden death situation that you don't want to be in. If you can avoid that and get yourself into that top 3, that guarantees your spot in the final, and it guarantees you a shot at glory. So that's exactly what de Hont's trying to do, trying to keep up with Lamberto Collari in that multicoloured, the white with red and blue flashes on that fantastic looking car. And also in attendance is Alessio Mazzio, one of the qualifiers from the quarterfinals, doing a very good job out there, fairly solid, but he is starting to be dropped a little bit by those in front of him. In fact, Tirani and Yalassi are actually 5th through 7th right now. And with Adrian Bertin departing, there is surely an extra slot on the line now, but one thing is for sure, Dario Balestri and Oliver Mack are starting to clear away. Those two are the class of the field in terms of pace in this one, and they are moving away quickly. They have the right strategy. Balestri seemed very frustrated after Superpole yesterday. Felt like he probably had the fastest car out there, but the track conditions at the time did not suit his car, or so he felt. That was the unfortunate luck of it. He was nearly there as well, despite all that. And then Robert Piche came in right at the end of Superpole and nailed that perfect lap, snatched it away from him, which has relegated Balestri to this semi-final. And we have pit stops beginning now. So Balestri, a little bit of traffic to negotiate, but we still continue watching this 3rd place battle between Collari, former world and European champion multiple times over, and Robin de Hont, who has been showcasing real flashes of brilliance so far this weekend. Can he pull it together? He is desperately trying to pull in behind Collari, but Collari is staying just far enough ahead. So de Hont decides to go maybe a little bit off schedule, a little bit off sequence. Pits just before Collari does. Now, without as many tyre stops, these are still 20-minute semi-finals, remember. We're not expecting tyre changes in this. We are maybe expecting tyre changes in the final, which is longer. But for now, continue to see. So de Hont continues on his way. He's down in 5th. Alberto Pico has leapfrogged him because he hasn't pitted yet. And the pit stop cycle continues. I think I just saw Collari's car enter the lane, and he's back out right in front of de Hont. And de Hont's up the inside, and he gets the move done. Collari, a little bit off sequence coming out of the pit lane. He took 3-4 corners to get his rhythm away, by which point de Hont and Alessio Mazzio had made the move on him. So de Hont, once these pit stops cycle through, should be up to 3rd, although Alberto Pico is showing there at the moment. But de Hont is really working well. So let's have a look at the VRC Pro replay of that move by Eddie de Hont, Robin de Hont, sorry. Lovely move up the inside there. Lamberto Collari went wide, struggling to regain his rhythm after the pit stop, and de Hont pounced. And Mazzio also moved through as well to gain that position. So there we go. Now that Alberto Pico has made that pit stop. De Hont has cycled through into third place. So this is the battle to watch. De Hont, as it stands, is locked into the final. As it stands. We know that can change in a heartbeat, but he is locked in third. In fourth, Alessio Mazzio, and fifth, Lamberto Collari, have to wait and hope that their overall race times are quicker than the fourth and fifth place finishers in the A semi-final. If they are, they both go through. But that is the corridor of uncertainty none of these drivers want to be in. They want their destiny in their own hands, and that's what De Hont's doing. A fantastic pass. And still at the top end of town, they'll be coming up towards the HP carousel now, and through to the end of the lap is Dario Balestri and Oliver Mack. Are still leading the way fairly comfortably. They just lapped Andrea Pirani. But still De Hont continues, and he's starting to gap Mazzio a little bit. Starting to gap him quite significantly, actually. De Hont is showing some pretty good pace out here. I'm really hoping I haven't jinxed him, like banging on about him being the outsider here. And what I mean by that is it's fairly simple. You know, you look at the big guns like Balestri and Piche and Grosskamp, you know, the guys with the reputation, the Bertins even, the guys who have previous form, have previous trophies in these events. And then you look to the left, guys like De Hont, and a guy like Simon Kurzbuch, who has taken that top qualified position. So he's just been out for his own little practice session with the top qualifiers, him and Robert Piche. He'll be watching these races with a lot of interest, because these are the races that will decide the drivers that will stand between him and the European Championship 2015. And De Hont continues to lap solidly. This is a very smooth performance. He's just keeping Mazzio at arm's length for now. Collari has faded somewhat in fifth. And De Hont is setting a fearsome pace at the moment. He's in fact coming up behind the lap traffic of Daniele Gilassi. So De Hont will have some lap traffic to deal with, although fortunately that lap traffic's moved out of his way as we're in the next round of pit stop. Mazzeo also into the pit lane for a stop. And a very good stop it was too, a very rapid stop. The second cycle of pit stops beginning around every 5 minutes, although they can differ depending on strategy. Anyone who tells you fuel mileage races are boring, not in this case, not at all. I just see our leader Balestri has just hit the pit lane. Continue to follow De Hont around. De Hont currently scored in second, but he has yet to make his second stop. And these are pivotal moments. The pit window, here he comes into the lane now. So he watches pit stop. So much action there. Up, fuel in, and back underway. There you go. That is 101 on how to make a clean pit stop, but he's straight back out there with his rival. Mazzioni is right there, and Mazzioni has got a great chance as De Hont gets back into his rhythm to try and pounce for that position. And in fact, it was the number 10 of Gilassi that briefly impeded De Hont a little bit there on the exit of pit road, and that allowed Mazzeo to close up just for a second there. And Mazzeo is so close, he goes for the move, and he completely wipes out De Hont. Oh my goodness, that was a hip and shoulder and a half. De Hont ended up in the garage. De Hont is back on the way and still running, but to say that was a physical move is to do an understatement to the word physical. So then, let's have a look on the VRC Pro replay. At this move, he was going for the inside there. I don't know, they just converged. I don't know if that was 6 of one, half a dozen of another. I wonder if Mazzeo he may get a penalty there for avoidable contact, mainly because of how big the hit was in the end. De Hont's car spiralling clean off the track and tumbling down the order. De Hont has now cycled out 6th place, but more drama here in the pits. Nope, my mistake. Lamberto Collari's in the pits. That was a routine stop. He's back out. So then, we cycle round again. And it's fascinating. I'm just trying to have a look here, see if Mazzeo has been called in for any sort of penalty. Doesn't appear to be. So maybe they have called racing incident on that one. And so let's see if we can find Mazzeo. Mazzeo is at the EFRA hairpin right now. He'll be coming up to the HP carousel at the far end of the track through the D'Agostini D. There he is, picked up. There is your third place runner now, having rather forcefully taken the position away from Robin De Hont through the EFRA hairpin, and it is now up to him to become the hunted, having been the hunter. And Mazzeo looking for the double bump up. He already bumped up from the 8th final into this one. And if he can make it all the way to the final, that'll be some story. And it looks like he is continuing on. Lamberto Collari is 4th. So whilst we watch Mazzeo, Collari is a good half a lap behind this, I can confirm. He is right back there. Collari is 4th, Pirani is 5th, and Robin de Hont, after that contact, is now 6th place. So he had it mostly under control, but it was just after the pit stops. You knew it was always going to be tense after the pit stops. And you knew that was the time that Mazzeo knew he had to go for it. So we've had a crash on the exit of the double apex left. Just coming through there, you'll see the Marshals just behind briefly. Now, whose car is that? It's not Collari's car, I don't think. That's very hard to tell. There's also... It's the number 6 car of Andrea Pirani. So the number 6 of Andrea Pirani. Parts missing from the car. His race is over. And meanwhile, we continue watching our 3rd place runner, Alessio Mazzeo, who comes into the pit lane for what should be his final stop, or perhaps his penultimate stop. Synchronized pit stops there. Very nice job. And in fact, Mazzeo went wide on the pit exit. And that, look at this. Robin de Hont is back there. Now, de Hont hasn't pitted yet in this cycle. But will de Hont be tempted for a little shot at revenge here? I don't think so. We'll see. But I mean, if he can get track position on him, that's still useful. He needs to get anything he can get. So any personal feelings have to be put aside here. And you have to concentrate on the overall end goal, which is qualification for the grand final of the EFRA 1/8 IC European Championships 2015. These two side by side again on the track. It's when you come out of the pits, Frank mentioned this earlier, and there goes de Hont into his pit there. So that'll cycle him back down the order. It's another good pit stop though from de Hont, a very nice pit stop. There's Mazzeo, who continues to truck on. Lamberto Collari has just cycled into the 3rd spot, but Collari yet to stop. Collari's in fact the next car up the road. He's at the HB carousel now. There he is, coming through the shot with D'Agostini D. There he is, moving up to the final corner and then along the front straight now. And there is the gap between him and Mazzeo. And I'm fairly sure Collari still has another stop to make. So the picture's starting to become a lot clearer. As to who will advance into the final and contest the European Championship 2015. Dario Balestri has controlled this race in the front. He's coming through the first corner now. There he goes. And Oliver Mack is not far behind him. Balestri and Mack have been fairly close together the whole race. And then 3rd then is Mazzeo. That is the... Well, Mazzeo is still 4th, sorry, but Collari... We're waiting for Collari to make a final stop, we assume. But even then, Mazzeo is not too far behind Collari as it stands. Here comes your leader, Balestri, and Mack just through the bottom of the shot there. There's Mazzeo, and the number 0, and there is Collari right there. So there is a gap between the 3rd and 4th place cars. Is that a pit stop gap? I think that's got to be less than the time for a pit stop. I think Collari's strategy has to be, right now, try and run as far as possible in the middle stint. And then you only put in as tiniest amount of fuel you can just to get to the end. That must be what he's trying to do. And his strategy relies on him going absolutely flat out right now and trying to gap Mazzeo, but I just can't see it. Mazzeo is still too close on the track. You see him just there at the back of shot there. And Mazzeo, there's Collari going through. There's Mazzeo. There's the gap between the 2 of them. And there is Collari into the lane. And there goes Mazzeo back through into 3rd. So Mazzeo come out of the EFRA hairpin right now and up along the back straight into the HP carousel and into the D'Agostini Ds. The first of those 2 yellow cars, the number 9 car. The first of those 2. There he goes through the EFRA hairpin, which has seen so much action, which is where Adrian Bertin's title hopes this year ended in such spectacular fashion. And now through the final corner, where Robin de Hont's hopes were impeded. We've got a car off at the end of the pit lane. That's the number 3, Alberto Pico. The big crash at the end of the pit lane. Looks like he lost a wheel. That was a major shunt. I don't know if he just had the crash in the lane or not. But that was fairly major. But we returned to the track action. Pico was well out of things already, and that has merely compounded his miserable race. But Mazzeo continues on, and his nearest competition, Lamberto Collari, the best part of a third of a lap behind this. So Mazzeo continues on. We are ticking down 3.5 minutes. Dario Balestri continues to lead, and he's got a healthy gap over Oliver Mack. Well, we have some cars pitting there. Is that Collari that's pitted? No, it's not Collari, it's pitted again. We have the number 10 car, Daniele Ilassi, in and out. That was the number 8 car, Francesco Tironi pitting in. And there's Mazzeo. Mazzeo pitting in. Where's that put him in relation to Collari? It puts him behind Collari. Now, does Collari have another stop to make, or are they good to the end now? Is this a straight fight? Frank's verdict, he doesn't think so. So this should be a straight fight now for the final guaranteed playoff spot, the final guaranteed push spot. Of course, 4th and 5th will then enter into the nervous waiting game, which will be hoping that their race times in this race are fast enough to qualify them on time. But it's a game, it's a waiting game that no one wants to play. And at the moment, Alessio Mazzeo and Robin de Hont are the two who might have to play it. Collari and Mazzeo, there's about the length of the pit straight between them. It is incredibly close out there. And quite a number of cars. There's, making sure I saw de Hont's car. That going through is Collari's car. And there is Mazzeo in the back of that shot there. Our camera at the EFRA hairpin shows you neatly the gap between the two. There's the D'Agostini D, and there is Mazzeo. Go around. Excellent shots here, showing the gap here and showing how close it is between guaranteed qualification and the nervous wait. Meanwhile, elsewhere on the track, we're still watching this battle. We will still watch the third place battle, but just to tell you that Balestri and Mack are still formation flying up front. They have led this thing 1-2 since the drop of the starter's flag and have controlled this race handily from there. And we'll make sure they are locked into the final. So Balestri looks like a lock to go into the final to try and defend his trophy, his European Championship trophy. And Oliver Mack looks like he's going with him. But who else will be there? Right now it's between Lamberto Collari, the number 5 car you see on your screen right now. And just behind him is Alessio Mazzeo. Collari, multi-time European world champion in this discipline. An incredible competitor, a man used to winning wherever he goes. Having to even qualify for the semi-final will have been seen as a disappointment from him, but it looks like after this is shaken out, it will still probably be too close for his comfort. But he's got a minute or so before he is heading back to the final to try and win another European trophy. To add to his already bulging trophy cabinet. And he is holding off the advances of Mazzeo very nicely here. Mazzeo has been unable to make ground on him. Collari was able to claw that position back across the race. Mazzeo had it early on, but Collari has been able to claw it back. All that experience, all that guile, all that calmness under pressure is what is serving Collari very well. As we've seen in the lower finals this morning, so much pressure on the shoulders of these drivers, and for many of them, the pressure has been too much. But for Collari, he's making it look as easy as doing the washing up. It's a simple drive home, but Mazzeo is still close enough that if Collari makes any sort of small mistake, he can pounce. But time is running out. 15 seconds now. I'll probably get one more lap in after this. There we go. The final 10 seconds then. And it looks like Dario Balestri, Oliver Mack, and Lamberto Collari will be your first 3 qualifiers from the semi-finals in to the final of the 1/8 IC European Championships 2015. After what was a thrilling, tense, controversial, and exciting from first lap to last race, we have our first qualifiers, and we also have our first 2 names in the hat to be qualified on speed, or time rather. So there you go, Dario Balestri, the reigning champ, safely into the final with a dominant performance. Oliver Mack second then, Lamberto Collari is third in the end. Fourth for Alessio Mazzeo. He tried his best throughout the race, couldn't quite do it. But he will be in the pot, and if he does manage to qualify on speed, that'll be a double bump up for him, as it will be for Francesco Tironi, who finishes fifth in the end. Robin de Hont misses out on any sort of qualification in the end, just by finishing sixth. What might have been for the man who held the guaranteed transfer spot for a long time in that race, in the end, couldn't quite do it. Daniele Ilassi finishes seventh, and then back here with the guys whose races never really started. Alberto Pico hit problems in the pit lane. Andrea Pirani had issues, and then Adrian Bertin, a man with so many trophies in his cabinet, he won't be adding to it this year after that spectacular incident in the opening laps. So now we know at least 5 of our finalists so far. We know that Simon Kurzbuch is there. We know Robert Piech is there. We now know that Dario Balestri, Oliver Mack, and Lamberto Collari are also there. And Alessio Mazzeo and Francesco Tironi are now maybes. They are the potentials, the unknown quantities. So then, who will be the other 10 drivers gunning for those final slots in the final? Let's have a look at the grid lineup for the A semi-final. And it is another stacked deck, as you'd expect. You've got Jilles Groschkamp rolling off on the pole. He was very close to progressing through Super Pole. He was very close to progressing as top qualifier, but Kurzbuch pipped him to it, and then he fell through Super Pole. So he has to go through this semi-final to try and make it back to the final and win back the trophy that he won in 2013. Lars Hoppe, the other man who did pretty well, he made it into Super Pole, so he has plenty of pace behind him. Bruno Coelho third. Now he's another man to watch. He is definitely another contender here, and a man I would advise you keep a close eye on in this race, because he has shown bags of pace throughout the weekend in his X-ray machine. John Ehrman fourth then, Dominic Greiner in fifth place, Maximilian Vogel rolling off sixth, Nicola Morone seventh, and then our 3 qualifiers from earlier, Merlin Depter eighth, Tobias Köhler ninth, and Michael Salvan rounding out the 10. And we'll go on into semi-final 2, the A semi-final. So, just a reminder folks, if we watch for the 4th and 5th positions, the times that the 4th and 5th finishes in this race have to beat if they want to qualify. Alessio Mazzeo finished with 88 laps in 20 minutes, 05 seconds, .369. Francesco Tironi finished on 88 laps, 20 minutes, 06.009. So, if they complete more laps than that in the time, they're both through. If they do 88 laps in shorter time than that, they're both through. Otherwise, it is going to be one of those things that's going to change by the lap, ladies and gentlemen. And as I said in the last race, this is going to be one of those things that if you're one of those drivers, you want to get into the top 3, so you don't even go into that corridor of uncertainty. You don't even want to be there. You want to lock yourself in and make certain of it. Because this procedure is anything but uncertain, but it keeps us and it keeps the drivers, it keeps the fans guessing all the way through. So it is very, very fascinating indeed, and adds an extra dimension to what is already an incredibly tense pair of semi-finals. As the field gathering in the pit lane, just warming up, they're getting ready to go out for their warm-up laps. They'll have a couple of minutes to warm up, get the engines running. For some of these guys, this will be the first time they'll have hit the track all day, so any earlier observations will be taken with a pinch of salt, because the track will have changed with every race that runs on it. And with the more time that the sun has beaten down on it, the more runs, the more rubber and oil going down on that dark line you see around the track, which is obviously the most grippy, but for some is not grippy enough. But certainly the conditions suiting Dario Balestri in the last race, if anything was to be gained from that, and he moves confidently through into the final. Can he go back-to-back? I have a feeling there are a few names in this semi-final who have the capacity to stop him. Jilles Groschkamp being only one of them, being many people's main contender here. Engines are fired in the pit lane, they're ready to warm up soon. So keep it locked on our coverage here on RC Racing TV's live coverage of the EFRA 1/8 IC European Championships 2015 here from the NC Ettlingen circuit in Germany. Our coverage presented to you by HP Europe, Dagstini Model Space and EFRA. Keep in touch on the YouTube stream. If you're watching on the YouTube stream, welcome. I hope you're loving the coverage and you're loving the action that is out there. It's some brilliant RC racing action out there, and we hope you're enjoying it. Let us know any info, any questions in the comments. Keep the comments coming in. We love the interaction with the viewers and the fans. They're very knowledgeable fans in the RC racing community, and we appreciate that very much. Also join the conversation on Facebook, both on the EFRA page and the RC Racing TV group. We love to hear your comments, we love to hear your thoughts, we love to hear the enthusiasm and the chat about the RC racing community, which is as passionate one as any in the motorsport world. As you can see, the car's now out for a 4 minutes of warm-up, just to get fuel running through these nitromethane engines, get the four-wheel drive transmissions rolling smoothly, and iron out any bugs or any little settings, although as Frank said earlier, there's not really much they can change when it gets down to this. Just fuel flow rates, and a little bit more than that, maybe a little bit of a tweak on the gurney flap, but otherwise you've got what you've got now, and it's all up to you to make it work. So you'll often see guys coming in and out of the pit lane in this warm-up, fettling with the cars. They're going to take every chance they can get here. And of this stacked deck in this semi-final, you'd have to be seriously silly to try and make a prediction for it. That's why I'm going to try and make a prediction for it. I can't see many people topping Grosskamp to get home here, get through. And from there on, that's the only prediction I think I'm certain on. And even then, having seen Adrien Bertin in the last heat, in the last semi-final, go spectacularly flying out a few corners in, nothing is certain until the checkered flag drops at the end of the final. That's when we're fairly certain. So Grosskamp, I think, is the one to watch in this one. But certainly keep an eye on Bruno Coelho, who will be in the number 3 car, the orange and white car. You'll see it on our cameras when the race gets started. So it will come through. In fact, it's going to come through on the pit lane camera we're on. Right there, there he is. That little blur. The orange and white car, Bruno Coelho, the Portuguese driver. Very, very quick. He was very close to making it into Superpole, didn't quite get there. Well, either way, he locked himself into this semi-final stage. So it's a very good run. And it's just a car limping in the front of shot there, but it's got that going. That was Michael Salvin's bright yellow car, the number 10. Or the number 0 as they're numbered out here, but it's the number 10. So I think Coelho is certainly one to watch. He starts in the transfer spots already, so it'll be the start will be all important. And it'll be all up to him. Make sure he gets away well and try and protect that third place, or ideally, move past the guys in front of him, get some cars between himself and the trapdoor. Because as you say, there are a potential 5 qualifying slots here. Only 3 of them are guaranteed in any shape or form. The rest are all up in the hands of fate and the hands of the stopwatch. About a minute to go in warm-up here. We're getting ready for the second semi-final, the A semi-final, the EFRA 1/8 IC Euro. These nitro-burning, super fast 1/8 scale cars. Incredibly fast, incredibly advanced tech. They look great, they sound great, and they go like nothing you've ever seen before. And for these drivers, the very pinnacle of their craft in this discipline, it is a white-hot battle. It is margins so thin they are barely perceptible. It'll separate these drivers from glory and going home empty-handed. Starter is ready on the grid. About 30 seconds to go before race start. And the starter getting ready on the grid. You see him there. And the cars will start to line up in their Le Mans style starting blocks. Mechanics ready with their cars. The drivers ready in the driver's stand. Here we go. The countdown is on. Flag is in the air. As soon as that drops, the cars go down. And then they're underway. And look at that for a start from Bruno Coelho. That's exactly what I said he had to do. He leapfrogs up into second place off the start. Jumps past Lars Hoppe. Fantastic opening move. What a great run. What a great start that was. Jonas Grosskamp is unopposed up in front. But Coelho has snatched second away from Lars Hoppe, which drops him back into the clutches of John Ehrman, who's the white and red number 4 car just behind him. There he is. And a little bit of contact just in there as well. That is the transfer spot. That is going to be all important And in fact, Hoppe is going back on the offensive against Coelho. The last thing he wants is to be hounded by a hungry pack of wolves behind him, looking for his position with everything they've got. 5th place, Dominic Greiner, you'll see just behind them, the pink car there. The pink number 5 car also in the mix, as well as Maximilian Vogel in the green and orange fronted car. There's some seriously quick names at the back of this field as well who are looking to try and move up. Passing at a premium here, as you've seen. If you're going to make a pass here, it normally is an all or nothing affair. But Coelho is starting to menace the rear end of Groskamp's car. This would be something of an upset if Coelho moved through and was able to beat Groskamp here. Obviously, it's not the actual final itself, but it'd be a statement of intent from Coelho if he's able to beat out Groskamp one-on-one. That'd be very interesting to see. But I have no doubt that Groskamp is controlling the pace of this race to his advantage very nicely. And Lars Hoppe is still there in 3rd. You see 1, 2, 3, 4, all pretty much in the same shot there. There they go, 1, 2, 3, 4, coming through the shot there. That's how close it is. Top 3 are locked in, and the 4th is an uncertainty. As I say, the 4th and 5th place finishers have to beat the times that Mazzeo and Tirani set in the first semi-final, which were 88 laps, both 88 laps, at 20 minutes 05 and 06 seconds respectively. So if they manage to complete 89 laps, the 4th and 5th place finishers in this race, they complete more than 88 laps, they're both in to the grand final. And this is a very tense battle. No one really wants to make the bold move yet, although Coelho is still menacing the rear end of Groskamp's car. There's the lead battle. Comes through the EFRA hairpin again. And off down the long back straight. They'll hit, the top guys will hit upwards of 70 miles an hour down that straight. Seriously quick cars. Even at this very technical track here in Ettlingen. A great driver's track, a track that rewards rhythm and absolute precision. And Coelho and Groskamp seem very level on pace. And I think it's just the case where Coelho may be slightly faster, but not fast enough to make the move. You hear that a lot in all sorts of racing. And it seems to me like Coelho doesn't quite feel like he can move by. And I think that's very wise, having seen some of the massive incidents we've had when guys have gone for the big move and failed. I think Coelho's strategy is very sensible. Meanwhile, the 3rd place battle just behind these 2 cars has widened out a little bit. Lars Hoppe has just gapped 3rd and 4th place there. You can just see it. It's not by much. It's not by much. But the gap is being stretched a little bit. And they are, in fact, Hoppe, if anything, is starting to move towards the top 2, who are scrapping away among themselves. Groskamp, it's like an accordion effect. Groskamp will get away, and then Coelho will just come straight back. It's like someone attached an elastic band between their 2 cars earlier on in the garage. Now that would have been a pit walk I'd like to have seen, actually. Coelho still hounding Groskamp. This is really intense racing. This is knife-edge stuff. Coelho hoping to force a mistake from Groskamp to move through. That is the most effective way of making the pass to position. And in fact, we've had a change of position for 4th. I've just noticed that Dominic Greiner has moved up, and that could just be due to the pit stops, as we have pit stops for Merlin Deptut and Dominic Greiner. Also, the first round of pit stops. First round of pit stops ongoing here. And it'll take a few laps to shake out. Still, this battle between, and it looks like Coelho has made the move now. Oh no, that's a little bit of traffic he's in, sorry. That was the white number 7 car, Nicola Morone, that he's in there with. But the first round of pit stops are underway. And Coelho was right up behind one of the bright yellow cars in this race, but he pits in, so Coelho continues. Groskamp continues on his way as the leader. And as it stands, midway through the pit cycle, we have Michael Salvin showing us 3rd place, which is quite sensational here. We've had a car go off at the end of the HP carousel, by the way. That was the number 4 of John Ehrman, who just went off there briefly. But, more pit stops ongoing, and Groskamp has come out, has back in the race, and he's actually quite a distance behind Bruno Coelho now. And Groskamp took a hit in the pits. Is Groskamp back in now? Drive-through penalty for Groskamp. Oh my. That's thrown the cat among the pigeons with a machine gun. Groskamp, the early leader of this race, was under pressure from Coelho, but now, with that penalty, has slipped as far as 6th place. Suddenly Groskamp on the outside looking in. He's not even in the potential qualifying slots. He's on the outside. Surely not for the 2013 champ. He's got to get this back together and quickly. Meanwhile, Merlin Depter has moved up to 4th. And 3rd place is the pink car of Dominic Greiner. There he is, coming through the final corners now and into the main part. He's got the number 8 car of Merlin Depter up behind him. So here's your battle for 3rd. This is as it stands on the track. So Lars Hoppe has moved through to the lead ahead of Bruno Coelho. Then 3rd and 4th. Look at this. 1, 2, 3 and 4. There's still no separating them. Even though that incident with Groskamp. Dominic Greiner is now the man, desperately defending his 3rd place and desperately trying to keep Merlin Depter at bay. Depter also another man looking for the double jump up. He was one of our qualifiers into the semi-final. And here we're looking for the move here. Looking for something. Again, how long do you leave it until you have to try and force the issue? Because the amount of times we've seen people try and force the pass and it not work is, I've lost count in the amount of times that's happened in this event alone. Your best chance is probably down to the EFRA hairpin, but a lot of guys take a tight line through there. So your next best chance is to get on the gas earlier and get him down the long back straight into the HP carousel. Just get a better jump than that at the corner, but otherwise it's about waiting for a mistake. And if anything, Dominic Greiner is pulling away a little bit from Merlin Depter in 4th and pulling up behind Bruno Coelho, if anything, but the top 4 are still very much together. And look at Gilles Groskamp. He'll just, there's the white car, just at the back of shot. See him at the top of shot there. There's Greiner. Continue to watch the 3rd, 4th place battle. Just you'll see it right on the edge of shot, that white car, that's Gilles Groskamp. He's closing back in. In fact, as it stands, he's in 5th, which would at least put him in the situation where he'd be potentially one of the 2 qualifiers on speed. But after that incident in the pit lane, he may be in a little bit of trouble there. And as I've said already, he won't leave anything to chance. So he's now a couple of cars in the lane. That's Greiner, and Greiner impacted there with Merlin Depter's car on the exit of the pit lane. It looks like Greiner's car's got a little bit of right front damage. A little bit of right front damage. And I'm just having a quick look here. Groskamp, as it stands, is predicted, forecast to complete 90 laps. Now, if he does that, he's in. He goes through, because that beats Mazzeo and Taroni's 88 laps starts that they did in the first semi-final. So it is all crucial. And there's one of the cars in the lane, actually. I think that might have been Bruno Coelho having issues in the pit lane. The car would not drive forward. It went to go and then did not. And now it's back in the lane, back out of the way. Where does that put Coelho? A little bit of drama for the number 3 car. The complexity of this race changing all the time. He's showing now down in 8th place. Now you assume that's with the odd pit stop still to go, but still, Coelho now definitely on the outside looking in. Meanwhile, Dominic Greiner and Merlin Depter continue to battle. Greiner with that right front damage. You'll just see as they maybe come down the main straight. And Depter, no. Greiner is in and out again. So that was a drive-through penalty for Dominic Greiner. And Greiner with a spin at the first corner. It's all starting to unravel a bit for the pink car, the pink number 5 car. Issues for Greiner now. And as it stands, where's the number 7 car? Frank, this is like musical chairs. No one wants that final qualifying spot, do they? It's crazy, yeah. Just had a talk with Michael Sullivan. He's walking past with a couple of adult beverages to watch the rest of the race that he's meant to be in. He said he hit a car at the end of the straight that was completely stopped, and it wasn't called out for him. So that puts him out of the race and spectating for the rest of the day. That's very disappointing. That's not how you want your day to end, really. And as the field continues round, we are tracking at the moment. The car we're watching is the number 7, the white number 7 of Nicola Morone, who was showing for a second there in 3rd, has now cycled out towards 5th. as pit stops continue. Where I'm curious to see is where Groskamp is. Groskamp is showing third right now. Where's Julius Groskamp? It's just coming down to the EFRA hairpin now. The white car, the white number 1 car, going up onto the back straight and into the HP carousel. There he is. There's Groskamp, who is on a recovery drive after his incident in the pits earlier in the race. Put him down and out. He was on the outside looking in, and then he was in on pace. And now, as it stands, he is in terms of positions because he's running third on the road. And Maximilian Vogel, the green and red car just behind him, that is for position. Oh! Little incident, sorry, at the EFRA hairpin just in front of these guys. Groskamp took a clout there. He took a hit from the static car of Merlin Depter, who had a half spin. He got into contact with one of the other cars. I think that might have been Coelho's car. And the stack up gave damage to Groskamp's car. Groskamp's car has taken a hell of a beating in this race. How much more can it stand? And more importantly, how many more lives does he need before they run out and he loses a chance to win a second European Championship? Here we go on the VRC Pro replay. Let's have a look at what happened. Here we go, coming down into the EFRA hairpin. There you go, an instant, 2-car instant. Merlin Depter trying to rejoin, and Groskamp had nowhere to go. I don't know if Depter probably should have waited till those cars came through, but it's very difficult sometimes. I think you maybe guess, and maybe in the heat of the moment you just want to rush back onto the track, but Depter pulled back in front of Groskamp. Groskamp will not be happy with that. And so, Lars Hoppe, as it stands, is pretty much confidently out in front in the number 2 car. And he is largely in a world of his own at the moment. Leading fairly comfortably. Merlin Depter. A few more pit stops continuing here. Greiner's been in and out of the pit lane as well. Groskamp is now elevated to second on the road. And Nicola Moroni back up to third. We're pretty sure that's a pit stop cycle. So let's see if we can find Merlin Depter. Merlin Depter's just going through the final corners. The orange and blue number 8 car coming up to the EFRA hairpin right about now. There he is, an orange car. Then up onto the back straight. He's actually at the HP carousel on the D'Agostini D now. There he is. There we go. These cars move so quickly. They are blurs of colour. There he is. We've found him. There's Merlin Depter, who is still in contention for the double bump up. But he's had to go about it the hard way here in this race. And more importantly for him, he badly needs to make it into those top 3 positions because he was forecast to complete 85 laps. It's now up to 88, but crucially it's 20 minutes 9 seconds, which would not be good enough to beat either Mazzeo or Tironi's 20 minutes 05 or 06. So it is coming down to the microseconds here. It is incredibly close here. One more fuel stop for everybody to go, remember. So this is going to be incredibly tense right down to the wire. Lars Hoppe is comfortably out in front and looking fairly good. Julius Groskamp second. Despite his troubles in this race, he's fought his way back to second. He will not be denied a shot in the final. And right now running third on the road, just ahead of these guys, is Nicola Moroni. So the battle you're seeing on screen is for position, and Depter gets past there by, actually that's the number 4 of John Ehrman, who's not in this race. He's a lap behind at the very least. So John Ehrman is not a factor here. It is between Moroni and Depter as to who transfers guaranteed in the final transfer spot, because Frank at the moment doesn't look like they'll quite get there on pace.
No, they seem to be battling with each other too much to actually make up any time. Obviously everyone's a racer, so no one wants to give up any room. But if they just work together, they'd be able to make up those precious few seconds, and maybe 2 of the 3 of them would be able to get up into the final.
Yeah, and look at this. Depter lunging at every corner. John Ehrman has moved past both of them, but he's a lap behind them, so he's not a factor in this race. It is this battle, incredibly tense battle. There's even the umbrella here can't take the tension up in the arena. And in fact, Moroni has pitted in. So he wants to get out of that battle, get in some clean track. I can't say I blame them. Very good strategy. Back out and underway. And we've got Julius Groskamp's car off at the EFRA hairpin. Is it all over for the 2013 champ? The marshal running the car back. Oh no, surely this is the bridge too far. You can't get this one back. I think his 9 lives just ran out.
I think that was fuel. He probably ran out of fuel.
Well, he's got back underway fairly quickly. And it's run out again immediately.
He's out again. He's out again at the just before the upper hairpin.
Oh man.
And another car coming in.
I think that's Bruno Coelho.
I think it was Bruno.
No, actually, I think it was John Ehrman. John Ehrman has pulled in. Coelho's still out there. And Groskamp's car being retrieved right beneath our camera position. Oh my. I'm going to stop predicting drivers. I'm going to stop it. My commentary curse is too good today. I don't like it.
I think Yillis's mechanics have just called it terminal.
Well, that throws things wider open than ever before. On our timing screens, the overall result, the way it stands for now with 3.5 minutes to go. Oh my goodness. Bruno Coelho's car just flipped out of the pit lane after he put it down. I think he gassed it too quickly while it was still in the fuel man's hands.
Yeah, he basically did a wheelie and went over the pit wall. So,
wow.
Don't know. Yes, he's coming in for a penalty.
Unsafe release.
Oh no, he didn't actually get fueled.
Oh wow, maybe he dropped it. He dropped the car.
You may have.
Me. This race has had a bit of everything in it. And as it stands, Lars Hoppe is the only one out there who's even vaguely relaxed. More cars coming in and out of the lane. That's the number 9 of Tobias Köhler. The way it's going, he can still have a shot. And Nicola Morone then and Maximilian Vogel are the men in 3rd and 4th. And so they're coming through the D'Agostini D and up onto the pit straight now. There they are. Just ahead, just behind these two. Just behind these two. There they are. There's your battle for 3rd. There is the battle for 3rd. And this is going to be all pivotal because as it stands, the 4th and 5th runners are not even going to complete 88 laps, which would mean that neither of them will qualify. Mazzeo and Tironi, as it stands, watching on, they will be the ones going into the final. So this battle for 3rd becomes all important. Morone is hanging on to it desperately. Maximilian Vogel trying to offer some opposition. And Dominic Greiner is a few car lengths back, but pretty much out of the picture. Probably too far back to make a run here. So it is between these two as to who advances into the final of the EFRA 1/8 IC Track Euros 2015. It's all on the line now. And it is close enough that one mistake from Morone would be enough to let Vogel through. And vice versa for Vogel. One mistake would be enough to end his charge. It's incredibly nerve-wracking. That doesn't help either. For them, Lars Hoppe, the leader's coming through. They've got to give way to the leader. Can't slow him down. So they're going to have to let him through. And that's actually bought Morone a crucial few seconds or so. Just to gap him a tiny bit. So tense. Could cut the atmosphere with a knife. Vogel still trying the chase, starting to look a little bit more desperate now. It's been a real case of musical chairs in that final transfer spot in this race. Most of the field have held it at one point or another, and it's to fall by the wayside. The big story of the race, Yillis Groskamp, the 2013 champion, the 2nd overall in qualifying, out with technical issues. He will not be adding to his 2013 championship. We've got a minute to go in this one. Morone has to just hold on for another 45 seconds or so to go into the final. Bit of contact down at the HP carousel, and that was in front of Morone, and it's negotiated well. And they're up behind Bruno Coelho, whose charge has faded badly. Now down in 7th, a lap behind all of this. What might have been for the Portuguese driver, who looked searingly quick throughout the race and very aggressive. Maybe it was too much in the end, who knows. Into the final 20 seconds. Morone continues, that's Lars Hoppe, the leader, right behind her. And in fact, they've pretty much gapped Vogel now. So Vogel's charge in 4th has faded. And as it stands, he will only complete 87 laps, which won't be enough. So as the clock ticks down to 0, we have our confirmation as to who will be going through to the final of the EFRA 1/8 IC Euros 2015. As they come home to take the checkered flag and complete what was an absolutely astounding 2nd semi-final.
Ein kleines bisschen schade, war eine gute Leistung hier.
So let's run it down for you.
Aber
The crucial numbers to look are the numbers beside 4th and 5th. Maximilian Vogel and Dominic Greiner, both of them completing only 87 laps. That is not good enough, with Mazzeo and Taroni both completing 88 laps in their semi-final. They are the ones that will go through on speed and join Lars Hoppe, Merlin Depter and Nicola Morone, as well as your other qualifiers, Kjørsbuk, Piche, Balestri, Mack and Kalari. That is your final lineup. Those are the 10 drivers that are going to be competing for glory in the EFRA 1/8 IC Track Euros. We'll be back to cover that live here on RC Racing TV alongside our partners 8B Europe, Dagstini Model Space and EFRA. Continue your chat on the YouTube chat. Frank will be reading the comments. Frank, your thoughts on the semi-finals? That was crazy.
Yeah, it was
Words of fame.
way too much action. Way too much action. Paul, can you hear us? Are you coming down with the camera?
Was sagt denn hier meine Uhr? 16 Uhr zum 45-minütigen Finale.
Right, so what we're going to do is we're going to replay yesterday's pit walk. Try to make sure that we can record it so we can upload it later as a separate video file to the YouTube playlist. And then also record another fresh new pit walk. And then play that through as well, because we have about an hour. It's about we have actually over an hour to the final, so we have plenty of time to do all this stuff if we rush around like chickens with our heads cut off. And so in just a few minutes we're going to have yesterday's pit walk, which we played earlier, but just gives you the thoughts of everyone yesterday,
including a couple of guys who will be in the final now.
Yeah, and a couple of guys who aren't.
Yes.
And then we will we'll wander around the pits and see who we can talk to.
Yep.
Okay, so we've got the race timing officials have published the timing. Let's see here if we can Good up. We will clear this, of course. And there we are. So this is for the main. As you can see, on pole position is Simon Skursbuk. In second is Robert Peach, Dario Balestri, Oliver Mack, Lamberto Calori starting fifth, Lars Hoppe, Merlin Depta, Nicola Moroni, Alessio Mazzio, and Francesco Teroni rounding out the main final here at the EFRA 1/8 IC Euros. Live from Ettlingen, Germany, we are RC Racing TV, brought to you by EFRA. We are the official EFRA media partners, and also HB Europe and De Agostini Model Space. In just a couple of minutes, we will play through yesterday's pit walk, the post-qualifying pit walk. And then we will run through the pits and talk to some more guys in the pits, hopefully. Oh, it's all good. Okay. And then we'll come back and play that through. So let's play through the pit walk once again. So this might take a couple of tries because the audio for which one I'm plugged into?
Hello ladies and gentlemen, and welcome back to RC Racing TV's coverage here of the EFRA 1/8 scale IC Euros here at the MC Ettlingen facility in Germany. It's another beautiful day out here. It's been about one cloud in the sky all day, and it was about that big. It has been sunny weather the whole day, which has meant that the spectators are getting a nice tan, but crucially that track out there has been very sticky, very hot, and generally a very tough one for the competitors, because as the sun has come up and down, that's changed the conditions as well. And what we also saw today, the big news from today, was the debut of the Super Pole qualifying format. We had qualifying rounds 3, 4 and 5, and we had Simon Kursbuk go through as top qualifier from those. What we then had was the 4 behind him, Robert Piech, Lars Hoppe, Dario Balestri and Gilles Groskamp, go into Super Pole, which is where they both had a shootout format. You've seen our coverage on RC Racing TV. It was thrilling, it was tense, it was just, you could cut the atmosphere with a knife out there on the track, and it was absolutely thrilling stuff. So what we're now going to do is have a look around the pit lane, have a walk around the garage, and get the live reactions of the drivers involved, the top 5 at the end of qualifying, going into the finals here on RC Racing TV. And first up would be Lars Hoppe. Now, Lars, it was an incredibly close qualifying session on the timing screens. You were first out there. Tell us how it felt to be the first guy out there in Super Pole.
Yes, it was very tight in the qualification, I think. I was very happy to get the Super Pole. but the problem was, I think the track was very dirty at the beginning. And so it was very difficult. The traction was very low. That was not so easy.
So you feel like going first may have been a disadvantage as well as an advantage?
Yes, maybe it was a little bit a disadvantage.
Maybe a little bit. And just try and explain to the viewers just how tense it must have been, because we saw you up there in the driver's stand on your own. Normally you've got a bunch of other guys there, but you were all on your own on the track. How did that feel? Was that a new experience?
It's a nice experience, I think. you hear your own car, and yeah, you have time. You have nobody in the yeah, you have the track for you alone. So very nice.
It must have been a bit of a new experience for all of you. Now, you'll be going through into the semi-finals. Obviously, you didn't progress from Super Pole. Do you feel like, despite that, you can still go on and win this event? Do you feel like you've still got some speed to make up?
I think win is very difficult. I think I need 1/10 of a second per lap.
1,000, that's how much it was in that session.
I think the warm temperature is not so easy for me.
I see.
If it's cold, it's okay, but in the warm condition, it's not so easy.
See, we've heard a few drivers this weekend say how they favour the warm conditions, and others, obviously like Lars, not so. So it's interesting how that plays out. Well, thanks very much for talking to us. Best of luck coming up in the semi-finals.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. And next up will be Robert Piech, the man who won that Super Bowl session with an absolutely storming lap. Talk us through that lap and it coming with you being the last of the 4 competitors going out there.
Yeah, for me it was a little benefit to start at last because I saw the other drivers starting before me, and I saw they didn't manage super fast laps, so my self-confidence goes a little bit upside, and I changed the setup of the car a little bit because I saw the cars starting before me was sliding a little. So I changed the 2 in, which played out good, and the car was getting better and better, and I think I managed already the second lap to be faster than Dario.
Yeah, it was. I think it was around lap 3 or 4 that was the fastest one. So just talk us briefly about the track conditions out there, because it's easy to assume on a hot day that the track is kind of sticky embedded in, but we're hearing that there wasn't actually as much traction out there.
As more hot it gets, as worse the track gets. To be honest, the cars were more sliding than in the colder conditions. I don't know why, but it seems to be. Every day when it was getting hot, the track got worse.
Well, that's interesting. So obviously being the winner of Super Pole, you are through and you're locked in. How are you feeling about your chance to become a European champion again?
For me it's really nice because I like to start second, because last year I started in pole and I didn't manage to win the race. And many times when I start second, you have a little more overview. You don't have the pressure from the others behind you because you start behind the leader, and for me it's the best starting position I can imagine.
So you heard it here first, ladies and gentlemen. Watch out, Robert is going to be very dangerous. He's starting from his preferred second grid slot. Thank you very much for talking to us. Best of luck for the rest of the event.
Thank you.
Now there's Robert Piech. Now that was very interesting what he said to us about the track conditions out there. It is easy. It's very easy to assume, viewers, that warm sunshine equals warm track. That's exactly what I thought. But for some, Lars and Robert both saying that there wasn't actually that much traction out there on the track. Let's see what Gilles Groskamp has to say about that. Gilles, just talk us through the experience of going through the inaugural Super Pole. How was it for you just being, you alone with the track man and machine?
Yeah, it was kind of funny, but I just honestly speaking, I didn't really was thinking about the crowd watching or people online watching. I was just doing just normal drive, and for me the Super Pole wasn't that great. The engine was too lean, so I didn't have the power I wanted, and also the traction was a lot lower than it was just before, because we had a small break, and after we went out for the Super Pole, so the traction wasn't that good. So it was okay.
We're hearing that a lot. That's a common theme coming through about the Super Pole, that there wasn't actually that much grip. Now, I mean, the assumption was that with the sun baking down on the track, there would be grip, but are you saying that because there was a break between the rounds, the track had a chance to cool down and that had an effect?
No, it's not about it's not about temperature. It's more about the dust, because it's a bit windy, and you can and some people were walking on the track, just before we had Super Pole. That some people make pictures, and I think that was the effect for the lower grip.
Okay, well that's very interesting to hear about that, and I wonder if that'll be an impact across the weekend. Now, obviously we're going into the semi-finals now. Are you still feeling confident in your chances of being European champion again?
Yeah, sure. I mean, I've been fast all week, Just especially the last 2 days, I was fast. The fuel is okay. We can make the run time pretty easy. So yeah, we know what to do for the final for sure. Just first semi-final. I will start number 1 in the semi, so that's of course an advantage, because for sure with the tight start grid and especially the hairpin, it's nice to start from pole, just to try to be gone in the first laps. And of course, what I say about the fuel, we probably go with 5 minutes. So it's I think a lot of people go safe and they have to fuel one stop extra. So for sure that will give me the advantage. So I think semi-finals should not be a big problem, but you never know. There's a lot of fast guys. But I think more about the final, and of course Simon is fast, Robert is fast, Dario is fast. I think those 3 are really fast, so just wait and see. Strategy-wise, I just hope it's warm tomorrow, because for me I think it's better when it's warm, for the engine, for the mileage, and also for the car traction, and also just for my own driving style. I think if it's warmer, it's a bit more slippery, so I think it's better for me.
Excellent. Well, there you go. Lars Hoppe said he wasn't favouring the hot conditions. Groskamp did. Thank you very much for talking to us. Good luck tomorrow. So, let's continue on, shall we? Now, there was an interesting point that Groskamp made about fuel strategy. And he actually said tomorrow, because obviously where the finals are going to be longer, he spoke of where fuel strategy was going to be all important. Now, we're going to talk to Dario Aletti. Dario Balestri. Speak to you. It was incredibly tight and tense in that Super Bowl session. How did it feel going out there? How was it for you out there? Just you on your own in the driving stand and you alone on the track.
The problem in the last lap of Super Polo was that maybe I think before we start, some guys go around the track, and the track was totally shit, to be honest. I also speak with the other before me, like Lars Hoppe, and he say in these days, never like this the track. Also my car was totally without traction. Maybe I think for sure for Robert was a bit better, and then we will see tomorrow in the semi-final.
Yep, excellent. So that's very interesting. A lot of comments about the grip on the track during Super Bowl. That seems to be a big factor out there. Now, you've been quick all week. Obviously, coming in as reigning champion, you've got to be one of the favourites here. How are you feeling coming through there, going through to the semi-final? How are you feeling about your chance of going back-to-back?
We will try to make the best with strategy of tires, and for sure important will be to arrive in the end with the engine and without problem of the car. Anyway, my package is very good. Without the problem of the 5 minutes, we are very competitive, and I hope for tomorrow.
Excellent. Well, you've certainly shown a lot of pace so far, so best of luck. We're looking forward to seeing if you can go back-to-back. So, again, more comments, tons of comments about the traction out there, grip on the track. So, just before we wrap up, let's see if we can have a word with Simon Kurzbuch. David?
No, Simon.
Simon? Yeah. Simon Kurzbuch. We've been asking everyone how it was to be in the Super Bowl. How was it for you watching it as top qualifier?
Yes, it was really interesting to see just one fast lap of these 4 drivers. I was a little bit surprised that the lap times weren't faster. Perhaps it was the grip or the temperature. I don't know, but it was really nice to see.
It must have been satisfying for you going through as top qualifier. How good did that feel when you got through qualifying 5? You'd made it to the top.
All right. Unfortunately there, sorry, it's cut off a bit. I think the battery died on the main camera, but we are getting the spare one so we can do the pit walk today in just a couple minutes. So we will record that and play that back through. for you guys in about 15 minutes or so. So please come back. Battery died in the middle of the. Yeah. So I have to pay through again. Just do it afterwards or something. Literally, probably about 3 minutes left of the interview.
This is for you.
Oh, thank you very much. It's stuck in the fence.
Oh, it's got plenty of time.
Cards and cameras here. Cards and cameras.
Yeah.
Okay, hello everybody. We are back from our finals day pit walk. So hopefully you've stuck around. Thank you for those of you who have. There seems quite a few of you out there. So in just a couple of minutes, we're going to play in the screen will go blank, or, well, the screen will do something. And we'll play in the pit walk that we literally just finished about a minute ago.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome to finals day here in Ettlingen in Germany for the EFRA 1/8 Track Euros. These nitro-burning sports cars have been in intense battle through the lower finals this morning, and now we know our lineup for the final. Who will be contesting for the European Championship 2015? We have former champions, we have the reigning champion, we have guys hoping to be hoping to put their name on the trophy for the first time. And we're going to go into the garage to get a little bit of the atmosphere just before what might well be one of the biggest races of these guys' careers. Let's have a look for them, shall we? A lot of the camps, the garage is actually thinning out a bit, which is, you know, not unexpected. A lot of guys having to pack up and go home. Their day is over. They are nothing but spectators now. But for a lot of these guys, it is still very, very tense, nervous moments. Robert Peach is just down here, one of the two top qualifiers getting ready for the final. How are you feeling? How was it watching the semi-finals knowing you were already there?
Yeah, it was a pretty good feeling after years of doing the semi-final. Yeah, it was good to see the other drivers struggling a little bit with the conditions, because the tracks looks a little bit more slippery than yesterday due to the weather. And we make a little adjustment on the car, and I hope it's going to be good.
Excellent. So you're feeling confident?
Yeah, I feel confident, and we get everything ready in time, so I'm confident for the final.
Excellent. Well, best of luck. It'd be a brave man to bet against you. Thanks very much for your time. So take a fellow wander through the garage. As I say, it's starting to thin a lot more. The guys having departed, but the big issue for these guys is how you psych yourself up mentally for the showcase of these guys' careers. This is going to be one of the biggest races of these guys' careers. And down here we have Oliver Mack, who will be rolling off fourth, having qualified safely from that first semi-final. How did it feel to get in second and be fairly comfortable getting through?
Oh, it was okay. The engine was a little bit to it, so not 100% performance, but it was by 90%, and it was normally it's not easy to go in the final. So to be safe, and in the start I had to overtake Dario, but I make slow, so to be safe. Okay.
That seems to be the name of the game here. So how are you feeling about your chances in the final?
Oh, I think, I don't know, before or 5, it's possible.
He's downplaying it, I reckon you've got an outside shot. Best of luck, buddy. Thanks very much for talking to us. So it's a little bit of a family party atmosphere around the garage as well now, with a lot of fans and friends of teams still here, and guys still who have not yet packed up and left. They're here to enjoy what is left of their event, what's left of the tournament. And they've been through a bracket, and now we're going to speak to probably one of the biggest guns who will not be in the final. And when I was speaking to you yesterday after Super Bowl, I did not think I'd be saying this. It would depend, see how he's feeling. Yillers, Grosskamp, what happened out there? It looked like it was on.
Yeah, it just like a bad luck, because we had to change the engine for finals, because in the qualification we broke the last engine. On didn't broke it, but because the fuel line was broken, the good engine got rich and too lean. So we had to run another engine. And when we ran the warm-up lap, it didn't shift to second gear, so we had to open the second gear already. And at the start it was a bit rich, but I could still stay in front. And then when the temperature came finally in the engine, it was okay, so I was just easy leading. And then at the first fuel stop, my mechanic put the car down exactly when car number 2, Hoppa, put it down, so I got the stop and go. Still no problem, because I knew I fuel at 5 and the rest at 4 minutes, so I still have the advantage. And I think I was back to second again, and then I hit some guy who's been in front of me, and he came in front of me, and I hit him, and I think my car just a little bit broken. I have to check what's going on, but still I could just continue driving, and I was still in second or third place, so pretty easy. Still many things happened, but I was still safe for make the main. And the last fuel stop was fine, and I go out the pit, and I just accelerate, and the engine stop, and we think it's the plug.
That must have been heartbreaking for you, but bad luck. You'll be spectating this year's final, but we know you'll be back at the sharp end for next year's European Championships. You'll be back to the front very soon. Thanks very much for talking to us all weekend. Thank you very much. Right, let's keep it going through. Let's find one of the other guys who will be in the final this year. That shows you just how competitive these European Championships are, ladies and gentlemen. Gilles Groschkamp not in the final. How much does that open things up? Adrian Bertin not in the final either.
Merlin Depta.
And one of the guys who has qualified up and has actually made the double push-up is Merlin Depta. How does it feel to be moving up into the final? How are you feeling for the final?
Yeah, it's quite nice. I was a little bit disappointed yesterday after the qualification, because I was first in the quarterfinal. So I was a little bit messed up. And now I'm quite satisfied with the result, yeah.
You're feeling pretty good. You're feeling confident. How do you think it makes things a lot more difficult to kind of go through multiple layers of qualification? Or are you feeling just like, hey, we've made it to the final, anything can happen from here?
Well, this medal has two sides, actually. The one thing is, when you have to drive twice before you can make it to the main, everything can happen. So if you have a flame out, if you hit somebody else, whatever. But on the other side, it was today for me especially. It was very, very good to have another final for not practicing directly, but maybe just adjusting the car, because the track today felt a little bit different. So I think the quarterfinal was not so bad for me. Yeah.
So it enabled you to get up to speed. That's interesting. A lot of people say that sometimes that attrition can play in, but you seem to enjoy getting warmed up to speed. So you feel like you got a little bit of an advantage on the finalists.
Yeah. Maybe not an advantage, because everybody has driven some minutes today. But yeah, I'm quite confident now for the main.
Excellent. So you're feeling good for the final?
Yeah, of course.
Excellent. Well, best of luck.
Thanks.
Well done getting up here. Thank you very much. So let's roll on through. This is it's still fairly cramped in the garage area, despite competitors packing up and departing for now. Ooh. Bit of a squeeze. Paul's getting through in the camera as well. And the garage, it's a hive of activity back here, because you're warming up for the biggest race of these people's careers. This is huge. There are a lot of guys mucking in. There are guys coming up. There are guys who are kind of lumping in. And everyone's trying to do their very best to get the slightest advantage. We are just trying to find our reigning champ. Just trying to...
No, not Dario.
Ah, okay.
At the moment, he's walked off.
Speak a little bit.
A little bit English. No,
Okay.
I don't speak.
Okay.
Okie doke.
So it's Alessio Masseo.
Alessio Mazzeo, one of our qualifiers from earlier. Just you were one of the guys who had to go through on speed. How nervous was it watching that second semi-final?
So now it's another race. So the other driver are a good driver, fast driver, and all driver do this like a work. For me, it's a hobby, and I'm happy. I'm not nervous now because I'm the final, my final, and I'm only happy for this.
Excellent. So you're glad to be in the final. You feeling good for the final? Feeling good for your chances?
I don't know, because the final is another race. It's different to all the week. So, but we hope in a good race, and I'll do my best.
Excellent. Well, you're happy to be there. Good luck for the final, mate. Thank you very much for talking to us. So that concludes our pit walk before the finals of the EFRA European Icy Track Championships. Who will be our 2015 champion? We've had a word with some of the competitors, some of the guys who won't be in that final. Previous champions will be there. Reigning champs will be there. Guys will be hoping to put their name on that trophy for the first time will be there. Who's your money on? I haven't the faintest. Let's get back to the action.
1, 2, 1. Can you hear me?
Can you hear me? I don't think you can.
Taking their time. Hello, everybody. Welcome back. I'm a little loud, I think. Am I? Yes? No. Anyway, yeah, so it is, obviously, it's 1600 Central European time. As it's the last race of the day, although this is a German-run RC club, they're not too worried about starting precisely on time. So we're going to be having the driver introductions very shortly, and all the drivers will come out for their official press photographs on the track, and then they'll one by one introduce all the drivers. I can't remember if they do it from position 10 to position 1 or the other way around, but I think they start from the 10th. So we got a little bit of news that we'll share with you later about that 10th position. Otherwise, yeah, just hang on just a few minutes and we'll be starting the race quite soon. If you want to say something. I'll just turn this up for the no cursing for children. I'll just go check where the record buttons are for those things.
Das ist das ist Finale von knapp 100 Teilnehmern sind die 10 jetzt die Meister. Und das geht jetzt um der Leute für dreifach. Steiner und eventuell sogar Rauf. Das kann sein, dass das ja. Wie bei der Formel 1. Das ist ein kleiner Maßstab. Ja, da ist auch steckt viel Arbeit drin. Das ist jetzt auch alles tiptop vorbereitet auf der neue GT. Alles oh nein! Komm, du bist zum Finale, oder? Nee, wir sind zur Seite um 1 da. Ich komme nicht sehr missgeschickt so. Nee, aber es gehört der kann euch wie das passiert. Ich habe gar nichts raus. Und so Teamkollegen und so stellt auch das Spiel auf den Streuen. Vielleicht ein Arzt, das ist gar nicht so. Anfang vielleicht jetzt noch um 10 ins Finale.
Dankjewel, Inge. Ja, dankjewel, Jeroen. Ik zag je niet staan, joh.
Wenn mir das Spaß macht, fahren wir weiter. Weil er will es halt sogar herkommen, aber ich dachte, auf dem Stau dann aber aufgeben, das ist umdreht. So stark. Ja, also ich habe es auch überlegt kurzzeitig, wo ich rausfahren soll, aber dachte, komm, du bleibst jetzt drin. Fischer bis nach Pforzheim, wo es ist gut. Genau, ja, normal auch nichts mehr gut, aber wenn das jetzt mal so nah da ist, dann kann man schon mal durch.
Eine halbe Stunde später von der Etappe, aber so ist es schon.
Hast ja nichts zu sagen.
Nicht viel.
Das ist jetzt wichtig.
Das siehst du, wenn du den Dingelweg normal fährst, ja, wenn du den Lassen fährst, ist ja Lindeweg. Da fährst du nämlich durch den Flecker und kannst
Give the names as they're being
den Lassen nicht so lang.
Okay. That can be an option. Or write down the names of the guys. Because because we don't have a printout. That way you're not flipping pages and stuff. And then you just write down the car.
Okay. We need the driver intro. But they'll say what it's No, they're actually not anyway. I'm surprised. He was briefly.
Das Rennen nur dem da keine Neigfahrt, aber scheiße, mit der Bremse oder was oder
qualifiziert und der nächste 4 fahren bei uns um 600 und da der schnellste schon qualifiziert war. Der letzte war immer so bei 13,2 16 und der schnellste war 13,12 und der letzte war 13,16 der letzte. Der erste Verkehr hat die Glücksstück Das ist ja auch gewesen, ja. Der Fair Shark, das war ein bisschen so. Das ist so schlimm.
Can you believe this guy is watching the earlier action on his phone, like feet from us?
Ja, auch. Die Bundesliga, ja. Fußball kann ich nicht.
Das interessiert aber mal aus. Ja. Ich dachte, Bowling oder so. Nee, das ist unser Lokalverein, der so schlecht ist, macht das manchmal. Das ist nimmer. Aber wieso? Ob sie jetzt wieder 15 oder 13 oder letzte oder vorletzte sind. Diskutieren disqualifiziert oder nicht. Dann hat er ein paar Brillen loslassen. Ja. Direkt. Ja, schon, was da den Goal wird, der Offside durchführen. Das ist gut. Und dann liegt er auf den letzten Platz. Ich wollte als rausgefahren, der ist dort oben. Ja, aber ich scheiße. Ja, das glaube ich aber jetzt. Ich glaube, wir haben den Balles entgegen. Da unten ein Euro im Heck steht, der Elektro noch. Da bist du am Ende von der Gerade ist doch diese Spitzkehre da ganz unten. Da ist der vorne gefahren. Und ich hatte ein bisschen weit ausgeholt, da bin ich innen rein. Ich war wirklich nebendran, Nase an Nase. Und da hat der reinzogen und ich nicht abgezogen, weil ich ja inner war, weil wir beide so halb auf dem Glas gelandet sind. Deswegen ich glaube, den Goldstrahl. Ich sag, warum? Ich meine, wenn der in mich reinfährt, was soll ich da machen? Ich war innen mit einfach mal Linie fahren. Das hat mich überhaupt nicht interessiert. Das Beach in der Pfütze, ich weiß, das bloß das Länder rausguckt, hat alles andere auch. Ja, zum ersten Mal ist das mit Ballas. Das war wirklich völlig ungerecht. Aber dann hat das irgendwas Fliegen gesehen und dann ja, das ist schön. Genau, das passt. Und immer der zweite Teil, der muss einfach schuld sein. Genau, das ist scheißegal. Aber mit dem kann ich schon ja diskutieren. Wenn sie gerne mal für die aufbaut, dann ja, schon gerne mal steigen. Das passt schon.
Much of their partner. It's supposed to be doing all the sponsors and stuff. Well, they usually do. Okay, we know there's a few of you that are curious, but yes, the races will be starting very soon. They're doing the driver introductions. The first driver that you can see, and they're coming back now. They've sort of introduced Simon Kurzbuch and Robert Peach, but it looks like they're going to redo it because they usually do all the driver sponsors, such as the car chassis and everything. So, looks like they have a new wireless mic.
There you go.
So the race will actually start in several minutes' time because they have to do the driver introductions and then they'll have the 4 or 5 minute warm-up and then they'll bring everyone to the grid.
And as the warm-up is on, we'll be running you through the starting grid around then.
Yeah, so and there's still maybe a 10-minute delay so by someone, but there can only be one 10-minute delay.
Yep.
And so we're at least several minutes away. And like I said before, we are, although we're in Germany, this is the final race of the weekend. So they're not too concerned about starting precisely on time. They don't have to conform to any TV regulations or anything like that, like F1 or MotoGP or anything. So when they're ready to go, we are ready to go.
Stellen euch hier die Fahrer vor der Europameisterschaft 1:8 beim MTS. Wir werden das natürlich auf Englisch machen, nicht auf Deutsch. Ich werde so ein bisschen was in Deutsch dazwischen sagen. Aber ich denke, das wird schon gut werden. Und ich möchte alle Zuschauer bitten, diese tolle Leistung hier, wenn die Fahrer einzeln vorgestellt werden, bitte mit einem dicken Applaus die Leute mal begrüßen. Die werden sich hier auf der Bühne aufstellen. Ja, bis alle 10 Fahrer da sind. Auf dem 10. Platz, on place 10. From Germany, Maxi Vogel. His car is a Velox Powerade engine with a Pickle new NLT radio full power. His sponsor Shepherd. RCK 24com, Brilliant RC and NLT. Genau, der wird bis hingeleitet. Der Maxi Vogel. Erstmalig im Finale bei der Europameisterschaft. Ganz super tolle Leistung von Maxi Vogel. On place number 9, he comes from Italy. His name Nicola Marone. The power X-ray chassis engine max power pure NLT radio to Sunra sponsor X-ray max power Rudy hot race NLT protoform 18 MPS stickers. Und auch hier bitte nochmal einen dicken Applaus für den Nicola Marone. Auf Platz 8, on place number 8 from Germany, mit Serpen unterwegs, Merlin Deppa, his car Serpent, engine pickle, pure runner time, radio power, sponsor Serpent 50, runner time, Sauer, Aeromax, X6, Blitz and Team Titan. Und er startet hier von der 8. Merlin Deppa eine ganz super gute Leistung die ganze Woche hier abgeliefert. Operation number 7 from Italy. His car is a Velox Powerade. Engine Italy Q MLT Radio KO from Italy, Francesco Tironi. Sponsor is Shepherd MLT KO Italy Protocol Matrix and at USS. On place number 6. The car is a Serpent engine G-Max Speed UMLT and the radio to Samba from Italy, Alessio Mazzeo. Sponsor Circle is Lima, MLC, SLC and Sanwa. Und der Start von Platz 6. Das wird ganz interessant.
Ich glaube schon, richtig Spaß macht.
On place number 5. The car with Infinity engine OSU, MLC and Radio Sanwa. From Italy, Lamberto Colari. The 9 times world champion. Sponsor Infinity OS, MLC, Sanwa and Protoform. Auf dem vierten Platz, on place number 4. Aus Deutschland, das ist natürlich auch eine ganz tolle Ehre, so einen guten Fahrer hier aus Deutschland ganz weit vorne zu haben. This car is a Velox V8 engine vehicle, UMLC Radio Futaba from Germany on the mark. Sponsor Stefan Pico, Matrix FMLC Group. On place number 3. From Italy, the car of the Capricorn, engine Tesla, fuel Capricorn, the radio Sandra. From Italy, Dario Balestri. Sponsor Capricorn, Tesla, Sandra, Eddie, the Powerboard, and Protoform. Ja, auf dem zweiten Platz ebenfalls ein Deutscher, der hat gestern in der Super Bowl hart kämpfen müssen. 220 Puls haben wir da gemessen, aber er hat es geschafft. His car was a Putin, and in the vehicle, US Maxima, Radio Sanwa from Germany, on place number 2, Robert Peach. Protoform, LP, Sanwa, Quick Design, and VF Creative.
Er ist Welthalter, dann muss halt vorstellen, wenn die 1,8 so fahren wie vor 3 Jahren, dann können wir stark anziehen.
Der Mann, der vom Anfang der Woche super schnell unterwegs war. Aber immer ein bisschen zurückhaltend. Super gutes Team, immer mit seinem Dad dabei. Sein Auto ist car is a Velox V8. The engine, Novaresi, fuel is Mecamo. Aus der Schweiz, Simon Kotzbro. Sponsor Shepard, Novaresi, Contact, Mecha Fuel, zum Protoform. So, wir starten hier in wenigen Minuten. Die Motoren werden dann ein 45-minütiges Finale fahren. Auf das dann der beste, schnellste, mit der coolsten Taktik Gewinner. Ich werde die 45 Minuten begleiten. Ihr habt das ja eben schon erlebt. Dieses Jahr, hoffe ich. Macht noch ein paar schöne Fotos von den 10 schnellsten Fahrern Europas, die sich hier beim NC Ettlingen getroffen haben. Okay. Once again, we need some drivers out of the semi-final for ushering. I also get 7 volunteers here.
So, meine lieben Zuschauer, ich denke, jetzt ist es wieder ein bisschen besser. Das Mikro hier in der Zeitnahme funktioniert definitiv ordentlicher wie das, was ich eben hatte. Da waren die Batterien leer. Ich erwarte hier 45 Minuten Hochspannungsfinale. Ich denke, wir werden wahnsinnig tolle Tankstopp sehen, super Überholmanöver. Wer hat hier die beste Taktik?
Okay, so if you can hear us over the tannoy, that's about 10 or 15 feet over our heads.
It's like the voice of God.
So, der Rennleiter gibt die Motoren
Just as loud.
Startphase frei.
So, welcome.
Alle Helfer.
Yep, those were the driver introductions for the main final of the 2015 EFRA 1/8 track IC European Championships. And we've got the marshals coming out. And yes, we did have a driver that was disqualified. That's why Maximilian Vogel's in there.
I was going to say, story on that. You want to tell the story as they're coming?
Well, there's not a whole lot to tell, to be honest. From our point of view, it's we were told he had a fuel tank that was too large.
Yep.
So that is that's it basically. He's out and Maximilian Vogel's in. So swapped out one German for another. It's 4 Germans, 5 Italians, and a Swiss driver in pole position.
A great mix of former champions, reigning champions, and drivers hoping to become champion for the first time. Huge amount of pedigree, huge amount of skill, huge amount of class in this field. This is the absolute pinnacle of 1/8 nitro track racing in Europe and indeed the world. And it's time to get this grand final underway for the 2015 European Championships. So then, as they get ready, the engines are firing on pit road. So let's have a run through the starting grid for you. As we explained, edited for the DQ of Lars Hoppe. We have, it's a slightly reshuffled order, but not a huge amount. So Simon Kjørsbuk keeps his qualifying pole spot that he won through in the qualifying rounds. He worked hard for that one. So he'll take his pole starting spot. Robert Piech rolls off second, the winner of our inaugural Super Pole session yesterday. And Dario Balestri, the reigning champion, coming through earlier semi-finals to progress to the final and looking to go back-to-back, winning back-to-back European titles. He's going to have a tough road ahead of him in a hugely competitive final. Oliver Mack, one of the other German contingent, rolls off fourth. Seemed pretty comfortable, pretty confident when we spoke to him in the pits just beforehand. But then again, everyone's going to say that. No one is going to portray any emotion or any nerves beforehand. Lamberto Collari, a multi-time European and world champion, be looking to add another trophy to that bulging cabinet. He had to work hard in his semi-finals, moving up through. And speaking of working hard, rolling off 6th and 7th are Alessio Mazzeo and Francesco Tironi, who were the last chance qualifiers, if you will, from their semi-final. They had to get in on speed, but luckily 2 of the finishers, the 4th and 5th place finishers from semi-final A, were not quicker than them, so they will take their place in the final alongside the 3rd locked-in qualifiers from the semi-finals. Merlin Depter from Germany and Nicola Morone from Italy. Depter seemed pretty enthusiastic, pretty confident when we spoke to him earlier. And Alessio Mazzeo, he was just happy to be in the final. For him, this completes a very good weekend's work. But for now, everything is a bonus. But for others, anything less than a victory would be a major disappointment. Maximilian Vogel is the man who steps into the breach. He would have thought he was packing up and going home. He was the 4th place finisher in his semi-final. Did not get in on time, on speed, but was then reinstated with the disqualification of Lars Hoppe for that fuel tank irregularity. Which is a shame for Hoppe, but Vogel steps into the breach. He'll feel he's got a second shot here at Glory. A lifeline that he did not expect. So he's going to endeavour to make the most of it. As the warm-up clock counts down, we get some final thoughts from Frank McKinney, myself, Adam Johnson, and Paul Bateman are the RC Racing TV team. Frank, the emotions going through that driver's stand are very obvious. Nerves, pressure, excitement, enthusiasm. But it's interesting to see how these drivers all have different expectations. Who do you think will be, which mindset do you think will be the best in order to prevail in such a major race?
The best mindset will be whoever's absolutely ice cold up there. Obviously, we got Piech and Balestre who are, and Collari a little bit further back, who are very familiar with this sort of pressure. Kjørsbuk has been knocking on the door for the last few years. I remember commentating on him a couple of years ago in Halifax. And so it is interesting to see a new face on the top. And so I'm going to go start the recordings, and I'll be back.
While he does that, we are getting ready to get underway here in the grand final of the EFRA 1/8 IC Track European Championships. The finest 10 drivers in Europe, the finest 10 drivers potentially in the world, ready to duke it out for 45 minutes of action. Let's get ready. Flag is in the air. When that drops, the cars will go down onto the grid, and then we wait for the klaxon. Here we go. We are on the way. There we go. But there looked to be an issue for the second place car. The number 2 car, Piech, did not take off. Something big happened there for Piech. His car has immediately retreated to the bunkers. It's on the way now. Was it stuck in reverse gear? What an absolute drama, but as you can see, he's already almost a full lap behind as Simon Kurzbuch jumps out to an early lead, but he's under immediate pressure from Dario Balestre. And looking to go back-to-back is Balestre. Kurzbuch looking to be a first-time winner, and he's been supremely fast all weekend. Can he keep this pace up, especially now that one of his closest rivals has had an issue early on? That'll be a major blow to Piech, who was one of the all-out favourites coming into this race. But Kurzbuch leads early on. Balestre second, lurking. Third now is Oliver Mack, who has been close to or matching Balestre's pace pretty much all week up here in Ettlingen. This magnificent facility, very technical circuit, and it has proven suitable for Mack's driving style, and he's been very close. But right now it is a straight fight between Kurzbuch and Balestre. Balestre looking to go back-to-back, and he has shown fantastic pace all weekend. He was furious with himself that he didn't make it through Super Pole. They had to get through the semi-final, but he was confidently through in the semi-final. Only Oliver Mack could live with him, as is the case here. And Kurzbuch continues to lead, but I just get the sense Balestre's got a little bit more on him, a little bit of an edge. Balestre's looking to make the move early and make the early advantage. What he does not want to be done, what he does not want to have happen, is what is happening, being backed up into Mack. And Mack went for the shot at the first corner and missed. Just behind him fourth is Lamberto Collari, and then Francesco Tironi is now fifth. And here is your lead battle. 1, 2, 3, all together, all under a blanket. It does not get closer than this. And Balestre, how long does he stay behind Kurzbuch? I guess for as long as he's there, he's got a chance. But it's a long race. He will not want to leave anything to chance. He'll want to get that lead as early as possible and try and build the cushion. If anything happens in the pits, any mechanical issues, any instance with lap traffic, we've seen all of them and more affect racers' performances out here on this finals day in Ettlingen of the European Championships. High-powered nitro 1/8 scale cars putting on a hell of a show. And Kurzbuch has just got the tiniest bit of a cushion between himself and Balestre. It's still absolutely nothing at all. But what may help is that Balestre is coming under a little more pressure from Oliver Mack. That may well prove to be Kurzbuch's saving. And Mack has dropped back again. It's just so close. In fact, Mack now coming under a little bit of pressure from Lamberto Collari. Your top four right there all together. There is nothing at all separating them. The finest drivers in this discipline, the finest drivers of 1/8 nitro track cars around that you will ever see. This is the absolute pinnacle, and at the top it's a very fine margin between success and failure. Kurzbuch continues to lead. He's been nervous through the qualifying sessions, but you've got to have nerves of steel and a bit of lady luck as well to get you through this, as Balestre once again back on the offensive. He's looking to complete the job. If he's still there, then he could obviously make the jump during the first round of pit stops. We are anticipating a lot of them in this race, as well as potential tyre changes, if anyone wants them. That'll only be about once in this race, most likely, if at all. But fuel stops will be the order of the day, and we've seen plenty of drama in the pits, and races decided in the pits already today. But right now, Balestre is trying to win his back-to-back European Championship out on the track, and he's getting more and more desperate. He knows he's quicker. He knows he's got the edge on Kurzbuch, but he just can't get round him. And in they come, they match together. First round of pit stops. This will be absolutely pivotal. And he's jumped him in the pit lane. Oh, that was so close. But how crucial could that be? Balestri just jumps in front of Kurzbuch in the pit lane. Just what we were talking about before, with Mamie making the pass in the pit stops. What a fantastic pit stop from Balestri's crew. Clean as a whistle. And in fact, it was that much on a knife edge that Oliver Mack has now moved up into second place as well. So let's have a brief look at that pit stop on the VRC Pro replay. Kurzbuch comes in front, and look at this. Balestri fueled and down, and oh! Kurzbuch nearly hit him on the way out. Had he impeded him more, that likely would have been a penalty. But Kurzbuch has been penalised enough by falling down to third after his early lead. And is this the moment where Balestri starts to stretch his advantage and take one huge step towards becoming European champion for a second time? Oliver Mack is now up to second place. A man who has pretty much been in Balestri's wheel tracks all weekend. And there is Simon Kurzbuch. What might have been on that pit stop. It was a fraction of a second slower than Balestri, and that was enough to drop him from first to third. That's how close the margins are here. They are so fine here. Lamberto Collari is also sniffing around the back end of this top four, but he's struggling to live with them a little bit. Finding it hard to get up there. Frank, that illustrates how fine the margins are here. Fraction of a second in the pits. We have a new leader.
Yeah, definitely. I'm actually concerned for both of those guys because Mack and Collari have not come in for their pit stops yet. So I'm wondering how much further can they go? Do they have a pit stop in hand, basically, to where they don't have to lose several seconds stopping at a dead stop in the pits? That's the 4 and 5 car.
Yes, that's very interesting. I think I've seen Collari pit once in this race. I'm not so sure about Mack. Unless it was a very quick one. It must have been an incredibly fast one. It's blink of an eye stuff, but that is a very prudent point that Frank has brought up there about fuel strategy. How lean do you run your car? Do you run it to save fuel, go longer between fuel stops and maybe save some time, maybe save a pit stop altogether? Or do you run it as rich as possible to go maximum performance? Coming round, there's Dario Balestri, the leader, and as you can see, he's starting to stretch his advantage just a little bit over Oliver Mack. And Frank raises a pretty good point though. I wonder if Mack is running slightly leaner to try and save some fuel. It's all possibilities at this point.
I mean, they've been running for close to 7 minutes now, so it's entirely possible at this point that we just missed both of those guys coming in for their stops, and maybe they have a shorter fueling strategy.
Yeah, so I wonder if Oliver Mack had a shorter pit stop, and that's what was able to leapfrog him up into second place. So that car is using slightly less fuel. It explains why Balestri has car speed on him, but it also explains why Mack is able to go slightly longer on his fuel runs. And we've got an issue for Maximilian Vogel in the pit lane. Nope, my mistake, that was a routine stop. He returns to the track. Vogel running in 8th place as we continue to follow Dario Balestri.
So that illustrates what I was saying. He stopped at 37 minutes. That's 8 minutes into the race. So he's stopping, seems about every 3.5 or 4 minutes.
Yeah, I wonder if some guys are going faster than normally they can make around 5 minutes. They had to in qualifying. But a couple of these guys running leaner, or running richer, shall we say, for increased performance. But they obviously have to sacrifice that with more pit stops or more time in the pit lane, fueling up. So more cars coming out in front of the leader. This will infect Balestri here. And the number 9 car behind him is Nicola Morone. That's more lap traffic. So Balestri very dug in lap traffic right now. And he just cleaves through, and he comes in for a second pit stop. This is about on strategy. Another lightning fast pit stop. Nothing stopping Balestri out there. He has got this down pat. And with the early problems of Robert Piech, suddenly this opens the door wide open for Balestri, who's trying to put a lap on Lamberto Collari, who has just pitted. But obviously Balestri looking for anything he can get. At the leader right now is Oliver Mack, who is only now pitting in. So Frank, as you said, he's going a couple of laps longer per stop. But I wonder, Mack is still there with Balestri, but in terms of raw pace, I don't think it's quite there. But what's also to note is I'm just looking back through the field. It appears that Simon Kurzbuck may have lost some ground. We'll see how they shake up here. A battle that we might want to watch is the battle for 5th or 4th spot, which is being held right now by Alessio Mazzeo. They're coming through the D'Agostini D there. There it is. That big swarm coming down to the start finish straight down. That lot is your battle for 4th spot. As they come round, and there's a couple of lap cars in there. Lamberto Colari is in there. Merlin Depter's also in the scrap. But Depter is showing behind Colari. There it is. And Alessio Mazzeo is also in there as well. There's scrap going in there. That's Mazzeo in the 6th.
Shockingly, Robert Peach is on, he's just about a lap behind. He's in 4th.
If he manages to
So
come
I
back to win
think
this thing.
he came in at exactly 35 minutes. So if he's got 5-minute, easy 5-minute stints, he might be able to be up there and challenge for the lead by the end of the race.
Who knows? If that was the strategy all along, if that was somehow a strategy call at the start, that'd be one of the biggest gambles in history. I don't think it was. I think it must have been a mechanical issue that got turned around, and they're starting the fight back here. Remember, when he spoke to us yesterday in the garage, he explained that his favoured starting spot is 2nd. The battle that's on screen right now, it's Alessio Mazzeo versus Simon Kurzbuck. And this is how far Kurzbuck has fallen. He's down to 8th spot. The pit stop's not working in his favour.
I've just noticed, coming through the D'Agostini D now and down the pit straight, that is a battle for 3rd, with Colari in the car 5 just coming through the EFRA hairpin now, and directly behind him is
There
Peach.
they go off into the main straight.
They're on the same lap, battling for 3rd.
Yeah, there they come through the D'Agostini D there. And round. You're absolutely correct, Frank. Good spot. Lamberto Colari holding on to the final podium spot for now, but for how much longer? Because he's got a resurgent Robert Peach charging up behind him on the comeback trail, and he's also got Merlin Depter hanging along for company. Depter hugely enthusiastic to make it into this final, having done the double bump up to make it here. So he's running in the top 5. This will be a good result for him if he can hang on to it. But he's a racer. He will look at these two of the greats of this discipline. He'll be learning a lot, but he'll also be thinking, imagine if I can beat them. What a pair of scalps to take. But right now, this is a huge scrap between Colari and Peach. Peach coming back from what looked like some sort of transmission issue briefly on the start, where it seemed to go into reverse off the early start.
I think he flamed out. Someone on the YouTube stream is saying he flamed out by going full throttle a little bit too early.
Yeah, I think that makes a lot of sense.
Oh, and there's the pass.
Peach has gone through. He's made the move. Peach back up into 3rd spot. What a turnaround this is for Peach, considering how his race started with a potential flame out, as Frank mentioned there. Coming back now to 3rd, ahead of Lamberto Colari. 2 of the most successful drivers in our sport, in our discipline, right together there, and this is a fantastic battle. Let's have a look at how the pass was made on the VRC Pro replay. Colari there, just left his line a little bit wide, and Peach pounced almost immediately. Absolutely razor sharp, perfect.
I mean, knowing how precise Colari is, I wonder if he just knew that Peach was that much faster than him and he let him go. I do wonder.
I wonder, but then again, this is the final. Surely you defend your position at all costs. But
possibly, yes. I mean, yeah, it's a battle for position, so the referees wouldn't say to move over, but that seems strangely wide. And Merlin has pitted, so he's fallen off behind these guys.
Yeah, so he's pitted now and has faded from this little battle, but right now, man we're tracking a little bit is Robert Peach, who's made his way well back into the top 3. An incredible stint. And interestingly again, Oliver Mack appears to be going longer on his fuel. He's only now pitting in is Oliver Mack. So once again, he's gone longer than Dario Balestri. We've got to have a battle for the lead as they come out the lane. Down at the EFRA hairpin, we've got to change for the lead. Oh my goodness me. Up onto the back straight, into the HB carousel, and down to the D'Agostini D. There is your battle for the lead, and a little bit of a wheelie there from Oliver Mack. They're almost side by side down the main straight. Balestri versus Mack for the European Championship 2015. Mack is desperately trying to hold Balestri behind him. Balestri is furious. He gained the lead during the pit stops and then lost it in the pit stops. Mack running slightly longer and appears to be playing to his advantage. Balestri clearly with a lot of car speed. This is going to be a showdown for the ages, ladies and gentlemen.
And if these guys hold each other up, they might let Peach get back up to them.
Indeed.
Although Peach, I think, just went off the track.
I think he did, yes, over at the final
And he's
corner.
flamed out again. He's flamed out again. Adrian Bertin is running his car back.
And we've got another car off at the end of the the end of the pit straight. I think that was the number 7, Francesco Tironi. And Maximilian Vogel's car has also died. Attrition starting to hit then in this final. But all around them, drivers are falling by the wayside. But this lead battle, it's almost like no one else is on the track for them. Oliver Mack versus Dario Balestri. Great battle. Mack has been on pace, on terms with Balestri all week. And now he's proving that he can go one step better and maybe beat Balestri for the European Championship. The car immediately behind them, Lamberto Collari, is not in this race. He's a lap behind them for now in 6th place. The next car behind these guys is Merlin Depter, and he's a good half a lap behind. So it's these two, pretty much. For now, it is between these two as to who becomes European Champion 2015. Oliver Mack in the bright green number 4 car. Peach has just rejoined, but he's going to be many laps down again. He's going to fight through to the end, though. That's the champion spirit right there. The warrior code designates that you go to the end at all costs. But what a disappointment for Peach either way.
Yeah, he's sorry, were you saying he just came out?
Yeah.
Yeah, that's what I was going to say, sorry. I was busy watching the screens.
Yep. There's a lot to watch in here, ladies and gentlemen. You take your eyes off the track for a second and the whole complexation of the race changes completely as the number 7 car has returned to the pits. Tironi's car having all sorts of critical issues, along with Maximilian Vogel. We continue to follow this lead battle. And I wonder if, just like the battle between Balestri and Kurzbuch at the start of the race, this one could be settled in the pit lane in Balestri's favour again. But Balestri does not want to settle it in the lane. He wants to settle it out on the track. Fighting for back-to-back European Championships. But those sort of Hail Mary passes very rarely work around this technical Ettlingen track. And they very often end in disaster. Surely it's too early to be throwing the big passes and going for the big moves that early. And in fact, Merlin Depter. Oh, it's off! Balestri's off! Straight on at the HB carousel. Oh no! And the steering's gone. That looks like terminal steering damage. It didn't even try making the corner after he got back on. I think it's all over. I think it's all over for the reigning champion. We will have a new name on the trophy this year. It won't be Balestri going back to back, unless there's some sort of miracle. Let's have a look what happened on the VRC Pro replay. I think he just completely missed his braking spot. Here we go. Oh, he clipped the glass on the right, or maybe it looked to me, Frank, like he just had no steering. Just did not even turn into the corner.
It was either that or he got stuck on the curbing on the outside, and the lip of the curbing just didn't allow him to turn.
Yeah,
that's just a guess.
Yeah, that's a very good guess actually. I'd go with that. He got stuck on the curb and then that hit damaged the steering, and that is the end of Dario Balestri's race. We will not have a defending champion, as we have a good battle for position going on out on the track between Simon Kurzbuch and Alessio Mazzeo. Those two are coming up to the HP carousel now, and Lamberto Collari is now up into 3rd and challenging Merlin Depter for 2nd. In fact, the battle for 2nd is just behind this car that we're following now. It's Oliver Mack, so we drop down one. There's his 2nd place car, Merlin Depter. He is actually a lap behind Oliver Mack, so even though he goes through now, he won't be challenging position. In fact, he's going to be defending his position resolutely from Lamberto Collari, who is now up into 3rd. Simon Kurzbuch 4th, 5th for Alessio Mazzeo, and Nicola Morone 6th. After that, we've already lost 4 runners pretty much from the going there. Attrition heavy at the sharp end. This final takes absolutely no prisoners, Frank.
When they crash big at this speed. 70 plus miles an hour or so. Yeah. One mistake can end your race.
Yep. Easily up towards north of 110 kilometers an hour. The end of the main straight, they have a speed trap at the end there, which shows the spectators here just how fast these cars are going. That straight, they are incredibly fast machines, require incredible precision to drive them on your own, let alone in a battle pack, as we're seeing right here. Collari's just pitted in behind Merlin Depter. So, I tell you what, we spoke to Merlin Depter before the race. This is one of the drivers who got the double bump up and qualified through from the quarterfinals. So this will be some story if he manages to grab a podium out of this, or better. Something could still happen to Oliver Mack, we don't know. Attrition has been very heavy in this race. And so for Depter, he's running second right now. This is a phenomenal job so far, I have to say. Mack continues to lead, but Depter is now up to half a lap behind. Depter still yet to make a pit stop in this cycle. And we have a car off just on the inside of that corner there, just as they go by. That's Robert Piech again. It's getting to the point where you wonder how much more that car can take. It's making barely a handful of laps before something goes wrong with it. That car is ailing badly, and it's a real shame. He will not be adding another European Championship to his rammed trophy case. But maybe Oliver Mack will, or Merlin Depter, or even Simon Kjørsbøk, who's just up to third. Again, pit strategies are starting to differentiate the field here. So we continue to watch Merlin Depter, the second place car. And the top three split a little bit now, but any instant could bring them back together. As let's just have a look. So Kjørsbøk and Alessio Mazzeo. Depter's now in the lane. Depter is now in the lane, the second place car. So let's see how long he's fueled. Into the lane, tyre changes going in as well. We are about half distance. We talked about tyre changes. Go, 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 down and away. Good job there. Good job by Merlin Depter's crew to get those tyres on. He'll come up behind Robert Piech, who's obviously many laps down. But Frank, how many guys do you think we'll see go 4 tyres? Do you think we'll see anyone go 2 tyres or none at all?
I don't. Did we actually see him do 4 tyres?
Yes.
Okay, because I was curious because I thought they must have, because those were left side tyres by the time I saw that. So he's changed all 4 tyres. So that's very interesting. Well, it's entirely guesswork if just trying to figure out who's actually going to change tires. But we are at the halfway point of the race, just about. So obviously you make the change during a fuel stop just to save a bit more time.
Yep, and right now Lamberto Collari scored up into second place. So I wonder if that's either a case of Collari is yet to pit in this cycle, or he did not change tyres. Because Depter has changed all 4 tyres there. So he'll be good to the end. He'll not need to worry about rubber at all. But Lamberto Collari still in the hunt. Yet another trophy in his illustrious career in RC racing. So we've been following Merlin Depter for quite a while. If we drop back 1 car, Paul, we'll pick our leader, Oliver Mack. Coming through right there. There's Oliver Mack, there's our leader. And just behind him is our 4th place car now, Simon Kjørsbøk. There he is, Simon Kjørsbøk coming through. So there's our pole sitter. Languishing down in 4th for now. He'd be disappointed with that. He'll have wanted better out of this race. But almost certainly he's been, as Frank said, a little bit of a breakout star this weekend. Max just coming to the lane himself, so that'll be his second round of pit stops, his round of pit stops for the halfway point done. And I can just see out of the corner of my eyes, I think they're changing 4 tyres on Mac's car down in the lane. It's certainly a longer pit stop. This is certainly not just a fuel stop. So Mack is away. What this does now is, I wonder, is there a chance that Collari has not changed tyres, or only changed 2? We wait to see what Collari does here. It's around the halfway stage, but he's certainly out in front now, ahead of Mack and Depter, who both changed 4 tyres.
If you don't change the tyres, it drastically affects your ride height. It affects the gear ratio of the car, so you'll be going, I can't remember if it's faster or slower. I believe faster at the end of the straight, so your braking will change, your speeds will change, and your ride height will change, which changes drastically the handling of the car. So, but some drivers, or look at Valentino Rossi. At the end of the race, he's always able to, well, used to be able always to come back at the end of the race on used tires. So it's entirely possible that could be the strategy to do. Obviously, you see how much time it takes in the pits, and you see where he's sitting at now in the lead.
And what's interesting is that Collari appears to be matching Max pace so far, with Max on new tyres. Here comes Collari into the lane. What does he do? He's in. This will be the big one. Fuel, and here comes the tyre change. So it would have been a gamble too far. We were speculating that he may have tried to make the race on 1 set of tyres, but there it is, a 4 tyre change. So Collari will get to the end on this one. And fuel in, and he's down and away. So that's his tyre change done. So Kalari will slot back in, I think either in second or third. He's just ahead of Merlin Depter on the track, but I don't know if he's on the same lap right now. No, it looks like Depter is, yes, Depter is back up to second place. And actually, the top three are actually on the same lap for now. And we're just watching Kalari. If we drop back one to Merlin Depter, the orange car there, the orange number 8, there he is. And the car just sort of behind him, just out of shot, is Alessio Mazzone, who's not on, Mazzeo, sorry, who's not on the same lap immediately, but now into the lane comes the number 8 of Depter, as well as the number 4 of Simon Kjørsbuk. Kjørsbuk putting tyres up. No, he wasn't. That was just fuel. My apologies, but down to 20 minutes to go then in the grand final of the EFRA 1/8 IC Track European Championships. Our coverage on RC Racing TV, presented by HB Europe, D'Agostini Model Space, and EFRA. We are the official media partners of EFRA. And what an event they've staged. What a great final. What a great conclusion. It's a fantastic week out here in Ettlingen in Germany. Great spectacle, great action. And right now, we're just having a watch of the battle for second. Merlin Depter is about a straight ahead of Simon Kjørsbuk, who you'll just see in the background of some of the shots. And you see there Depter coming through on the corner cam, on the EFRA hairpin cam. Kjørsbuk's a little way back, but there's at least in touching distance. Most crucially, look who's immediately behind Depter. That's Oliver Mack, who is looking to put a lap on Merlin Depter. What a big blow that would be. A lap between first and second. Mack would take an enormous step. He would practically be putting one hand on the trophy if he was able to do that. But 18 minutes and 50 seconds is an absolute eternity in RC racing, as we've seen. We've seen flare-outs, we've seen blowouts, pin issues, incidents with lap traffic. There is still any number of things that could compromise Mack's race at the end here. As we're ticking down well into the second half of the race now. Depter continues to run second. As I say, that'll be a great result in itself if Depter can hold on to second place, having done the double bump up, qualifying from the quarterfinals up to the semis and then into the final, all on pace as well. He did not need the second chances or the time qualifiers. He is here because he absolutely deserves to be. All drivers in this final are here because they absolutely deserve to be. And it's been a great run for Depter. He was very enthusiastic when we spoke to him in the pit lane before the race, and that enthusiasm is mirrored here. I got the sense that he was out there to really enjoy himself. This was better than he expected this weekend. Make it to the final was his goal, and he was really after it, and really anything after that was a bonus. As you see the drivers stand up there, see all the drivers, pictures of concentration, absolute focus. No nerves up there between them. And that is absolutely true. It doesn't matter if the guy stood next to you is the guy you're racing on the track. You don't even blink, especially when you're driving them from this far away. And Merlin Depter is now a full lap behind Oliver Mack. Mack is now coming around to complete his lap. He'll be up into the EFRA hairpin in a few seconds. So we're following Depter. There's a car off over on the far side. And it's the number 2 car of Robert Piech again. That car has been on borrowed time pretty much for this entire final. Credit for him for trying to make the finish, most certainly. He's not going to give up. That car has been plagued with issues from the very start, and I wonder, he said he was running some new parts on that car for this weekend. A lack of testing on them, but he felt confident they'd do the job. Up until now they have, but they've let him down. Well, the car has let him down badly in this final, and it's a real shame. Piech, one of the stars of this field. But one man's misfortune is another man's gain, and we've been following Depter for quite a while. Let's find our leader then. He's coming through the D'Agostini D now. He'll be onto the main straight. Right there he is. The bright green car of Mack. Oh, looks fantastic on the cameras, flashing around this Ettlingen facility. And it's been arrow smooth. And I tell you what, I'm loath to say this out of a fear of commentary curse, but I have been very impressed with Oliver Mack this week. He's been arrow sharp, very smooth, very consistent. And as I say, he's always been on the coattails of Dario Ballestri. So if you're matching the reigning champion's pace, then you're not doing too badly at all in mine, but you're giving yourself a chance of glory. And when Balestri's charge faltered, he beat him out of the pits about 10 minutes ago, or 15 minutes ago. And then as Balestri tried to retake the lead, his charge ended in spectacular fashion. So Mack has just kept his head down, kept very calm, kept pretty quiet. He was pretty reserved when we spoke to him in the pits, but he felt quietly confident. I felt there wasn't many nerves there, and he feels good. He felt good. He'll certainly be feeling good now. There's still 15 minutes of this thing left to shake out, but most crucially, the car ahead of him is Merlin Depter. So if he puts a second lap on Merlin Depter, that is huge. That is absolutely massive, Frank.
Well, if I were Oliver Mack, I would just hang back behind Merlin, because obviously he's his closest challenger, and if he just matches Merlin's pace, all the cars ahead will be moving aside anyway, and they'll know that the faster cars are going to be coming through, including the leader. So it puts less strain on him mentally and physically on the car. So just hang back.
Yep. Very smart advice there from Frank. Mack is in no rush right now. And indeed, he's got two very fast guys in front of him. But he's looking to put a second lap on Merlin Depter, just ahead of him, the second place car. And a fourth lap, I believe, on Lamberto Collari, the fourth place car that's just ahead of Depter. So on your screen there, from left to right pretty much, is fourth, second, first, all on different laps. But either way, Frank is absolutely right. Oliver Mack is in no hurry. I mean, he can see his main rival on the track. You can see him, he's in front of him. He's got the best part of a lap, 1.99 laps on his nearest rival. Mack is in no need to rush. There's absolutely no reason for him to risk his car. There's no reason to throw it off. He doesn't even have to set lap record pace, because he's got Merlin Depter and he's got the field right where he wants them and right where he needs them to be. So Mack coming through, and I think he's saying in your advice, Frank, because it doesn't look like he's attacking Merlin Depter at all. Depter is running as fast as he needs to. Well, Depter's his main competition. If he's running on pace with Depter, then he's all good. Now into the lane. Want to make sure this is perfect execution. Fuel and straight back out. Lovely. There you go. There's another obstacle avoided. We've seen a lot of times today pit stops be the end of drivers' challenges for this European Championship. But Mack, not the case. He's actually sliding it a little bit in the corners. I assume that's not showboating at all. I assume that's just him making sure he gets the car home. He doesn't have to nail every apex. Every lap does not have to be a qualifying lap. It just has to be clean. He just has to keep it on the tarmac for another 12 minutes, just under 13 minutes. And he is European champion. That is a huge accolade to hang over your head. And it's the same story, it's a similar story. I spoke about this earlier, how sometimes you have to look slightly to the left of the big guns and the favourites. You know, your Collaris, your Bertans, your Piches, your Balestris. You know, they're the guys to watch. They're the big guns. They're the ones, the favourites that you feel money putting a safe bet on. You feel your money's safe if you put it on them. However, sometimes those guys, through no fault of their own, as we saw with Gilles Groschkamp and Robert Piche, things will curtail their charge. It will not work out for them. So sometimes, and a big flip at the end of the pit straight there, just ahead of Oliver Mack. That was the number 9 of Nicola Morone, having a bit of a wild ride. That's still far in front of Oliver Mack for him to worry. But as I was saying, you sometimes have to look slightly to the left of those big guns and those favourites to see the guys who could sneak up on the rails and surprise the top guys. Your Bruno Coelhos, you know, your Robin de Hont, and indeed Oliver Mack. I feel like he's been there or thereabouts. I mean, Simon Kurzbuch could have been in that category. He is still out there, and he's still third actually. And he's not far behind Oliver Mack on the track actually. So if we drop one, maybe 2 cars back from our leader, just wait at the HP carousel for a moment, we'll see Mazzoni come through, and there is Kurzbuch, the second of those 2 cars. Kurzbuch running third. A little bit of a headbutt at the rumble strips there, he doesn't need that. Attrition has claimed 4 of our 10 starters. So Kurzbuch still running third. And as Frank said, he's been threatening this sort of performance for many years. Maybe this might have been a year too early for him to take the overall championship, but he'll still feel very, very proud of this performance. If he can hang on for a podium, he'll have taken top qualifier, which would have been a huge, huge confidence boost for him. He seemed very, very happy. He seemed very pleased. He didn't have to go through the tension of Superpole. or through the semi-finals in order to make it here. He was the first one qualified for the final in Superpole yesterday early afternoon, and he's driven a fairly clean race. Obviously, he didn't seem to have the race pace quite as much as Dario Balestri or indeed Oliver Mack or Merlin Depter as it's gone through the race, but Kersbuck has still put everyone on notice that he is one to watch in future European and World Championships in this discipline. He's certainly doing a very good job out there, and he's being very solid. Again, solid, clean, consistency. That is all you need. Well, I make it sound like the simplest thing in the world. Makes it sound like I could do it. It's very much easier said than done, folks. You didn't need me to tell you that, did you? And Kersbuck continues to circulate. The top three spread at the moment. Most cars on the track pretty spread out right now. And a little bit of a hiccup there for Depter. He came through. He's just ahead of Kersbuck at the moment, but Depter has a lap in hand on Kersbuck. There's literally a lap separating first through second, second through third, and at third through fourth, Lamberto Collari. So it's very easy to assume that this is how they'll finish. There's still a hell of a lot to go, including some late pit stops and a lot of traffic to deal with. At the moment, with the field splintered as it is, you've got to have a different kind of focus. You've got to know where your rivals are on the track and know what could affect you and know what could send you plunging back into the clutches of your nearest rival. That's exactly what Oliver Mack will be aware of. He'll be well aware of that. He'll have his mechanics and his crew shouting up instructions and encouragement and little messages. At the moment, it's just keep doing what you're doing. I say that, it's just ahead of Kersbuck on the track. He just headbutted the rumble strips a little bit. Maybe tension creeping in. Oliver Mack is now in though. He's in the pit lane as Kersbuck goes flying through. Mack is down and away in the pit stop, and he just needs to do it a little bit smoothly here. Let's drop back to Mack actually. Let's hang there for a second and wait for Oliver Mack to come through. He should be coming through right about now. There he is. There is our race leader. And Frank, clarify this one for me. Should that be his final pit stop, or will he have to pit one more time, do you think?
I will definitely have to pit one more time at least. 8.5 minutes to go. You assume that these guys are running a 4:30 to 5 minute stints. So yeah, he's definitely coming in one more time.
Okie doke. Well, either way, that was at least his penultimate pit stop done cleanly and without fuss. Again, another obstacle cleared. He's just sliding the car a little bit in the corners. As I say, there's absolutely no need to try and bang out Superpole times here. The time for that was Superpole itself. He wasn't in it, remember. He had to qualify the hard way through the semi-finals and onwards. And he made it through that semi-final by basically shadowing Dario Balestri the whole way. Balestri won his semi-final, and Oliver Mack was in close attendance for the entire race. So that should have been warning that should anything happen to Balestri, Mack would be there to pounce on it and be one of the main contenders. And that is exactly what has happened out here in Ettlingen on a sunny Saturday afternoon. We've seen some fantastic racing out here. We've seen some of the big names fall on their swords. We've seen underdogs triumph against all adversity. We've seen some fantastic RC racing. We've seen some spectacular RC crashes, which is probably a byproduct of the intense racing that we get out here. The drivers laying it all on the line to even get into this final, to even get to this stage. For some of the drivers like Depter and Maximilian Vogel, who's still circulating, but many laps down now, as well as others like Alessio Mazzeo, who's just ahead of the leader right now. He's running 5th. He spoke to us in the garage walk, in the pit walk, and he was very clear. He was delighted to be there. He was delighted to be in contention. And as we continue to watch Oliver Mack, let's just track forward a few cars if we can to Merlin Depter, our second place car. He'll come up to the EFRA hairpin about now. There he is. There he is going through. And he's got Alessio Mazzeo just behind him. That's not a battle for position. The battle for position is in fact with Simon Kersbuck, who is just a few cars. He's the car behind Oliver Mack, 4th in line. There he is. So the battle for second is starting to close up a little bit here in the late going. So we follow Merlin Depter, who is probably the underdog story of this race. If he can keep it together, The double Guzo, the double push-up through the quarterfinals and then the semi-finals. But whereas other people, we speculated maybe that's a disadvantage, you've got to work harder, you've got to get through. He viewed it as an advantage. He said he knew the track better, he had more practice, he was more in his rhythm, he was more in his A-game, and he knew exactly what to do. And as Simon Kjørsbuk was the last in that line that just went through, he's coming up to the EFRA hairpin now. And Merlin Depter's coming up to the EFRA hairpin now, right in front of our commentary position. Orange and black car, the number 8 car. He'll be up to the HP carousel now. He's at the front of that queue. There he is, coming through the D'Agostini D. There we go, there's his second place car. And let's follow him because Simon Kjørsbuk is not too far behind him, Frank.
Yeah, I was just going to say it's the last 5 minutes of the race, so we're going to start seeing the final pit stops very, very soon.
Final pit stops of what has been a long and exhausting campaign. Some of these guys, their campaigns would have started on Monday when they first unloaded here for early practice. We arrived on Wednesday to start our coverage, start up. And these guys have been grafting all week, working to perfect everything. It's been an absolute heartbreak for the guys who had to pack up and go home yesterday after issues for their cars. And I think we just saw Nicola Morone's car. Nope, Morone's car still on the track, so he saw someone. And Oliver Mack has just pitted, they've informed, so here is your final cycle of pit stops. There's Merlin Depter, who is up behind the number 9 of Nicola Morone, who's running 6th. And Kjørsbuk is not far behind Depter. So if you zoom out a little bit, coming through the HP carousel, watch for the yellow and red car just on the right of his shot there. There it is. And they're pitting together. Here we go then. This is the battle for second happening right in front of you. And it's a very good stop from Merlin Depter. And in fact, it's all gone horribly wrong for Simon Kjørsbuk, who rotated in the pit lane. He ended up facing the wrong way in the pit lane. Was that a gaffe from one of the mechanics? Or did he just spin it up and go too early? Who knows, but I think that's cost him his charge for second.
He probably just accelerated the car, which makes it tip back, and as the mechanic released the car, it just did a wheelie and spun around on its back wheels, probably.
Well, that is very unfortunate for Simon Kjørsbuk, who was still well in contention for second place, but that appears to have gone now. 3 minutes 15 seconds to go in the 2015 European Championships, presented live on RC Racing TV, along with our partners HP Europe, D'Agostini Model Space and EFRA. Fantastic racing all week. There has not been a dull moment the whole race and the whole event. And Merlin Depter continues on his way. He has now got half a lap in hand on second place. So let's drop back just one car to the bright green car of Oliver Mack. There he is. The bright green number 4 car. And let's watch him as right now he is on his way home. He's got 2.5 minutes to go. He's likely done all his fuel stops. There's nothing more. The path towards victory is wide open for him now. This has been an absolute masterclass. This has been Championship Driving 101 out here from Oliver Mack. How to go through a whole race, how to resist pressure from behind, how to overtake in front, how to make moves when needed, how to defend when needed, how to nail every single pit stop, how not to make a single mistake. And I know I'm saying all this with 2 minutes still to go on the clock, but as I say, I'm really crossing my fingers that my commentary curse doesn't strike one more time. But Mackle has certainly earned this race victory. It's been a masterful performance. He is still a clear lap ahead of Merlin Depter, and Depter is in fact just in front of him on the straight. And if anything, is closer to being 2 laps down on the leader. But as I say, we've got a few cars in the pit lane. One car is being retired. I think that's Alessio Mazzeo's car. Has just been retired and hauled off to the side, which is a shame. But attrition really hitting in this final here. Now only 5 or 6 cars left running out there. And Morone's car still running. Maximilian Vogel has returned to the track, so he's still running despite being laps down. But still 5, 6 cars out there, and 5 within lead laps of each other. Incredible attrition throughout this race. It has been a battle of survival, let alone trying to win this race. Just survive it. But for Oliver Mack, he is looking on to do not only survive, but to defeat some of the finest in the world in this discipline. He has defeated former world champions, former European champions. He stayed in the wheel tracks of the European champion, the reigning champion, most of this week. And when the time came, he slipped by and pounced, took his opportunity. And he kept his head while everyone else was losing theirs. Come on now, you've only got about 2-3 more laps at most to do. And this is the penultimate lap itself. So when he comes around now, he'll be starting his last lap of the European Championships 2015, or should be. He might be going so fast, he might beat the clock. But it almost doesn't matter at this stage. He's got a comfortable gap back to second. This has been an absolute masterclass of driving from start to finish from Oliver Mack, the German, the number 4 car. This will be his final lap. The checkered flag is waiting for him, as will be the 2015 European Championship. There it is. Oliver Mack is the 2015 EFRA 1/8 IC Track European Champion. What a magnificent drive and a pitch perfect race when it mattered. Well done, Oliver. That was fantastic. So there it is. There's the final rundown of the results for you. Actually, let's just have a look up there in the driver's stand. A lot of congratulations, a lot of commiserations up there, a lot of sporting gestures up there. The drivers get on really well with each other. And I'm just going to hand you over to Frank whilst I head down there to try and interview the new European champion.
All right, so that is the finish of the main final of the 2015 EFRA 2000. Yeah. When you do find them, Adam, bring them out to the track so we can get them on the camera.
We'll see if I can find him in amongst the crowds at the moment. There's obviously a very celebratory atmosphere here among all the crews and the teams.
Just barge right in.
And I'll tell you one man I found down here immediately is the second place man, Merlin Dutzer, who is delighted with his performance. Merlin, you got a quick word for us, Racing TV. Absolutely ecstatic with that second place. Was that what you expected?
I'm a little bit overwhelmed. So many super fans in this final, and I made the second place. It's unbelievable.
Well, well time to find the only man faster than Dutzer in that final, Oliver Mack. He's in the middle of a big scrum at the moment. Huge gathering of drivers. Congratulations. It's incredible racing. Just give me a second. And bring him out to the track, bring him out on the camera.
Yeah, get him out in front of the...
Come on to the track. We've got a quick word for us on Racing TV. Just a second. Shake hands with and a great job in the end. A lot of hugs, a lot of congratulations down here. There we go, let's come through here. Keep out through onto the track. So many high fives being slapped, so many congratulations from fellow drivers, from teams and rivals. Running.
There you go, Paul, right in front of you.
There you go. Cameras up there. Okay. You got to talk to your people. You're the European champion.
I must thank all the people that helped me and all my sponsors, Shepard, Pico, especially my pit crew, Armin and Dennis, my wife, all. I'm very... I don't know.
This is really blowing you away. I mean, you were battling very hard with Dario Balestri through that. Yeah. When he fell off, did you think that the path was open there?
Oh, in the beginning I only was focused on Dario, and then I don't know where I am. I was first, but I don't know who was second. And then after 10 minutes, my mechanic told me that Merlin is in the second place, and I see him before me, and he said there's one lap down, so I can make a little bit.
How hard was it to keep a lid on the nerves at the end there?
I don't. I keep up only the car, only not try to not to sink. So I don't know. It's very.
I was going to ask how it feels to be European champion, but I can tell from your face this is a mighty moment for you.
Yes, this is all my life. I driving now so long and so much bad luck in the finals, and now it was all together, and now I'm very happy. So
well, you drove the absolute perfect race when it mattered. Oliver Mack, your European champion 2015. Thanks very much for talking to RC Racing TV. Thank you very much. Back to you, Frank. And that concludes the Great European Championship.
Yeah, that's it from us at RC Racing TV. We'd like to thank everyone for watching. We'd like to thank our sponsors, EFRA, the European Federation of Racing Automobiles, HB Europe, and D'Agostini Model Space. And from Ettlingen in Germany, this has been the 2015 EFRA 1/8 IC Track European Championships. This is Frank McKinney, and for Paul Bateman and Adam Johnson, thank you and goodbye.